Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what if orphan female Deku had Quirk. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. At age 4, Midoriya Izumi fell asleep and into a world unknown. She opened her eyes, blinking at the void that surrounded her. The dark, glassy world in which nothing existed but her, with her messy green and black hair and freckles, and the smooth, flat surface on which she sat. Lost and confused, she called out, "Hello?" Wherever she was echoed back strangely, like it knew what she was going to say before she said it. "Hello." She tries again, a touch louder. Still nothing but strange echoes. "Mama?" She asks the dark silence, curling in on herself. "I don't want to be alone." A light shimmers out, sparkling in the darkness. The young girl jolts away in shock, before moving slightly closer. The small ball of light, a shimmering green, and somehow familiar, simply floats there, a few feet above her reach. "Hello," she whispers, reaching out. "Who's there? I can hear you." The ball of light does not respond. She continues reaching anyway, despite it being far from her hands. "Please come down here," she begs, eyes watering as any young child's do when they want something. The light did nothing. "Please, The girl began to float, rising from the floor and upwards. Flailing her tiny arms did nothing, nor did shouting. So she did the first thing she could think of, and latched onto the light. In a flash she was somewhere new. "Fin!" She shrieked and thumped down onto the ground, limbs splayed out beside her. At least she wasn't floating anymore. "I want to go home," she whimpers, clutching at the grass. "Izumi." The young girl looks up at the sound of her name, squinting through tears. "Mama." A young woman with lighter green hair smiles down at her. She wears a pink sweater and a brown skirt, and she has the same round, kind face as her daughter. "Izumi, why are you crying? It's appealing." "Mama." She jumps forward, latching on to her mother's leg. "Mama, it was dark and then there was a light and then I started going up and it was scary." "Oh." Her mother yelps, trying to balance before she kneels next to her daughter. "Izumi, it's all right, you're safe. It was probably just a bad dream." Izumi sniffles and holds her tighter. "Where are we?" Her mother looks around. "You know, I'm not quite sure. But it's appealing, isn't it?" It was appealing. They sat on a grassy green hill, alone, a blooming cherry tree above them and a sparkling sea below. The sun hung low in the sky, the colors it had painted vibrant and proud in the sky, like a raging flame. Above the edges of the color, where it had burned itself away, a shimmering expanse of stars hung against an inky black sky. The whole image panned out before them, unhindered by laws of nature, perfect and immovable. Unrealistic. Of course, Izumi never noticed. She was a child, and this place seemed much nicer than where she was before, so she snuggled into her mother's side and watched the frozen sky. They sat there, almost as motionless as their surroundings, for hours. A happy family, despite missing one member. Oh well, he isn't ever around anyway. Suddenly the painted, immortalized sky blinks, slivers of white darting across it. "Mama." Izumi panics, looking up at the sky. "Mama, what is that?" Inko blinks. "What is what, dear?" The white spreads faster, as if reacting to the panic. The things, they dash." Izumi blinks, staring up at them. "They want me to go away." But she doesn't know how. She can only watch in confusion and panic as the light spreads over the hill and up the tree, pulling apart the little oasis for a blinding, flat, white landscape. "Izumi, what's wrong?" Her mother asks, a worried tone to her voice. The cracks widen, gaping holes in the image of perfection. "Mama, I want to go home." She shrieked, and the dream shattered like glass, the young girl barely vanishing in time before white overtook her. Both her and her mother woke up screaming. At age 6, Midoriya Izumi was bullied. Her childhood friend, Bakugo Katsuki, had left her behind, saying her weak quirk would never let her become the hero she wanted to be. She was only a Deku, weak and useless. No matter how much she tried to help him, no matter how much she struggled to catch up, she always seemed to fail. Or if anything, pushed him further away from her. What a joke. Dream hopping. How could you ever be a hero? Just stay on the sidelines, I'll protect your useless butt. People all around her, classmates, teachers, everyone, told her it was boys being boys. They praised Bakugo, or Kakin as Izumi still called him, for his quirk and his tenacity. His smarts, his strength, his dreams. Izumi was pushed aside by the whole school, children and adults alike following Bakugo. They left her friendless. And so, she turned to her quirk. She laid down on her bed, closed her eyes, and found herself once more in the glassy nothing room, though it wasn't quite a nothing room anymore. More and more lights appeared every day, each one a doorway to someone else's dream. Each one a different color, a different vibration, a different mind. Soon thousands of lights hung alongside her mother's, forming constellations and galaxies, coming together and floating apart. Once she got the hang of it, it was easy enough to float alongside the lights, searching for a fun dream. She learned quickly to recognize what kind of dream they were having. Memory replays, mad fantasy lands, a wish for the future, alternative realities, fuzzy what-ifs, a nightmare, and the occasional, unfortunate, wet dream. 5 years old and she's scarred for life. Don't even ask what the conversation with her mother was like. Once she found one she liked, slipping inside was easy enough, and she played and talked and watched dreams by the thousands. Making friends, playing a side character in a story, or simply messing around. Those whose dreams she visited barely knew she was there, and if they did notice her it was rare they discovered she wasn't a part of the dream. In, play, and out before the close light came, which was the host of the dream waking up. But slowly, more and more lights seemed unhappy. The dreams she found were nightmares, terrors, biased images of reality. This night the small child floats through, peering around at the different lights. Ooh! She blinks at a new light in the distance, shimmering a pale red. You're new! She darts to it, reaching her arms around it, cradling it without quite touching it. Do you want to play with me? We can have fun. You look young. What kind of dream are you having? Oh no, you're having a nightmare. It's a weird nightmare though. The young girl circles around it, squinting. You know, heroes help everyone. Maybe I can make you feel better. She leans in, touching it gently with her forehead. The light flinches away, but her hands are on the other side. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. With a shimmer, she falls into the small room. Unlike her fist dream hop, she gently floats down onto laminated floors and looks around. The dream takes place in a small hospital room, everything bleached a stark white and disinfected with a vengeance. On the bed, a boy her age sits, dual-colored pale white and fiery red hair. A bandage wraps around his left eye, and he's crying through it. Hey, are you okay? Izumi asks carefully. This doesn't seem like a nightmare. The boy looks up, sniffling and wiping at his face. Who are you? He asks her. Izumi smiles. She always tries to smile, like her hero All Might, because it always makes her feel better. My name's Izumi. What's yours? To do. Shoto. My name is Shoto. Shoto. Izumi repeats, ignoring the split-second indecision. Dream people don't pay attention to stuff like that. The green-haired girl spins slowly, watching the white walls for anything that could give away his problem. Not seeing any, she turns back to him. Sorry for coming in, Shoto, but you were sad. I'm fine. The boy's voice cracks on the last word, a fresh wave of tears falling. I'm just fine. I'm not allowed to cry. You can cry. Mama always says it's good to cry. It helps get rid of the bad feeling. Izumi steps closer, Shoto watching her warily. Do you want to talk about it? The shorter girl sits on the bed, a little ways down, still watching him. My mom. He begins tentatively, like he isn't sure what to say. But it's a dream, and everyone is more open in a dream. She was forced into a quirk marriage with my dad, and he made her go insane. She poured hot water on my face. Another sob slips out, and a small hand touches his bandages. She's in the hospital. I didn't even get to say goodbye. And I'm not allowed to see her, and she's hurt, and he doesn't even care. At this point, he's shouting, words echoing around the quiet room. I just wanted to see her. He mumbles. Izumi stares, hands over her mouth and eyes watering as well. I'm so sorry. Can I give you a hug? The boy awkwardly nods, and she wraps her tiny arms around him. I'm so sorry. They sit there, arms around each other, crying together. Izumi will come back another night and talk, but right now Shoto just needs a shoulder to cry on. And in Izumi's head she promises herself that she will be that shoulder for Shoto, and for as many people as she can. The clothes light comes too soon, snaking over the walls and floor. Izumi watches it warily before pulling back. Shoto, I need to leave now, she says quietly. Shoto looks up. Leave? Izumi smiles sadly. You're waking up. I can't stay, I'm sorry. Waking up. But Izumi is gone. A nothing but an imagined ghost. Back in the dream room, Shoto's mind light closes off. No dream to bend reality and allow his mind to accept her. Izumi holds it carefully against her. I'll help you, Shoto. When Midoriya Izumi was 8, she was getting good at the whole dream thing. She floated through the lights in her dream room, which cheerily blinked at her, as though their owners knew she was there. But instead of her first few years of idle playing, the young girl didn't look for happy dreams. She found nightmares and insecurities, and did her best to help. She acted as a kind of dream therapist, healing and reassuring hurt minds. She almost never got any thanks, but she didn't need them. She was her own kind of hero, after all. Happy, memory, happy, oik, why do people dream about that nasty stuff? Happy, Izumi rattles off, going through the room and rattling off the dreams. Happy, madhouse nightmare. She stops at the nightmare one, small and golden. A bad nightmare and a memory warp. Those are really bad. A small hand reaches out, and she whispers softly to the light. It's okay, it's okay. It's just a dream. Whatever happened can't hurt you anymore. A gentle touch and she falls in. The very first thing she notices are pulverized city streets and BLD red skies. Both are so common in dreams like this, she's grown used to it. Yet none she's seen before are quite as sharp. The smell of shattered pipelines and the gentle feel of dust against her skin are defined, ingrained into this dreamer's mind. Well, it is a memory, Izumi mutters to herself. And a really traumatic one, apparently. She takes a few steps, searching for the person she came to help. Spotting a prone figure on the ground, she walks over. It isn't the dreamer. BLD seeps from beneath the skull, body twisted, half-closed eyes staring unseeing through the dusty air. The body is dead, nothing but a prop to this dream. It's likely that this person's self in the waking world is as dead as their placeholder. Izumi shivers and gently closes the eyes before stepping away. Now that she knows what to look for, more and more bodies can be seen, trapped beneath rubble or thrown to the side of the road. She follows them to the part of the dream with even more gruesome detail. The dream leads her to what was a city square, a statue that used to stand tall in pieces across cratered cobblestone. More dead lay across the square, BLD seeping through the cracks in the stone. On one of the statue's broken arms, a man sits. He almost looks like one of the corpses at first, skeletal body, straggly hair and dark sunken eyes covered by BLD and bruises. But he still sits, alive, looking out at the destruction. His eyes turn to Izumi. She definitely looks out of place, not a speck of BLD or mud on her form. She isn't broken as everything else is on this landscape. After all, she is only visiting. They stare at each other for a few moments. What the heck? Izumi giggles at the man's reaction, coming closer. Hi. Having a nightmare? The skeleton man looks around. I think so. He seems confused and honestly, Izumi doesn't blame him. She clambers onto the statue beside him, perching nearby so she doesn't have to shout. It's okay. Sometimes it's strong to tell dreams from reality. Izumi says. It just seems so real, like you're actually back to wherever this was. The skeleton man nods, deep in thought. After a few moments, he begins talking again. If this is a dream, I take it you're not part of it. No, I'm not. It's my quirk, dream hopping. She explains. And, well, telling what kind of mind state people are in, and what kind of dream you're having, like how right now it's a memory replay warp. Izumi trails off. Sorry. I tend to ramble a bit. Anyway, my name's Midoriya Izumi, what's yours? Yagi Tashinori. The man frowns. If you know this is a memory, aren't you curious what happened? One of his bony hands goes to the front of his shirt, over his stomach. Izumi pretends not to notice. Well, of course I am. But it's your dream. I can tell you had a bad experience here, and I thought you maybe wanted to be distracted from it. But you haven't told many people about this either. Yagi sighs. Oh. It was kept secret. All these people dead, because I wasn't fast enough. Izumi looks across the ruined town. Bloodied bodies, homes, shops, schools, all destroyed. You're a hero, huh? She murmurs. You know, I've met a few of you in dreams. They're all some kind of variation of this. All the people they couldn't save, all the things they could have done. They've saved so many people, though. She trails off. This probably isn't anything you haven't heard before. Lots of people say it. It wasn't your fault, get over it, on and on and on. She leans back on her hands, feet kicking. It doesn't work like that. Brains don't work like that, bodies don't work like that. Would anyone walk up to someone who was stabbed in the leg and go, "It's all in your leg"? Yagi snorts. I've never seen that happen. Izumi throws her hands up in the air. Like, yes, it's all in your head, it's a mental illness. You can't just tell someone to feel better. You're really annoyed about that, huh? Izumi sits back up, frowning. Yeah. Everyone blames everyone and doesn't look and see if the heroes need help, or if people are traumatized. It's just really sad. Yagi nods. It's always been like that. Izumi shrugs. Doesn't mean it can't change. Speaking of change, actually she reaches out her hands, stretching them over her field of vision. Slowly the BLD red sky lightens and turns blue, cracked asphalt and stone turning to rolling green hills. Small white flowers spring from puddles of BLD, their center the same deep red. Even heroes need a break, Yagi-san. Izumi says, offering him one of the white and red blooms. Sweet dreams. The skeleton man blinks at the change in scenery. I thank you, young Midoriya. Izumi smiles softly. You're welcome. When Midoriya Izumi was 10, she met a strange man. It had started off with just another dream visit. The small child floats through the dream room, peering around at the different lights. Okay, Miss Yamafa looks better, and Mr. Heiman looks good too. And then she saw a new one. It shimmered with 1,000 colors and vibrations, millions of voices, 100 different trains of thought. Yet through all the noise, it was cold, uncaring. The young girl floated to it, stopping further away than she usually did. Almost like it was pushing her away. Wow. Izumi muttered, circling around it, keeping her distance. Maybe a mind quirk. They always seem to be confused and all over the place. Who even knows what mine would be like? Or maybe they're just really stressed. Why is it cold though? Normally they have a little bit of warmth, the girl mumbles on, different possibilities thought up and then discarded in moments. She's grown a pretty bad habit, but minds are funny things and in the dream room she can't exactly not say her thoughts out loud. The weird echoes are always there. Finally she stops mumbling. Well, you're obviously going through a lot, if you are yelling that much. I'll help. And she travels the final distance to the light, laying a hand against the burning cold. Gently floating down into the dream, the young girl looks around. 2 young men stand with her, staring each other down, shouting over each other. An argument, something Izumi is very used to. A memory replay? Izumi murmurs. Why is it so weird? Of course, Izumi's felt weird, she's practically the MSTR of weird. But this made her shiver in concern, a feeling of something that was just off. But Izumi stayed. She watched as they fought, watched as they screamed and shouted. What you're doing is wrong. I'm strong. I will do something with this power. Just because you're weak doesn't mean you should drag people down with you. Izumi winces. The conversation reminds her of her own one-sided fights with Kaken, never a good memory. Well, I don't remember you being here. Izumi shrieks, jumping a good foot in the air. Definitely not a normal part of the dream. The scratchy voice growled darkly. Izumi turns to the speaker. Strange red scars cover the top of his head and hands, the rest of his body hidden by a metal mask and a black suit. No eyes can be seen, and yet there's a feeling of focus that leaves no doubt that he's paying attention to the small girl. And not a good kind of focus, one that's filled with malice. Said girl gulps quietly, hands shaking as she feels the dream turn angry, before pulling on a small smile. No, I'm not. You found me pretty quick. A lot of people don't ever, so that's pretty impressive. Also finding me before I saw you, and she continues rambling, eyes darting around. The argument grows louder, the one shouting about power moving closer, a hand reaching for the other. Izumi pauses, watching the fight. Maybe she can distract the strange suit man. Sorry, I tend to ramble over analyzing stuff. Quirks? People, you were one of those too, right? The fighting too. This dream is memory, so the dream turns off suddenly, leaving nothing but a dark room. Izumi flinches, not looking at the man in the suit. The man in the suit hums thoughtfully, anger seemingly dissipating. Izumi lets out a sigh of relief. Your quirk is fascinating. Would you mind answering a few questions? I have experience with many different kinds of quirks. Izumi blinks. I'm sure. What did you want to know? What's your name? The man in the suit tilts his head just slightly. You may call me Sensei. Now your quirk. Explain it to me. Well, I can enter dreams, Sensei. I see what kind of dream someone is having, and if it's a nightmare I try to stop it. I can manipulate dreams a bit, turn nightmares into something good. Maybe I could turn good dreams into nightmares. I've never tried, but probably. Sometimes I can tell where a person is while they're awake, or what's happening to them in real life. Not always. I can tell when someone is about to wake up, so I can leave before then. Their light gets closed off then. Sensei interrupts. Their light. Izumi blushes. Mines look like lights to me, and when the person is asleep it's open, and when they're awake it's closed. I can't get in easy, it hurts the person. Sensei raises a scared hand to where his mouth would be under the helmet. So when someone is asleep they're an open book, and awake you need to force it. What a fascinating and useful quirk. You are rather intelligent, to have figured it out so young. Izumi shivers. I, don't really go in when they're awake. Sensei turns back to her. What is your name, Miss Brainhopper? Izumi frowns. Midoriya Izumi. Why? Midoriya. Sensei, he sounds surprised. Yes. Interesting. Confused, Izumi almost misses the shattered light. I need to go now. You're waking up. Sensei hums. You did mention you could tell, I suppose? Well, I look forwards to seeing you out there, Midoriya. Bye. She chirps with relief, and leaps back into the dream room. Wait out there. But her voice echoes in an empty room, the light before her closed off. Well, hey, maybe I should visit Shoto. And with that she floats off to the boy's mind, leaving behind the strange man who called himself Sensei. When Midoriya Izumi was 11, her life was destroyed. It was a normal summer day, Izumi taking notes on the latest hero battles she hadn't seen yet while her mother washed dishes. The announcer was showing a clip of Manuel evacuating a burning building when he was interrupted, a panicked intern flitting on and off screen with a sheet of paper. The announcer pales and grabs his microphone. This just in, the villain known as the Dragon has escaped jail and is currently on the run. Be on the lookout for something shatters on the floor behind Izumi. She nearly stabs her paper with the pen in surprise before turning to her mother. Are you okay? Inko has turned pale, hands over her mouth, wide eyes focused on the screen. At her feet lay the shattered remains of an old glass. Izumi pushes her notebooks away, hurrying to her frozen mother. Mom, what is it? Inko blinks at her daughter. I'm fine. Really, Izumi, she looks to the floor, shattered glass twinkling up at her. My fingers slipped. I'll clean that up, my goodness, look at the time, off to bed with you. Izumi frowns, headed to the closet with the broom and dustpan. Mom, it's not that late, are you sick? Do you need anything? She starts sweeping up the shards. I'm fine. Inko insists, voice a touch higher than it needs to be. Please, Izumi, I need to make a call. Oh. Izumi throws away the glass. Do I need to go to my room? Yes, please. Inko whispers, walking to the TV and turning it off, muting the announcer. In the safety of her own room, Izumi dives for her phone. Dragon, there you are. She mutters. Dragons escape. How did the dragon escape? Node she grumbles. But when was he caught? Thousands of results. Izumi clicks on one from about 12 years ago and starts reading. The dragon, known for burning hostages alive, Izumi winces at that, was finally captured by All Might last Thursday and placed in a high-security prison. 3 city blocks destroyed in Mustafu, 62 people injured, 18 dead. Wow, this guy was a pretty big deal. Izumi mutters. Maybe mom was a hostage? Surviving hostages of the dragon. No results. Midoriya Inko. No results. List of the dragon's crimes. 13 dead, 48 dead, 3 severely injured, 2 heroes out of commission. 27 dead. Robbery of Hingai Bank, 18 dead. Destroyed small businesses. Burned, destroyed, tortured, burned, dead, burned. A loud crash and a scream echoes through the apartment, and Izumi nearly drops her phone. She's up and steady in a moment, darting from her room and into the hall. She wishes she had stayed inside. A man in dark clothing stands in the living room, backing her mother against the wall. The doorway is blown to bits, splintered remains charred and burning with orange fire. The man's boots clunk heavily on the floor. Despite being short and slim, he has an air of malice about him that shakes Izumi to her very bones. His chin is covered in stubble, interrupted by a scar. Curly dark hair falls over calculating green eyes, staring straight at Inko. Inko, my dear, it's been so long. Did you miss me? Sorry for the door, couldn't seem to find the key. Izumi shrinks back against the wall, staring in abject horror. She knows she ought to run, to help, to call the police, but she's frozen at the sight of this man. No, the dragon. She grips her phone tighter and slips through her doorway, raising the phone to her ear. A wisp of smoke curls from his mouth. Do you know how shocked I was when I finally got out of jail, out of that suffocating, miserable, freezing jail, and I found out that my lovely sweet little Inko was the one who helped put me there? He lets out a laugh, scars stretching across his face. And I thought I was the calculating sneak? My Inko. Hello, what's your emergency? The dragon is still laughing. The dragon is in my house, he's cornered my mom. Izumi puts her muttering to good use. I live at 273 Sakura Way. Please hurry. Dispatch now. It's alright, dear, it's okay, the heroes are on their way, stay hidden and on the phone. The lady whispers. Izumi lets out a choked breath and nods, even though she knows the other can't see her. The dragon stops laughing, letting out a breath that sparks along the edges. He pulls a chair leg from the floor, destroyed by a larger part of the former door. But no time to catch up. Sensei, the one who freed me, my dear, wants to meet Izumi. Our daughter, moving up in the world. He raises the chair leg, smashing it over Inko's head. Izumi screams, eyes wide, as her mother slumps to the floor. The dragon whips around at the scream, fire dying in his throat, scanning the room for the source of the noise, and his eyes find Izumi's. Green meets green, one pair flickering with a wildfire and the other widened in fear. Burned. Destroyed. Our daughter. Oh, you've been here the whole time. Miss, has he seen you? The lady at the other end asks. Izumi grips the phone tighter, holding on as though it was a lifeline. The dragon stalks closer. Behind him, BLD begins to seep from Inko's head. Oh, my dear Izumi. It's so good to see you. He croons, holding out his arms as though he expected a hug. I must thank you, my dear. After all, you're the reason I'm free. His hands fly out to the side, expanding over the room. Burned to the ground, they would have never gotten me out of that place for no good reason. Sensei doesn't believe in second chances, you see. But then they heard my name, Midoriya. From you. He points at her, smiling. A small flame curls from the side of his mouth. Man, you must have made an impression on him. For Sensei to want to meet you himself. Really something. I was left with underlings for years. Sensei? Izumi breathes. That man, the one with the twisted, screaming, cold mind. Ah, so you know who I'm talking about. You bumped into a very powerful man, my dear, the dragon murmurs, coming closer. You're going to help him rule the world. Izumi steps back. Just a few more minutes, it's going to be fine, it's going to be okay, says the phone lady. Izumi shakes her head, backing away from the dragon. Her eyes flicker to her mother behind him, bloody and still against the floor. There's a burn on her leg. Burned to death. The dragon chuckles. Why so scared, my dear? I'm sorry I wasn't around for so long. You must be awkward meeting strangers, even though my BLD runs in your veins. His voice is sickeningly sweet. Well, you can blame your dear sweet loving mother for that. She was the one that put me in jail, did you know? She was the one who ratted me out. She was the one who had me locked in a freezer for 10 years. Puffs of fire flicker through his teeth, from his nose, dancing around his face and making those calculating green eyes shimmer with enrage. And now she's even alienated my daughter from me, he whispers. My own daughter, afraid of me. Afraid of fire. Don't worry, darling, Daddy's here. You don't need this woman anymore. As a matter of fact, the dragon turns, watching the small flames at the side of the wall. You don't need anything here anymore. We can just burn it to the ground. His eyes are glinting as he turns back to Izumi. Yes, burn it all to the ground. Flames are appealing, my dear. We can watch its power together. As father and daughter. Izumi notices too late how close this man has gotten. Whirling, she tries to run away, back to her room, back to somewhere, but her arm is in the man's grip before she can get more than a step. Hush, no need to be afraid. Oh, what's this? He grabs her other arm. You've been on the phone this whole time. My dear clever little child. Now hand it over. I need to talk with the lovely little heroes. Izumi struggles, but nothing happens. She's too small, still frozen in fear. The dragon pulls away the phone with the ease of picking up the groceries. Hello, yes. This is her father, the dragon. I'll be dealing with my family. Good day. With the final word, a stream of fire erupts from his mouth. In front of Izumi's horrified eyes, the phone cracks, melts, and falls to a misshapen lump on the floor. The dragon pulls Izumi through the apartment. Her mother is still slumped against the wall. At the sight of her bloody mother, Izumi starts to move again, pulling against the dragon to get to her. No. Oh, don't worry, my dear. The dragon cheers. We'll be perfectly fine with the league, with Sensei. We can pull that heroic nonsense from your mind. Let us go. The heroes are gonna be here, they'll beat you. I called really soon. Oh, I know. Then I can burn them. All Might's being distracted by someone else, too far away to take you from me. The dragon murmurs. No worries. He pulls Izumi through the door. You'll be free from their lies. Now then. Her turns to the shattered door. Nothing in here is of any use. Say bye-bye to mommy. The dragon lets out a breath, and all Izumi sees is fire. Stop. Please, the fire is overtaken by darkness, and Izumi falls limp. The glassy darkness of the dream room is usually familiar, comforting, but now it is screaming. Izumi sits collapsed in the center. Screams, the echoes screaming with her. The room is rambling, talking, thinking, and Izumi can't make sense of it. Burnt, destroyed, burning, melted, father, daughter, mom, dead, dead, dead. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. It hurts. Izumi shrieks. The room echoes her voice, the voice is only growing louder. She looks up, around at the lights. They flicker with her, sensing her panic. They'll be hurt. Mom is already hurt. A new light shines. Orange and yellow, a burning flame. And it is mad. Utterly insane. Wrong, on so many levels, the same way Sensei's was wrong, but without anything holding it back. The fire feeds upon madness, takes joy in it. The ball of fire, like my house, like my mom. Izumi reaches out to it. So when someone is asleep, they're an open book, and awake you need to force it? Stop. She grabs the light and pulls. She forced herself into the mind, ignoring the burns trying to wake her up and her instincts screaming at her to stop. Stop hurting my mom. Something shatters into a million pieces, and Izumi is in. She sees the fire stop, feels her slash their slash, his feet stumbling back. She hears the mad, confused laughter of a crazed mind. She sees a shadowy hero arriving a minute too late. A scarf rises, and red eyes send her into a true sleep. When Izumi woke up, she woke up screaming. She struggles against whatever is on top of her, pulling it away and tumbling to the floor. Her arm burns in pain. Burning, everything is burning. A hand grabs her and she fights it away with all her might. Dragon, hey, it's alright, everything is over now, you're okay? The owner of the hand says. Daddy's here. The voice is female, tired and scratchy instead of smooth. The light glows with a steady calm, not a mad bonfire. Not the dragon. Izumi gasps for breath, holding onto the arm for dear life. My mom, I want my mom, she mutters. She was in the house. The fire. The nurse pulls her closer. I'm sorry, my dear, your mother, she didn't make it out. Izumi freezes. No, dead, burned, fire destroyed, I want to go back to sleep. Izumi mutters into the shoulder. The nurse pulls her up, stepping over the sheets thrown to the floor, and puts her back in the hospital bed. Then sleep. You've been through a lot. The dream room is back. Izumi wants to stop thinking. To stop knowing. To stop understanding. But she can't, she can only travel. Dead didn't make it out, burned to death. The dream room isn't echoing right anymore. It's broken. The cool glass, so smooth and perfect, is shattered into little pieces. Like the door destroyed, the voices don't take turns. They layer over each other, screaming to be heard, stabbing into Izumi like the shards of glass that is the floor. The lights are scared. Sniffling, Izumi puts aside the words. She can't focus on them now, she wants to forget. Shoto's light floats to her. She doesn't want to be here, where everything hurts and echoes scream at her. She pulls it closer, watching as it shimmers in her grip. Sleeping. I won't hurt you like I hurt him. A gentle touch brings her to his dream. It's changed from back then, from a sterile room of pain and empty feelings to a wide expanse of sparkling ice and snow. Izumi can't feel the cold. Izumi? Shoto asks her, looking up from his snow. Izumi? Within moments she's wrapped in a hug. What happened? I could feel it. I collapsed in training. Izumi, I was worried. He mumbles into her hair. Shoto, she whispers, voice breaking. I don't want to wake up. They fall to their knees in the snow, arms around each other, Izumi crying into his shoulder. Izumi, he pulls her closer. Whatever happened, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The shatter light comes too soon. Izumi wonders if she could stay. She doesn't want to leave Shoto's arms. She feels so safe there, she always does. But she remembers the dragon shouting in pain and the shattered dream room. She pulls away. You're waking up, she sniffs. Shoto winces. I'm so sorry, Izumi. She's gone. When she wakes up, she can hear voices outside. She needs time to rest, she only just woke up. I'm sorry, but we need information. The dragon is targeting people and we need to know why. Izumi puts her head in her bandaged hands, covering her ears and not giving a second thought to why she looks like a mummy. Too loud, the lights are wait lights. She looks around, confused. Through the door she can see the arguing people, the nurse and two officers. One is trying to calm down the other, but to no avail. But Izumi isn't looking at them exactly. Izumi is focused on the lights that shine from each head, lighting up through the skull. Mind lights. But this isn't the dream room, shattered glass or otherwise, or a dream of any kind, where she can't see them anyway, so why can she see them? She's confused. She wants her mom, she wants to go home, and she wants these dumb bandages to stop itching. She wants things to make sense again. She was just attacked by a villain notorious for leaving no survivors. And he's after others. A fourth person joins the group. He has black hair and wears a ridiculously huge scarf, and really looks like he wants to smack the officer. She's a kid. Leave her alone. A child of a villain, if what he was spouting was correct. The angry officer hisses. His light flares. Fire daughter, father, my dear, the thoughts come without being bidden, screaming into her mind. Stabbing like the shards of glass, cracking what little is left, and she screams. The four people WHP around, shocked at the sudden noise. What the dash? The nurse darts into the room, the three behind her close on her heels. She kneels by the bed, reaching out a hand. Sweetie, what's wrong? Are you hurt? She asks, concerned. Izumi forces herself to stop screaming, bracing against the pain, holding on to the sheets for dear life. Gasping, she tries to explain, but nothing comes out but broken, shattered Quirk. Then the scarf man's eyes flare red and her mind is silent. Blissfully silent. No stabbing glass, no screaming thoughts, and the lights are gone. Izumi tries to catch her breath, blinking in confusion before looking at the man with the scarf. His hair is floating gently in the air, and his eyes are the glowing red that knocked her out of the dragon's mind. His quirk stopped hers. "Thank you," she whispers carefully, trying not to let her voice crack. The man nods. "Can you handle it?" Izumi bites her lip. "I can try." She knows this hero. Eraserhead, the underground hero that can take quirks away with only his eyesight. But she knows it's got a time limit. Even if she's expecting it, the return of screams and shards leaves her wincing and trying not to let out another scream. She mutes it to a whimper, squeezing her eyes shut as Eraserhead's hair falls back down and his eyes close. "Mom dead, burning fire destroyed, you good?" Izumi winces at the voice. Even with her eyes closed, she can tell it's the scarf man. His mind is closer than the others. All of them are laced with concern and other emotions. The nurse seems angry this happened to her patient. The angry officer is impatient. The calm officer is glad she stopped screaming. Every emotion they feel, she can tell, but she doesn't want to, and it's seeping through the cracks anyway. "Stay away, I don't want to know, I don't want to hurt you, I don't want to feel." Izumi takes a deep breath and stops thinking. She opens her eyes to see the lights. "They hurt, it hurts. A lot." Scarf man nods. "Your quirk." Izumi shivers. "I did something I shouldn't have and now I don't know how to explain it, it's broken." The nurse shivers. "Okay, dear, I'll get these men away. You go back to sleep." Normal-headed officer lets out a grunt. "We need to ask her questions." Angry, upset, scared, family hurt, burned, home gone, confused, lost. Izumi yelps at the sudden influx of pain. "Stop it. Stop thinking. I'm sorry." Eraserhead's quirk goes off again, and the shards go away. Izumi is left breathless, nails digging into her palms. "Easy, kid, easy. What's your quirk? We can get rid of the triggers," he says quietly, seeming to pick up on her reactions to shouting. "Dream hopping." "No, that's not it anymore. I can see it now, the lights." And Izumi doesn't know anymore, doesn't understand what's happening. She just wants it to go away. Triggers, high emotions. Minds, memories. She whispers. "Please don't get angry." The nurse nods. She knows what to do now. "Officers, leave. You're upsetting the patient. We aren't just gonna dash." Izumi is very glad her quirk isn't on right now. Even so, she inches away from the angry voice. "I'm sorry, I can't help," she whispers, and feels her eyes begin to burn. "I'm sorry. Kid, I gotta let go." Izumi nods, bracing herself again as he closes his eyes. "Burned, burned, burned, shattered. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Hurts." She mutters. "Please don't go away." Scarf man nods. "Right here, you just tell me when you need a break." Calm officer practically drags the other from the hospital, and she can feel them go, thousands of other minds along the way. "Hurts?" She shivers again. The nurse takes a deep breath. "Miss Midoriya, this is Eraserhead." Izumi smiles shakingly. "I know a lot about heroes." "Oh." The nurse looks conflicted. Izumi feels her mind going 1,000 miles a minute, talking, wondering, thinking. She shakes her head, trying to clear it. Deep breaths. "What happened?" Izumi asks tentatively, unsure if she wants to know. The nurse bites her lip and turns to the underground hero, who looks decidedly uncomfortable. "Are you sure you want to know?" Izumi's brain screams no. No, she does not want to know. She wants to pretend nothing happened. It was a strange hallucination. Her mother is safe, everything is fine. "Tell me." "The dragon burned your apartment and everything in it to the ground," Eraserhead states bluntly. The nurse gasps and flaps her hands at him, but he continues. "You collapsed in his arms and he freaked out, clutching at his head and screaming. That made him drop you, which is why you're a bit sore. Light burns along your arms and back once his quirk came in, still not in control. The dragon escaped once he recovered, and we haven't seen him since. No idea what the screaming fit was, but it may have saved your life. Eraserhead. The nurse hisses. She's young, you can't just dash. Izumi's whimpers cut her off, the blinding pain back again. Burned to the ground. Eraserhead's eyes flash, and the shards are gone, leaving her to cry softly. Thank you. I dash. You don't leave poison in a bite, you get it out. I need to tell what happened. I think I can explain the screaming fit. Can you get it to the officer? Izumi asks weakly. Eraserhead blinked in surprise. You sure? Burned houses, family gone, burned, destroyed, dead. The nurse shook her head. Absolutely not. Your mind is in a weak state and it will only get worse. Eraserhead should have never dash. My quirk is mind-hopping. Izumi interrupts. At first I thought it was only dreams, but I entered the dragon's mind while he was awake. That's the dumb thing I did. Eraserhead nods. Overused quirk. I used it to visit people who were hurt, and I fixed their nightmares if I could. I know a bit about this. I know I can't. She picks at a bandage. I can't just ignore what happened. I need to tell you the basics, at least. I promise I won't go too far. The nurse frowns, but looks resigned. Izumi takes a deep breath. Keep it together. Just for a bit. You can break down as soon as they know what you did. A few months ago I found a dream with a man who called himself Sensei. He was interested in my quirk. Called it useful, asked if I could go further. Or cause pain. I should have left, but I didn't. I told him my name on accident. A tear falls onto the white cotton. Aichi the dragon. His name is Midoriya Hisashi, isn't it? She sobs. He's my father. Sensei knew him. He wanted the dragon to bring me to him, so I could use my quirk. He killed my mom because of me. It's my fault. If I had told my mom if I had done something dash. Eraserhead lays a hand on her arm. Oh. It's not your fault, it's never the victim's fault. You were trying to help and he took advantage of you. Izumi just keeps crying. Eraserhead is slowly growing more and more awkward as she cries, the nurse looking on angrily. Eraserhead, this is exactly why I didn't want dash. It's good to cry. Izumi whispers. You can't just bottle it up or you'll explode. Mom dashed, her voice shakes, but she keeps going. Mom always used to say that. And so she cries, just like everyone she's helped in dreams. If only I could have my own dreams. She muses as she falls back into the dream room, the weight of a hero's hands still on her arm. If only this was one of them. You failed. The dragon scowls, glaring at his beer. She called the heroes. I was caught off guard by her attack, which I was not informed she was capable of, and then that damned undergrounder came out of nowhere. The pale man he's speaking to huffs through the severed hand on his face. The important players always have a special move. Yeah, well, she was an 11-year-old kid whose quirk was only supposed to work on sleeping people. A pawn for your sensei and a family for me. He gulps down the last of the beer in his cup, waving for another. The man with the hands snorts. A family? What about that woman? The flames curl from the dragon's mouth. Inko betrayed me. I would have been in that ice cube for years because of her. She turned our child against me and threw me away. It only made sense I did the same to her. Harsh, mutters another patron. Both men glare over at him, and he shuts up. Turning back to his beer, the dragon sighs. And now you won't even let me out to look for her? His knuckles turn white on the handle of his mug. I want to find her. I want to know my daughter. But I can't, because laws and useless lives that I snuffed out years ago. Quit pitying yourself. You failed, game restart. Sensei will find a use for you soon enough. Keep those heroes on their toes. Keep them on their toes? He smiles, finishing his second drink and pulling out a cigarette. Fine by me. I want to light the world on fire again. His eyes light up, seeing flames that haven't been lit yet. And I'll show my little Izumi how prettily it will burn. The fits got worse. All it took was one errant thought, one emotion, louder than normal, to send her into a screaming session or a fainting spell. Sometimes, Eraserhead was there, and he definitely made more stops at the hospital than normal. But he was still a hero, and had places to be. He had a home. So sometimes Izumi had to ride it out herself. Doctors, under one named Dr. Komi, tried to fix it. They viewed her as a special project, but nothing they tried worked. They even had a hypnotist come in, but the second they started she was screaming again. Izumi hated it. There were too many people, none of which were her mother. And each and every one of them fell into 3 categories. Ignored her completely, treated her like glass, or screamed in their mind so much she almost thought it was on purpose. All of them refused to talk about what happened. When Eraserhead came in, it was a breath of fresh air. Shards gone, if even for a moment, but he didn't act like she was going to break at any second. He sat there quietly while she cried and didn't treat it like a fit. He brought his bright yellow sleeping bag a lot. You know, kid, you're really starting to worry me. Izumi sighs, adding some shading to her drawing. She really had been getting good, seeing as it was one of the only things to do in the hospital. They wouldn't even let her do homework, because her brain was damaged or something. I know. I'm sorry I'm keeping you from your job. Eraserhead only shrugs. I work at night mostly, you're giving me an excuse to laze around. No one bothers me so long as I'm here. Izumi giggles at that. Outside, 3 doctors run past, on their way to a new patient. He's got 3rd-degree burns. Izumi freezes, and then she's back in the dream room, the shards of glass in her head screaming again. Burned to death, mom dead. Destro, Izumi. Red eyes. Izumi wakes up in relief, knowing that was a big one. She just doesn't understand. Why does this keep happening? Why can she hear them now? Why is the glass shattered? She had always taken that for granted, a normal piece of the dream room. It means something, she knows it does, but she doesn't know what it is. You're muttering again. Izumi looks up. Sorry, Eraserhead. Just thinking. He huffs. Doesn't that hurt? She only shrugs, leaning back against the headboard. Not really. It's other people's thoughts that hurt. I just wish there were fewer people around. Eraserhead is silent for a few minutes. He usually is trying to fall asleep, but now his mind is going 1,000 miles a minute. Name home people, Eraserhead. Izumi asks. You're thinking really fast. He looks up from his lap. My name is Aizawa Shota, if you want to call me that. He mutters, barely enough to be heard. Izumi sits straight up. Really? Thank you, Aizawa-san. He snorts at her enthusiasm. I'm with you often enough, aren't I? Eraserhead was getting annoying. The green-haired girl rolls her eyes. She'd been around him long enough to know that he cared, but was really embarrassed about it. Not that he'd ever admit it, but who would spend so much of their free time around a girl who broke down screaming at random moments? Thank you anyway. She finishes her drawing, an image of a park outside her house. What used to be her house. Izumi puts the drawing down carefully, eyebrows furrowed. Aizawa-san, what's going to happen to Dash? Screams erupt from downstairs. Aizawa is up in seconds, his sleeping bag falling to the floor in a heap as he darts out the door. With a moment's hesitation, Izumi follows him, out of her room and down the hallway, past doctors and nurses, patients and visitors. It's just one thing after another. The bottom floor is mayhem. 3 people in civilian clothing and cheap all-might masks, seriously, are running around, using quirks with relentless abandon. Izumi's old habits spring in almost immediately, drowning out the sounds of panicked minds. One with a duplication quirk, another with BLD manipulation, third unknown. What's the point of attacking a hospital? She mutters. Aizawa darts into the fray, his capture weapon exploding 3 clones into an orange cloud in the first few seconds. 5 more follow before the 3 villains react and the BLD manipulation one whips his hand to the side, Aizawa following its path as though pulled by a string. Halfway before the wall, his eyes flare and the villain's quirk is forcibly removed. Aizawa bounces up from the floor, and in a second has 2 villains relatively under control. Izumi is so focused on the fight that she doesn't notice the third until he's right next to her. Why, hello! She shrieks, jumping to the side and tripping over her own feet. Her concentration is gone, and in its absence comes the screaming of panicked people. Help attacked so many of them, why here mama? Izumi collapses, nothing to hold her up. The villain cackles. The dragon chuckles, well look at you, smirks. His mind is haywire, mad, everywhere, hurts more than it has any right to. Izumi's hands are clamped onto her head, mouth open in a silent scream of agony as the tears stream down her face. Daddy's here, my dear, your mind doesn't even need breaking. Please no stop, it's already shattered. Shattered, destroyed, splintered something is in her mind. This man's mind is pulling at the shards, moving them aside, slipping past, poking the lights. Ooh, you got an interesting quirk, girly. The villain cackles, and through Izumi's hazy pain she can see him plunk down in front of her. Wonder what happens if I grab one. I could feel it. I collapsed in training. That's what Shoto had said. No. Izumi doesn't know what happens next. The glass rises up with her scream and stabs at the man's mind. At the same time, he completely vanishes. What? Aizawa's boot clocks the villain across the face. He goes down, flopping like a broken puppet. Oh, that makes sense. A lot of stuff makes sense now. Kid. The villain is tied up, knocked out. Thank God. Aizawa is kneeling over her, worriedly pulling her upright and checking her pulse. He's got a mind quirk? She mutters, ignoring the pain of her back. Careful if he wakes up. Aizawa sighs and shakes his head. You are utterly insane. Your mind doesn't even need breaking. It's already shattered. My mind is broken, she says simply. Then she faints. Izumi wakes up back in the hospital. She doesn't want to open her eyes. She had found a simple, sweet picnic memory dream, and the calm was much better than here. The burns on her back hurt worse from where they hit the floor, and she's got a splitting headache. A soft snore reaches her ears, and she lazily turns her head to the side. Aizawa is sleeping in that huge sleeping bag again, messed up hair and scarf in a giant tangled mess. She giggles a bit and reaches over to poke him. Sleepin', Hisashi. Hisashi, father burning dead. Izumi tries to hold back the screams, but they come anyway, bubbling up her throat. That wakes him up. What the goody? Eyes flare, and the shards are gone, leaving Izumi gasping for air. God damn it, kid, don't do that. I thought you were dead. Izumi smiles at him. You do care. Over the few weeks, her comfort level with Aizawa had raised exponentially. And I feel great. Well, besides the screaming. But I know what's going on now. She bounces happily in the bed, clapping her hands together giddily. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. You do? Well, maybe. She corrects herself. Mind if I bounce the idea off you? He raises an eyebrow. Shouldn't I be getting Dr. Comey? Do you want to get up? I have a phone, you little twerp. Oh yeah. A Quirk phone call later, and the Dr. Comey bursts into the room with a clipboard and mind running 1,000 miles a minute. Izumi winces, but keeps it together. All right. The doctor says, pulling up a chair as Aizawa glares at him. Lay it on us. Okay. Izumi breathes out. So you know how I see minds when I'm asleep or unconscious, as lights in a big dark glass room. And how the glass got shattered. Aizawa's eyes flare quickly. Yes, thanks. And you also know how in stories and stuff, how people with mind powers can be kept off if the other person has good enough concentration or training. Yes, that's what the glass was. The barrier between my mind and the people I dream with. When they're asleep, the walls are down, and I can slip in easy. But while they're awake, the glass is up. So when I did the dumb thing, I shattered my barriers and his barriers. She pauses, biting her lip. If that makes any sense. But with my quirk, my barriers protected me from seeing and hearing minds when I'm awake, and now that they're broken, that doesn't work anymore. So my fits are trying to get the other thoughts to go away because they're breaking through the barrier, and that's why you can stop them. And memories activate the fainting spells, because it's the only way my body knows how to defend itself. She beams up at them, awaiting the reactions. So what do you think? Fascinating. You may have the answers to how minds and conciseness themselves works. Aizawa elbows him in annoyance. So, in other words, this hospital is the worst possible place for you to be. Izumi frowns. Yeah, I guess everyone's emotions run high in hospitals. Well then, Dr. Comey looks shocked, nearly dropping his clipboard. What? No, she needs to stay here. We need to understand. He babbles. She needs to heal. Izumi, would you be better away from the hospital? Izumi nods. I really think so, doctor. She looks down at the bed, wringing her hands awkwardly. You're even hurting me right now. The doctor looks shocked. I'm sorry, I let my curiosity get away from me. Yes, of course. He sits back, looking admonished. Aizawa smirks. Anyway, where could you go? The doctor muses. Summer vacation is almost over. Will you be going back to school? No. Aizawa and Izumi say together. Alrighty, so you'd need a tutor. Needs to be near here for checkups, though I could come to you and near Eraserhead for the Quirk muting O. Dr. Comey looks up. Eraserhead, could she stay with you? They stare at the doctor. What? It would make sense. She'd be near you except on patrols. I'm assuming you live alone, you wouldn't have to commute, it's perfect. He waves his hands in the air. Aizawa looks utterly shocked. What makes you think I'm prepared to handle a kid? What makes you think I live alone? You don't. You would have even more excuse to be lazy. Izumi muses. I wouldn't mind. Aizawa whips around to look at her. That is if you don't. I don't want to intrude. Aizawa sighs. No, it's fine. But I don't live alone, and my housemate ever heard of Present Mike? Izumi rolls her eyes. Have I? He's another one of my favorite heroes, why? Her eyes widen. No way. Aizawa snorts at the shocked look on their faces. Yeah. You really don't want to bunk with us? Are you kidding? That would be so cool. Izumi yelps. Can I meet him? Do you know any other heroes? Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you do, that's your job dash. Alright, I get it. He may be the only one able to keep up with that muttering. Aizawa grumbles. I'll talk to him about it. Thank you. When Izumi was ready, she moved in. Aizawa and the doctor drove her through the city, covering her ears at the utter chaos. Are we there yet? Don't even start that. Finally they arrived at the apartment building, a simple 3-story deal with little balconies. Aizawa pulled Izumi's small bag of stuff out and led her to the door as the doctor drove away. We're apartment 3F, all the way at the end of the hall. He informs her. They reach the door and he hesitates. Mike's probably gonna jump you. Izumi grins. I'll be fine. She steps back. Why is he terrified? Aizawa's eyes widen. Damn it. He yanks the door open. Oi, it's just a bug. A confused Izumi follows. It's a nice apartment, simple, open, and lived in. Right in the center, a tall blonde man is on the counter, pressed as close as humanly possible to the wall, a large fluffy cat watching in amusement. His mouth is squeezed shut in an action Izumi knows too well, trying not to let out the scream. Probably a good thing, seeing as a present Mike scream could likely level the building. Aizawa is grumbling as he muddles around, asking, where is the dumb thing? The blonde man points a shaking finger to the floor. Izumi spots it, a tiny brown spider, picking its way across the floorboards and utterly unconcerned with the chaos it has created. Aizawa scoops it up and chucks it out the window. Nice first impression, loudmouth. Present Mike lets out a breath. Thank you, show you to wait first impression. Aizawa jerks a thumb over his shoulder. You forgot, didn't you? No. Totally not, I would never. The man hops down from the counter, looking at Izumi awkwardly. The cat prances off, its entertainment gone. What's your name? Izumi smiles at him. Izumi Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Oh yeah, I remember now. Pleasure's all mine, little listener. Sorry about that, it's just dash. He shudders. Bugs. Izumi nods. You know my quirk, right? Dream hopping. The bug dreams are the worst. Mike winces. Oh, I could not do that, I could not do that. Oh. Izumi hefts her bag. Hey, where did Aizawa-san go? The two look over to see Aizawa flopped out on the couch, fast asleep. Well, I guess I'm showing you around. Mike laughs and pokes at the sleeping man's cheek. Name's Yamada. Izumi settles in quickly. Fewer minds leave her screaming fits rare, and she takes the time between to help out around the house. Fainting spells, however, are far more common, and it isn't strange for Aizawa or Yamada to find her slumped against a wall or piece of furniture, snoring softly. Usually, a cat will come and use her as a pillow. Yamada once asks if she's absolutely positive she isn't related to Aizawa, only to get a snort of laughter and a flying magazine to the head. Izumi plays with the cats, all 3 of them. Aizawa likes cats a lot. Izumi cries when she's alone, and sometimes they'll find her and sit nearby. She draws her heroes and people from her dreams. She tells stories of strange dreams and is told about the hijinks they've dealt with in their career. Izumi tries to forget about her mother. It hurts to remember her in more ways than one. She can grieve later when her mind isn't a shattered, painful mess. She can hold back the pain. She will hold back the pain. Hi, Shoto. Shoto looks up at Izumi's voice. Hey. She plops down next to him, still smiling though there is no light in her eyes. The snow chairs that they made years ago are still there, immobilized with memory and patience. Also, prolonged exposure to a dream quirk can cause lucid dreaming. No complaints from either of them. So how's it been? I should be asking you that, he says quietly. You disappeared for a while. Izumi winces, smile fading. I'm sorry. She looks down at her knees. It's been a long couple of weeks. Shoto looks conflicted. Do you want to talk about it? Izumi's voice trails off. It's okay if you don't want to, Shoto says. I'm bad with feelings. Izumi bites her lip. My mom, she's dead. Shoto looks up, and spotting tears, his eyes widen. Izumi. It's my fault. She sobs, finally letting tears flow. It's all my fault, I'm a terrible person, I shouldn't have told him my name, he went after me, she shouldn't have died. Shoto lunges forwards, arms wrapping around her. She latches onto him instantly, sobbing into his shoulder. It's my fault, I shouldn't have done what I did. Why? Just her hands clench into his shirt. Why? It can't be your fault, he whispers. But it is. That man, I'm the one that led him to us. She sniffs. What? They were after my quirk. She gulps in a breath, tears streaming down her face. He said the dragon, he said that Sensei wanted to use my quirk. He said he was going to use me to rule the world. Shoto's eyes narrow. You would never help them? No. I wouldn't. Izumi insists. But I stood there. I didn't do anything. I didn't. At a loss for words, she buries her face back in his ear. I couldn't do anything. Shoto pulls her closer, a hand in her long curls. I won't let them touch you. Her only response is more tears. Izumi wakes up slowly, the dream room fading away and the weight of something on her is coming into focus. It's the sudden snap of the neighbor's mind that brings her to full consciousness, and she yelps in pain, jerking to the side and slamming her head into the wall. Because what else? She groans, rolling away from the wall and clutching her head, and dumping the weight on her onto the floor, where it meows in protest. Izumi opens her eyes to see a very annoyed-looking black cat. The cat meows again, and she reaches a hand out to pet it. Sorry. She apologizes, gently scratching beneath its ear. I didn't know I turned into a pillow after I fell asleep. The cat meows again, obviously unimpressed by the apology, but leans into Izumi's hand. You're Ainiko, right? Izumi asks. Ainiko purrs, and she takes that as a yes. Aizawa-san really likes cats. There was the big fluffy gray one, Arashir, I think. Ainiko plops back into her lap. I guess I didn't annoy you too much then. Nah, he's just lazy. Izumi looks up, meeting bloodshot eyes. Hello, Aizawa-san. How was patrol? I want to die a painful death, he says, dropping his goggles and collapsing onto the floor next to her. Ainiko cracks one eye open, decides nothing interesting is happening, and closes it again. Izumi thinks for a moment. But Yamada-san is making dinner tonight. I hate that gives me hope. He grumbles, voice muffled by the floor. His hand reaches out, petting Ainiko, who purrs at all the attention. I see the cuddle monster has found a new victim. He will try to smother you in your sleep, be careful. Ah, this little cutie. Izumi asks, scratching a purr from the dozing animal. That cutie has made 17 attempts on our lives just this month. Aizawa drawls. Kiyoshi is a cutie. The hyper-orange one, right? Izumi asks, giggling. Yeah. Reminds me of Loudmouth. She is pretty cute. I play with her a lot. Arashir just stares in disdain from the doorway. She comments, still scratching beneath the cat's ears. Erasure does a lot of staring in disdain. That's who he is. Izumi hums softly, trailing a hand over Ainiko's soft fur. A light patting reaches her ears, and she turns to see Kiyoshi bouncing over. Look who's come to join the cuddle fest. Aizawa snorts, raising his head. Kiyoshi meows, and bounces over, butting her head into their hands. Greedy little annoyance. Izumi just pets them both. I have two hands. A low meow sounds from around the corner, and she turns to see Erasure. Aizawa snorts into the floor. You were saying? Mixed groan goes ignored by Aizawa and Izumi, both looking at cat videos on the couch. Izumi looks up, confused, to see the blonde hero with his wet hair tangled down his back, a towel over his shoulders, and wearing shorts and a t-shirt. His prescription sunglasses perch on the end of his nose, and he looks annoyed. For the love of God, his Yamada, Aizawa snaps, pausing the video. Yamada immediately and dramatically slumps onto the floor, pouting as miserably as possible. I can't get this knot out of my hair. Help me show Yuta. He begs, poking him with the brush. Busy. Aizawa grunts, playing the video again. With cat videos? Yamada moans. I have lost you to the kittens. Izumi pushes herself off the couch. I can help, Yamada-san. Yamada's face brightens instantly, and he turns away so she can reach his hair. Look, Shoyuta, she has a heart. I have a heart. It's reserved for cats. Aizawa grumbles. I am your husband. Yamada announces, horrified. Where's my love? Dunno. Izumi, smiling at their bickering, finds the knot easily and untangles it easier. Wow, your hair is really soft. She whispers, combing through it. Doesn't hair gel damage it? It's constantly in there. My glorious hair is made of steel, and should as of spite. He informs her, breaking off an argument about an incident involving Pai, high school, and someone named Namuri. Aizawa goes back to his video. Also, you got it out already. Izumi shifts on the couch, looking down at her lap. My hair is always a mess, and I helped my mom with hers. She finishes quietly. Yamada's hair streams through her loose fingers as he turns to look at her. Oh shoot. Sorry, I didn't mean to dash. Do you want to mess with ours? Izumi looks to Aizawa, who has paused the video once again and looks slightly unhappy about it. Yamada loves the feeling and I could do without it in my eyes. Izumi bites her lip, nodding. Yeah. I'll do yours first so you can get back to your video. He groans lazily, but moves, and one black French braid and a more complicated blonde braid later, she smiles and leans back onto the couch. All done. Nope. Our turn. Yamada announces. Swap places. Izumi giggles and does just that. Soon, the brush runs through her hair, and she smiles at the feeling. At least, she does before the brush hits a knot. Jesus kid, how messy is your hair? Yamada grunts, untangling it slowly. It's long, it's curly, and she falls asleep everywhere. Aizawa lists off. It's bound to be tangled. Yes, sorry. Izumi mutters, pulling at her bangs. Yamada sets the brush back in her hair, moving more carefully. Nah, the challenge makes it fun. Gimme a minute, and Izumi relaxes into his hands, shutting her eyes and pretending that the soft hands are her mother's. Izumi sobs in the corner between the couch and the wall, a hand over her mouth as tears stream down her face. Useless, nothing your fault, give up, dead, shattered, burned, dead, your fault, Izumi. At the sudden concerned voice, Izumi jerks backwards, slamming her head into the wall. Pain flashes through her skull, and she leans forwards again, whimpering. Oh, Izzy, that must have hurt. Wiry hands hold her shoulders, steadying her shaking body. It's okay, little listener, I got you. I got you. Izumi leans into the touch, desperate for contact. The hands pull her closer, wrapping her in a comforting hug. I got you. He probably heard her crying and came to check it out. Izumi clutches at his shirt, and Mike rocks her gently, humming under his breath. Slowly, the pain fades and her tears slow. Izumi hiccups softly into Mixity, listening to his humming. Hey, Yamada-san. Izumi asks quietly, voice shaking. Yeah, what's up? Your Quirk, you've had it since Bjarn's, right? Did you ever accidentally hurt someone? She whispers the words, almost afraid of the answer. Yamada frowns and leans back, watching her tear-stained face carefully. Yeah. My parents, well, you've seen me and show you to talk and sign, right? Had to learn it in my early years. He demonstrates a bit before putting his hands down. Screamed too much as a kid. What brought this on? Izumi winces, shrinking back into the couch. And babbling. It's just hey, it's fine. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Mike whispers. Izumi shifts uncomfortably. Mind the dragon. If my mind is shattered, then what happened to him? He was already unbalanced, and my mom, if I never had my quirk, I don't know. Her eyes flicker around the room, landing anywhere but on Yamada. Oh shoot, he whispers. Awkwardly, he puts his hands on her shoulders again. Look, everyone makes mistakes. You were scared and confused, and you did the only thing you could. He squeezes her shoulders gently. Even heroes make mistakes. Me, Shoyuta, All Might heck, I have stories from school I could tell you. Izumi sniffles softly. I know, but she's dead because of me, don't blame yourself for that. He insists. That's the fault of people who wanted to use you. They would never have come if I had been more careful. She whispers, hands clenching. The shards in her mind shiver, and she closes her eyes against them. Not now, not again, she's talking now. She can control it, wiry arms pull her closer. Izumi blinks at the sudden hug, freezing up. You were trying to help. They took advantage. It sucks, but we can't change the past. You just keep moving forward and don't let them win. He says, quieter than she's ever heard him. He said he was going to make you forget this hero nonsense, right? Well, give him a giant middle finger. No one's gonna crush that spirit, listener. Izumi's hands shake slightly, tears streaming down her face. Finally letting out a small sob, she falls into Yamada's arms. Thank you. She whispers into his shirt, hugging him back. Thank you so much. Not a problem. He tells her, gently patting her hair. Hey, wanna learn some sign? Hey, Izumi. Mike asks, poking his head into the room. Can me and Aizawa talk to you about something? I'm sure. What is it? Izumi asks nervously, dropping the cat toy and standing up. Kyoshi meows and starts chasing her feet instead. In the kitchen, Mike stammers out. He looks nervous, and Izumi immediately starts muttering. What is it? Oh no, what if I'm in trouble? I don't remember doing anything. You aren't in trouble? Aizawa grumbles, messing with some papers. We wanted to ask you something. Okay. She squeaks and drops onto the couch. Her hands clutch at the hem of her shirt, nervously looking at the papers. Aizawa groans. Relax. Izumi nods quickly, hair flopping around. Yamada sits beside Aizawa, looking at him, eyes begging. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I'm gonna have to do the mushy stuff, huh? Please. Aizawa leans forward, pushing the papers towards Izumi. So, you've been here for a while. And you're doing better, and we know you, and all that stuff. Izumi looks down at the papers, confused. Her eyes land on the title. Adoption papers. We thought you might want to be a permanent part of the family. Aizawa finishes, watching her face carefully. You, she whispers, picking the papers up. You mean it? Yamada nods, shifting awkwardly. You're like our kid already, Izumi. We both really care about you, and we understand if you don't want us to make it official. No. Izumi jumps up, voice cracking. I would love that, thank you. She dives around the counter, wrapping her arms around the heroes. They respond in kind, and soon, the three of them are smiling and hugging as happy tears roll out of Izumi's eyes. That night, it's official. They are a family. Izumi dreams again. Her dream room is as shattered as ever, and the lights flicker around it, worried and panicked. She pulls herself from the shards, lightly floating. She stares across the expanse, going on for as far as the eyes can see. She takes deep breath, setting her hands on her hips. This is going to be the most difficult jigsaw puzzle ever. When Izumi was 12, she was healing slowly. Izumi looks in the mirror, shifting back and forth between her feet. Her room is empty except for a sleeping Ainiko, as is the rest of the apartment, one of the rare moments when both her dads are away. Hi dash, she whispers, breaking off the word halfway through. She frowns at herself. It's a name. A name. It's Yamada-san's name. She insists to her reflection. I can say a name. I can hear a name. I can hear a name. That man didn't even say it. She stares into her eyes in the mirror. Maybe if she glares strong enough, she can see the shattered glass, show it the mirror and tell it, this is what glass is supposed to look like. Hiza dash, she takes a deep breath. Hizashi. She closes her eyes, bracing for the pain. Nothing happens. Izumi blinks her eyes open, staring back in the mirror at her own shocked face. Hizashi. She lets a small smile finally come out, giggling in her own victory. My dad. My dad's name is Yamada Hizashi. My dad's name is Yamada Hizashi. He is married to Aizawa Shota. We have 3 cats. They are heroes. My dad's, not the cats. My loud blonde dad's name is Hizashi. She bounces up, away from the mirror. Hizashi, 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 Hizashi. I can say it. The door opens somewhere in the apartment, and Mike, no, Hizashi, calls out. Izumi. I'm back. Immediately, Izumi rushes out of the room. Dad. Whoa, someone's happy to see me. What is it, listener? Hizashi. He stares at her, smiling brightly in the middle of the apartment. His bag drops from his shoulder, and he blinks in confusion. What? I can say it? Izumi says quietly, bouncing slightly. I can hear it. Hizashi's eyes widen in realization. He breaks into a smile, darting across the room to scoop her into his arms. You can say it? Izumi latches onto him, saying it again as if to prove she can. Hizashi. Hizashi. They parrot his name back and forth at each other, smiles only growing wider. As the cats get more and more confused. Oh, Shota's going to be so happy. He whispers after they calm down. I feel like a dad whose baby just said their first word, and it is the weirdest thing ever. Izumi just grins. I tried so strong. So strong. And I did it. She tells him. I am my dad. Not him. You're Hizashi. That I am Izumi. That I am. Dad. Izumi asks one morning, peeking over the counter at Aizawa. Why are you mad at the papers? Aizawa leans back, letting out a long sigh. Because none of these kids studied anything that I told them to. At all. Only like 3 of them pay attention in class. Izumi hops onto the stool and looks at the tests, each liberally covered in red pen. Wow. They really didn't. I have to grade them all. He groans, motioning at a stack of untouched papers. I want to sleep. Is there an answer key? Izumi asks, pulling another red pen out of a drawer. I can help. Aizawa passes her a paper and they get to work, Izumi being slightly kinder to the students. Aizawa remains merciless. Dad. Do you need help with that? Izumi asks, looking at the food ingredients all over the counter. Yamada looks up from the cutting board. You want to help? I'm bored. Izumi says quietly. Yamada raises his eyebrows but passes her the food. Well, alrighty then, little listener. Your other dad never helps, though if he did I'm sure he'd burn down the kitchen. But you burned water, Shoyuta. Water. Yamada calls back. Aizawa only grumbles and sinks back into his sleeping bag. Izumi smiles at the two of them. Always arguing, they seem like the last 2 people who would be married. Or even tolerate living together. Aizawa is so tired and logical, Yamada is energetic and emotional. Complete opposites. But somehow it works. Suddenly she snaps out of her thoughts, listening to a mind down the hall. Dad, there's a person dash, the door slams open. SUBF airs who wants to get drunk? Screams the person, and Izumi dives to Aizawa's couch. What the F, Namuri? Yamada shrieks at the woman who had burst through their door, dropping the meat in his hands. Everyone slaps their hands over their ears at the sudden Quirk-enhanced noise. The dark-haired woman, Namuri, brandished a few bottles. Come on, It's been a while since we all got wasty. Her voice trailed off as she caught sight of Izumi peeking out from behind Aizawa. Who is that? Aizawa groans. Namuri, meet Midoriya Izumi, our kid. Izumi, meet Kiyama Namuri, or as you more likely know her as, Midnight. Izumi's eyes widen. The R-rated hero. What? You have a kid? Kiyama gasps. Since when? Yamada grins happily, scooping the food off the floor. Remember the kid that Shoyuta saved and got attached to? We adopted her. I did not get attached. Aizawa grumbles, crossing his arms. Izumi walks around him, waving slightly. It's really nice to meet you, Kiyama-san. Kiyama squeals, leaving the bottles on the counter. Oh my goodness, you are adorable. Yeah, I remember that. You two didn't tell me she was this cute. Izumi blushes. I'm not that cute. You have messy hair and freckles, dearie. Kiyama announces. I could eat you up. But I'm guessing I'm not getting these two drunk, no. Aizawa growls, flopping back onto the couch. Fatherhood. Kiyama scoffs overdramatically. No fun anymore. Both men roll their eyes at her. You sure adjusted fast. Staying for dinner? Yamada asks, getting back to work. Always. Shoyuta stole your cooking. Kiyama informs him, slipping into a chair. Mine. Yeah, I know, you lazy caterpillar. Kiyama laughs at him. Izumi picks up her hero notebook from the floor. Kiyama-san. Can I ask you a few questions? She asks, starstruck. Oh boy. Aizawa grunts out, and a curious Kiyama nods. Your quirk is somnambulist, right? It makes people sleep and is more effective on males than females. The scent is a gas emitted from the skin, which is why you need to rip the bodysuit. Izumi rattles off, flipping to the page in her notebook reserved for Midnight. But would it be possible to make smoke bombs from the air you have already used it on, or would it go stale? Instead of ripping the bodysuit, could you have zippers or patches that you can pull off? Are there areas of skin that are more effective for use? I noticed that while your palms are free, you don't really use them. Kiyama stares. What? Izumi is a big fan of heroes. Aizawa tells her, ignoring Izumi's red face. She did the same thing to both of us. Oh. Kiyama turns back to Izumi. Repeat that but slowly. Still blushing, Izumi repeats her ramble. Kiyama leans back. Softer skin, underarms, stomach, armpits, thighs, works best. Palms get beat up with work. As for those other ideas, patches or zippers are probably a good idea. And smoke bombs. I never even thought of that. She smiles. Oh, I'm definitely asking support department to do that. It should make a great project for them, and I am so telling them a 12-year-old thought of it. And that is why we love her. Food is ready. Yamada announces, sliding the plates onto the table. The other three head to the table, Izumi poking Aizawa in the side a bit before he moves. So, how are you torturing students this year, Aizawa? Kiyama giggles, leaning over the table. Heard you tried to expel another student? Not tried. Did? Aizawa corrects, stabbing his food. He didn't even try, just a rich kid with a halfway decent quirk and a skill for acting. You need to stop that. They need to stop giving me bad students. Izumi watches as the three friends devolve into a long argument about school, asking questions and scribbling in her notebook as she does. It's the biggest family she's ever had. Toshinori-san. The skeletal man looks up, arms spread wide as he swoops over skyscrapers, smiling at her enthusiasm. Hello, young Midoriya. Met anyone new recently? Izumi soars down beside him, looking down to see the people below on the street. Toshinori's dreams are always so vivid. No, not really. But I think Sakura's nightmares are better, and Mrs. Yakudo has started to smile. Toshinori laughs. All because of you, little one. Izumi frowns. I can only help so much. They did it all by themselves. Toshinori shakes his head. You help so much more than you know. Every one of us will agree. Izumi shivers, looking down at the city. It's Mustafu, crystallized in memory several years prior. They're her old apartment. Not a burned mess in the dream. Some help she is. She whispers, stopping her flight. Tashinori pauses too, following her line of sight. What are you looking at? He asks, the rooftops holding no significance for him. Izumi ponies a shaky finger towards her old apartment building. I met a man named Sensei. He said that he wanted my quirk. And now that building and people in it, she mutters, tears welling up in her eyes. It was my fault. The dream shakes. Izumi starts, whipping around to see the blonde man looking utterly horrified. Sensei. He called himself Tashinori-san. Are you okay? Izumi asks, hurriedly wiping at her tears. Tashinori shakes his head. No, I killed him. All for 1 inch the dream shivers and cracks, and Izumi throws her arms out, latching on. What's wrong with him? Tashinori-san. She screams, and his attention snaps back to her. His eyes, always glowing blue, stare right into her soul, like he can pull the memory of the dream out and see it himself. I failed. And they fall, the dream shattering. Dad. What's up, little listener? Yamada replies, looking up from his music, the phone perched on Aizawa's head in his lap. What happened to the D-Dragon? Izumi stutters, clutching at her head. Immediately, Yamada drops his headphones and reaches for her. Izumi, you shouldn't dash, I need to know. Izumi interrupts. Please. Yamada freezes, biting his lip in worry. Are you sure? It's been years. Izumi says, sitting next to them and fiddling with Aizawa's hair. I need to know. Yamada nods, obviously nervous. But if you need me to stop, tell me. After Izumi nods back, he starts. No one caught him. The house was the beginning of multiple arson cases, most attacking government buildings, orphanages, and hero agencies. We think he was looking for you. Yamada says swiftly, obviously trying to get this out of the way. A few months later, he stopped, and despite small random arson cases in which his quirk is a suspect, he hasn't been seen since. Izumi listens, holding her breath and the shards she hasn't pieced together yet. Yamada watches, concerned. You good? He asks softly, reaching a hand out to hold her shoulder. I think so. She whispers. Thank you. Yamada pulls her closer, and all 3 of them end up in a tangle of limbs on the couch. Aizawa closes his eyes, smiling proudly to himself. When Izumi is 14, she's fixed much of the glass in the dream room. Instead of a jagged mess, most is smoothed out, fitted together like the jigsaw puzzle. She saw it as over years of strong work and bleeding dream hands. Though she can't fix the cracks, all that time has paid off. She picks up another shard, one she's been trying to place for a while. Come on, you have to go somewhere. She mutters at it. Or maybe I accidentally pulled you out of a dream. Hey, you part of my consciousness. She whispers to it, narrowing her eyes. Dead, burned, shattered, alone. Well, if you're whining that much, you must be part of me. She smiles at it, looking for a place where the shard could go. She spots a rough place and floats over. Nope, Izumi mutters to herself, angling the shard different ways. Stubborn little annoyance. Dad would call you something extremely rude, you know. Broken, Izumi sighs, floating back up. Not in this rough patch, then it belongs in one of the others. She's flying through the lights when she spots another new light. Her face lights up, and she drops to carefully place the glass down before shooting over to the light. It's a purplish color, its vibrations tired and worn down. Even though its owner is asleep, Izumi swears they aren't resting. Light sleeper. Can't say I have the same problem. She informs it, floating around it. And you're angry, but resigned to it. Who's been putting you down? She lays a hand against it, blinking in shock when she doesn't go in right away. Quirk. It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. The light shivers, and then Izumi is in a middle school. A school dream. Pretty common, but also annoying. Izumi can feel the approximate age of the dreamer, her own age. She can tell their general direction. What she can't tell is exactly which 13 to 15-year-old in this huge school it is. So she starts wandering through the hallways, checking for anyone who notices that she isn't in the school uniform but normal street clothes. Someone's got to notice, right? Continuity errors and all that. And someone somewhere should probably notice. Otherwise she's got to go through one by one. Izumi is so busy thinking she slams into someone. Oh, I'm sorry. She apologizes, though she's the one knocked back. Are you okay? The boy, a very tall, purple-haired person, how did she not see him, blinks at her. I'm fine. Are you? Yeah. She smiles, stepping backwards. He responded to her. A good sign that this is the dreamer. Anyway, what's your name? The other people are starting to gather around them. Whispers, distorted by the dream, start to rise. Definitely the dreamer. Shinso Hitoshi. He says, eyes narrowed. Mine is Midoriya Izumi. Why aren't you afraid of me? He hisses, and the dream shudders. The people around them grow dark, 10 feet tall, looking down at them from the corner of their eyes. Poor girl, should we help her? But he could control us as well. Oh, that poor girl, she doesn't know. The purple-haired boy shrinks back, looking around in a panic. I'm not gonna leave him alone, Izumi says, glaring at the shadows that surround them. Actually, you know what? That's enough out of you. She waves her hand, focusing on the purple boy's mind, and the shadows are gone. It's only an empty hallway now, besides her and Shinso. Shinso looks around, confused, still shaking slightly. What? It's a dream, Izumi announces. Sorry for messing with it, but it looked like they were bothering you. Usually I let people ease into that bit, but wasn't working. You were cutting me out. Shinso straightens, watching the hall. The dream. Wait, cutting you out? He turns back. How could I? How did you dash? Quirks are funny things, aren't they? She says as an explanation. Hey, wanna sit down? Sometimes, dreamers take a bit too long to process everything. Yeah. He mutters, slumping to the ground. Izumi follows him, sitting on the linoleum tiles as she waits for him to speak. If this is a dream, then, what are you? Shinso asks finally. Izumi smiles. Oh, I'm just as real as you are. My quirk lets me dream hop. Sorry for intruding. Oh. They sit in silence for a few moments before Izumi speaks up again. So you're bullied, but you seem nice enough. Shinso snorts. Oh, can't you see? I'm a villain in training, a deadly evildoer in the making. He growls out, waving his hands. That's why they were whispering, poor girl? Izumi says. What makes them think that? What makes you so sure I'm a good person? He glares at her, obviously trying to be intimidating. Izumi smiles. Well, my quirk. I can usually tell a bit about a person. And the actual villains I've seen, yes, I've seen some, don't look at me like that. She informs him and his purple raised eyebrows. They all felt just plain wrong. Something about their minds, she shivers at the memories. Sensei, and his cold hatred, her father and that smoldering insanity that he hid away beneath a calm blanket of ash. But you're nothing like that. You're just a bullied kid. Shinso blinks at her. I could kill you within a second. Yeah. So could anyone else. So could I. So could a dog. So could a dedicated duck. You aren't special. A shocked snort of laughter escapes from Shinso. Izumi takes that as a win. Your quirk, what was it? Shinso immediately sobers. Mind control. As soon as someone responds to me, I can make them do whatever I want. Really? That's so cool. Izumi whispers, starstruck. You could do so much with that. What did you want to do? He whispers. I want to be a hero, but it's not really suited for that. Oh please. Izumi scoffs. Not suited. Sure, you'd be an underground, but with a couple words you can stop a fight with little to no damage, or calm down someone in shock, or get someone out of the way. Of course, you'd need to know how to actually fight. Shinso stares as she dissolves into muttering. Oh. She squeaks, looking back up at him. Sorry, I tend to ramble a lot. It's just, why would they bully you? They're afraid I'll use my quirk on them. He replies, scratching at the back of his neck. So no one really talks to me at all. They all say I'm a villain in the making. That's silly. A quirk doesn't make who you are, it just gives you the ability to do something unique. She tells him. I had a friend and his quirk. Everyone tells him it's perfect to be a hero. And he uses it to push people around. Doesn't sound like much of a friend. Shinso mutters. She only shrugs in reply. He used to be different. But you know, I think you can be a hero. Shinso glares. No, I can't. I can't fight, I have to get them to reply to me, I can't. At the end of that outburst, he's shouting on his feet, glaring down at her. It's just a dream. I'm only deluding myself. He steps back, shaking his head. Around them, the shatter light begins to come, and Izumi watches it carefully. Hey, easy. She whispers. You're right, this is a dream. But I'm real. And you can be a hero. A particularly loud crack echoes through the dream, and she flinches. I started talking too fast, but I'll come back. Any idea who Eraserhead is? Not a clue. He growls. Well, he's there. Look him up. She stands as she speaks those words. He fights almost quirkless. He crawled his way into the hero community. Now he teaches at UA. She looks him right in the eyes, green meeting purple. This is a dream, but I'm not. Then she turns and leaps out, the dream slamming shut just after. She gasps in the dream room, floating beside Shinso's closed purple light. Well, that could have gone better. Izumi walks into the living room, discouraged after a failed attempt at contacting Shinso again. Hey, Dad. Aizawa looks up from petting Erasure. What? How did you get into a hero class? Your quirk wouldn't work on the robots, right? She asks. I mean, it's not like I'm doubting your skill, I just relax. I won the sports festival at UA, kicked all the hero class kids out of the ring. He rolled his eyes. How I met Hisashi, actually. Last opponent, and the only one that didn't go away. He rolls his eyes. No matter how strong I kicked him, he kicked me a lot. Yamada informs her from the kitchen. I swear I have this one bruise on my thigh still. That's a birthmark. Aizawa tells him. Just curious, Izumi. Izumi pokes her fingers. Well, I met someone in a dream last night. They have a brainwashing quirk, but they need a verbal response to do it. Everyone keeps telling them that they're going to be a villain, no matter how much they say they want to be a hero. Aizawa stops petting, much to Arashi's displeasure, and scowls. DMN kids. God, DMN kids and their bullying. Same thing happened to you, right, Shota? Yamada asks. Yeah. Aizawa mutters. Izumi, did you say anything to them? He continues petting the grumpy cat, obeying the silent demand of claws in his Izumi blushes. I asked them if they knew about you, because they didn't believe me when I said I wasn't their mind playing tricks on them, and then I told them to look you up because you may be an underground hero but there's still some stuff on you. She babbles. So maybe they'll see that you fight practically unknown and quirkless, and that I'm not just a dream. Oh, look at you, using your dad to inspire people. Yamada coos, springing over to her and poking her red cheeks. You're gonna go back to them? Aizawa asks. Izumi nods once she's freed of Yamada's fingers. Yeah. They can be a great hero, and they can prove everyone wrong. I know they can. Tell them to train. Each and every day, run, exercise, practice martial arts, do something. The bullies are right about one thing, that quirk won't help. They need to rely on their body and their determination to get the rest of the way on their own. Aizawa says. Izumi nods. All right. Yamada grins. And now that that's out of the way, who wants katsudon for dinner? Izumi floats back up to Shinso's light. Kosu has been the last 3 times she's checked. She glares at his, circling the non-responsive purple ball. Come on. She finally groans. You have to sleep sometime, don't you? His mind doesn't answer. She waits for one anyway, floating angrily. Well, as angrily as possible when you are gently bobbing and surrounded by twinkling stars of happy dreams. If you were blocking me out, that I could understand. I went way too fast, but they were hurting you. She tells him. You can't even hear me. I'm just talking to myself. Unless you can. She pauses. Like, subconscious messaging. Can I do that? 'Cause that would be cool. Come on, subconscious messaging. The light doesn't answer. Well, fine then. I'll go visit Shoto. But bye, Shinso. She waves, turns and floats off. Shoto's light should be The lights are gone, leaving an empty bubble of space. Well, almost empty. 2 mind lights float in the center, one that burns beneath a film of ash and another that screams with overwhelming thoughts and feelings. The dragon and Sensei. Izumi floats back among the comfort of sane mind lights, skirting around the edges. Afraid. Yeah, dream room, she's afraid. But can you blame her? She flits to Shoto's mind light, slipping in with ease. Shoto, she calls out, floating down onto the snow. Shoto, Izumi, he asks, popping his head up from the snow. The fiery red of one half of his hair clashes against the bleached landscape. Hi, she chirps, bounding over the snow to sink into their fort beside him. Izumi hugs him, face planting into his ease because he's so much taller. He smiles softly and hugs back before letting go. How have you been? It's been like 3 days, but I still want to know. Izumi babbles happily. Father is still making me train every day. Not much else. Izumi frowns. He's way too HRD on you. Shoto shrugs. Anyway, Izumi's frown deepens. Shoto raises his eyebrow at that. What is it? It's not really anything. Izumi mutters, slouching into a chair. I met someone new, through dreams. As always. Shoto says dryly. Izumi sticks her tongue out at him. Not like you're any better. Anyway, I met someone our age. And I've been trying to make contact again, for 2 days straight. And I'm honestly beginning to think that this person doesn't sleep at all. She tells him, pouting. And I just want to help because I actually have something to help them with. But I managed to find someone who doesn't ever sleep. Shoto only blinks at her. Izumi is used to it, he doesn't talk much at all, and his face never says anything to anyone who doesn't know him. But she can tell from the slight crinkle above his eyebrow that he's thinking. Ever. I haven't caught them asleep except for once, she sighs. Izumi sighs and leans back on her snow chair, the ice pleasantly cool against her back. Shoto's reoccurring dream never seems to be as cold as it probably should be. But it's fine. Eventually they have to sleep, right? So I'll get to them then. Maybe they're nocturnal. Izumi sighs. I'm really beginning to think that. Maybe I'll just stay in bed all day long on a weekend, because they have to go to school, right? And just glare at the light until they sleep. Sounds fun. Izumi rolls her eyes, even though he can't see her at this angle. Yeah. They sit in comfortable silence, just breathing in the cold. The cold is safe for them. True to her word, Izumi waits by the purple light for hours, really listening to it. She thinks she can hear, just say something whispered over and over again, but she could be hearing things. Boredom is weird. But she waits, hurting the purple light over rough glass as she patches it up, finally slotting that annoying shard in. And then another, and then another, and then another. She smiles as she slides one more into place, the final angle of mostly smooth glass reflecting the purple light. She sighs and floats back up to it. Okay, mister, you gonna let me in now? She stops, squinting, peering closer. Oh my god, you're dreaming. She squeals, zipping around the light. You're dreaming, and it's a happy dream. She screeches to a stop, reaching out a hand. Finally, Izumi soars down into the dream, which is far more cluttered than the last one and far less realistic. Cats. Cats everywhere. White, ginger, black, calico, gray, teeny tiny kittens to what looks like an honest-to-God tiger, sleek and smooth to huge fluffy puffballs. And each and every one of them is purring, so much that Izumi swears the whole dream is shaking. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Dad would love this dream so much. Izumi gasps, looking around. What the Izumi turns at the sound of Shinso's tired drawl. Hi. Oh my gosh, you don't sleep a lot, do you? Shinso looks utterly shocked. Shocked is a funny expression, especially when the person wearing said expression is covered in cats. On his lap, in his arms, there's even 1 or 2 curled up on his hair. You came back, of course I did. And is this what you normally dream about? Because I want to be here all the time. Look at all the pretty kitties. Izumi reaches a hand out for a fluffy gray one near Shinso, giggling as it noses her palm. Pretty. Soon she's covered in cats, each one purring in her ears. She happily pets all of them. You know, these kinds of dreams are the best. So simple but so happy. Animals are great. Oh gosh, except for bug dreams. I can't stand bug dreams. But kitties. She laughs at the feeling of whiskers on her cheek, looking up to meet Shinso's eyes. Sue, did you look him up? She asks slyly. Oh. Shinso shakes his head, the fact that it's a dream the only thing keeping those precariously balanced cats there. Yes. And Shinso winces, reaching around to rub at his neck. I believe you. I'm sorry. Izumi shrugs. It's okay. People really tend to freak out a bit when I reveal the fact I'm a real person, and I said some stuff that I maybe shouldn't have so fast. She frowns, looking down at the cat in her arms. I've been doing this for years and I still mess up. Shinso shrugs. Hey, I was a bit of a pages. He smirks at her startled squeak. What? Never heard swearing before. I have, it's just, never mind. She strokes one cat along its spine. You like cats? Yeah. Shinso pulls another from midair, scratching behind its ear. They're cute, and also pee-pee, and I can relate. Not the cute part, the pee-pee part. Izumi giggles. My dad loves them too. Reminds me a lot of you, actually. Sarcastic, a bit mean at first, loves cats, tired a lot. I mean, I'm assuming you are, considering how long I've been trying to get back into your dream. Days, Shinso, ever heard of sleep? She shakes her head, ignoring his smug smirk. Anyway, do you have a cat in real life? Yeah, black scrappy former alley cat named Shadow because I'm original. A cat matching the description prances between them, a small scar on its proud face. Shinso watches it, confused. How? Izumi shrugs. Focus on something enough, the dream will bend to your will. She explains, reaching out her hand, palm up. Another something I can do, actually, but I only use it to stop nightmares and stuff. An apple forms above her palm as she speaks, then morphs into a cat treat. She feeds it to Shadow, watching Shinso from the corner of her eye. Like I did to those bullies. Shinso looks lost in thought. You heard everything. Yeah. Izumi wiggles her fingers at Shadow, who immediately crouches, ready to pounce. If they're anything like that in real life, school must be tough. I manage. They ignore me, I ignore them. He mutters. Izumi pulls away just as Shadow pounces. It's lonely though. You've been there. Shadow nails her on the second jump. Yeah. An old friend pushed everyone else away, bullying me, and wow, I hardly ever tell that to people. Can't say I make people talk more. Izumi looks up from the cat, still trying to free her hand. You're Quirk, right? Shinso nods. And it's annoying because I wouldn't ever use it. But, well, that's a shame. You're really nice to talk to, Shinso. Izumi tells him. Yeah, sure. I'm serious. Izumi insists. You're funny and really nice once you get past the walls other people have forced you to set up. Shinso looks shocked at her certainty. Thanks. Anyway, in your Quirk. People need to respond, right? Shinso nods. A verbal response. What about sign language? 'Cause that would be cool. Sign. He thinks for a moment, petting the cats. Izumi snorts because he looks ridiculous covered in cats and in such deep thought. I don't think so. It needs to be verbal. Shinso says finally. Oh cool. I can teach you a bit maybe. Or if that's not okay, oh man, that probably sounded really rude. Izumi backtracks instantly, waving her hands in panic. Nah, it's cool. It'd be a good thing to know anyway. Shinso tells her. You know sign. My parents use it a lot. She explains. Anyway, I'll teach you later. Right now, I'm getting off topic again. You're 14, right? Yeah, why? No reason. Anyway, there was another reason I asked you to look up Eraserhead. Izumi leans forward. Did you notice how he fights? He takes away their quirks, then ties them up with his scarf. His quirk is pretty and powerful. Shinso shrugs. A lot like yours. Izumi tells him. Most of the time, Eraserhead fights quirkless. In order for his quirk to work, he needs to see his opponent, and he can't blink at all. In addition, the quirk needs to be an emitter type, not a mutant type, so the rest of the time he's just kicking butt. Shinso opens his mouth to retort, but ends up not saying anything. Izumi smiles at him. You can be a hero. It's going to be strong, but you can do it. Learn to fight, even just the basics. Get a decent night's sleep. Train like your life depends on it. But you can do it. Izumi punches at the air, smiling widely. Shinso smiles down at his lap. You really think so? Of course. Thanks. They sit there, happily petting the cats and pretending not to see Shinso's glistening eyes. I can still kill you. Once again, so could a dedicated duck. Izumi pokes at her food, pushing it around on her plate. Both adults look at her, concerned. Izumi. Everything all right? Yamada asks. Yeah. Izumi says, jerking her head up. Just thinking. About what, little listener? Yamada asks, leaning over and wriggling his eyebrows. Met any boys in those dreamscapes of yours? No. Both she and Aizawa say at the same time. I mean yes, but no. Izumi continues, blushing fiercely and refusing to meet either of their eyes. Oh, then any jewels? Yamada drawls, leaning even closer. Aizawa smacks him on the back of the head. She's too young to be thinking about any of that stuff. He grunts, going back to his food. Yamada rolls his eyes. Come on kitten, let me tease her a bit. Aizawa's face goes red at the pet name. Hisashi please. Fine. Yamada concedes, leaning back into his chair. So what were you thinking about then? Izumi shrugs, putting her fork down. I was wondering, well, I've gotten better at the whole shattered mind thing. It's mostly healed and I can block out most of the stuff I don't want to know. Both nod. Yes, and? Izumi turns red again, fiddling with a curl of hair. Well, I was wondering if maybe I could try to, maybe go to UA with you. I mean, not as a student or anything. She yelps, seeing their confusion. Like just hanging out, seeing if I can do it. If I can handle that many minds. Both look lost in thought, glancing at each other over the table. Izumi shrinks down. If that's okay, I mean. You want to go to UA? Aizawa asks, frowning. Izumi shrugs. Well, I figured it would be the easiest place. You'd be there, I can help with paperwork and stuff, you wouldn't need to worry about me too much. The men look at each other, obviously thinking it over. Well, we should ask Nedzu if that would be okay. Yamada finally says, but I don't see anything wrong with it. Really? Izumi squeaks out, smile lighting up her whole face. Aizawa sighs. But are you sure you can do this? That's what I want to figure out. Izumi says determinedly, smile still not completely gone. Yamada nods. Well, if the rules allow it, he leans back over the table. You got this, little listener. I got this. Izumi tells herself, looking up at the gates. They've arrived before the students have, so the school is empty except for a small room with about 8 people in it. Izumi can recognize Kiyama-san's mind, but no one else is familiar. You ready to meet the teachers? Yamada asks, grinning. Both dads are in their hero costumes. They know you're coming, so they're excited to meet you too. Really? Izumi squeaks. I'm gonna nerd out though. Oh god, Yamada pulls her along, grinning wide enough to spilt his face in two. Come on. I want to show off my little listener. They burst through the door, Mike screaming, what's up, meet Izumi. He pauses at the sudden decrease in his voice, looking back at Aizawa. Really show Yuta. I don't want a headache this early in the morning. Aizawa grumbles, collapsing into a seat. Yamada rolls his eyes. Anyway, Izumi. He yells, happily pushing her forwards. Izumi waves shyly at the heroes, most of whom are watching in amusement. Midoriya-chan. Midnight squeals, waving back happily. It's been a while. Why? Nice to see you, Kiyama-san. Oh, should I call you Midnight because you're in costume? Izumi realizes. Whatever you feel like. Midnight giggles. You are still so cute. She really is. The space suit comments, and Izumi can practically hear the smile in Their words. Midnight crows. Anyone else want to admit she's the cutest thing ever? The man in the cowboy hat and a gas mask sighs and slips some money across the table, and Midnight snatches it instantly. Did you bet on how adorable my daughter is? Aizawa grumbles from his chair. Midnight, happily gathering money from practically everyone at the table, nods. I got everyone in on it except Chio and Nedzu because they don't bet. She crows. Yeah, good for you. Grumbles a man with fangs. You're Vlad King, right? Izumi asks, starstruck by the sheer number of heroes. The man nods, smirking slightly. Your dads tell you? Izumi shakes her head. I'm a really big fan of heroes. I know all of the teachers. Cementos, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, Hound Dog, and Recovery Girl. She lists off, pointing to each hero. Impressive. Comes a squeaky voice, and Izumi jumps in surprise. She hadn't felt another mind at all. What? She whispers, looking down at the mouse. In a suit. Hello, Midoriya. I am Principal Nedzu. He chirps happily. It is an honor to finally meet you. Izumi stares at him. Where is his light? It's an honor to meet you as well. What? You all right, Izumi? Yamada asks, raising his eyebrows. You look like you've seen a ghost? I can't sense his mind. Izumi says in quiet confusion. I can't sense him at all. Everyone paying attention to the conversation, that is to say, everyone, looks as utterly confused as Izumi does. What's she talking about? Snipe whispers to Midnight. Her quirk. She hisses back. I think I understand. The principal says after a minute, clapping his hands together. See, I am not a human. I am an extremely rare case of an animal born with a quirk. Oh. Izumi breathes. So I can't sense minds that aren't human. I suppose that makes sense. Indeed. Nedzu asks, padding over to the table. Izumi follows him, glancing at her parents. Now, class is about to start. The principal announces, motioning to the clock. You had all best go to your rooms. No need to worry, I will take care of Midoriya. The teachers nod, heading off to class. Make sure to call me if you think you can't handle it. Aizawa reminds Izumi, patting her on the shoulder. She nods, accepting some tea from the principal. Soon, she's alone with the principal, both sipping tea and watching students begin to stream through the gates. The sudden influx of minds gives her a headache, but Izumi handles it. I got this. She whispers, watching the uniformed students make their way inside. Hundreds of them, each with a different wavelength, a different shade, a different cascade of thoughts. Midoriya. Nedzu asks as she trembles with her barriers. Are you alright? I'm fine. I'm okay. She insists. I just teenagers. Drama. I have no room to talk. Izumi knows she's rambling, but at this point she doesn't exactly care. I see. Well, in fear of breaking your limited concentration, there is something I need to ask you. Izumi nods, eyes tightly shut. Give me a moment. Breathe. Izumi opens her eyes and nods. Nedzu hums, sipping his tea. So, do you know what you're doing is technically illegal? What? Izumi says, shocked. I don't. Using your quirk in that way. Nedzu clarifies. Proper use of quirks legislation, paragraph B, unless the user has a government-approved license, quirks are not to be used on an unwilling or unaware participant. In the case of a license, the user must have a reason, i.e. villainous activities or necessary assistance. Assistance can be turned down, and a hero must not press their influence. You don't have a license and are influencing numerous people without knowledge or acceptance is illegal, despite good intentions. Oh. Izumi blinks in surprise. I had no idea. Does that mean I have to stop? Nedzu chuckles. Not at all. No one has really noticed except for me because, well, I am me and I can help you out with that license. Izumi is really glad she didn't take another sip of tea, otherwise she would have spit it out. AA hero license. What how? Nedzu takes another sip of tea, smiling in amusement. You see, this is a hero school, and you have a very unique quirk that has already been shown to help several people. You have been doing this for how long? Since I was 6. For 8 years. Izumi stutters out. Nedzu nods. And helped hundreds. Now, Recovery Girl didn't exactly get a normal hero license. She knows how to fight but not in the same way others do. Recovery heroes go vastly unnoticed, but they are there. I can pull a few strings, get parental permission, and we will be good to go. He smiles at Izumi, who looks completely lost in thought. Recovery heroes really do have to be a thing, I suppose. But I'm way too young to get a hero license, even a provisional one. I haven't had any kind of training at all, and I don't really do anything heroic at all. She rambles, chewing on a nail. On the contrary, you help a great many people. And as for training, you will need to learn psychology and the like, but it is simply a book education of things you likely have already taught yourself. Merely a formality. Netsu announces. Besides, it will allow you to help people better. Izumi pauses, lost in thought. I can really get a license? Netsu nods. Of course. Well, if it's allowed, Izumi muses, sure. Izumi's dads gave their permission, and soon she was driving with them to USJ every other day to read psychology books and be tutored by Netsu for her license. The distraction helped with the minds, their schoolwork slowly fading away in favor of her own. Of course, there was still the occasional fainting spell, and one time she had burst out screaming. Nizu was right in the fact that she knew most of the stuff. Just not the names, or that it was totally universal. One day, Midnight burst into a room, clutching a book and grinning ear to ear. Izumi, I got you something. What? Izumi says, confused, putting down her book. You didn't have to get me anything. Midnight shoves the book at her, still grinning. I saw it and thought it would be hilarious. Warily, Izumi picks up the book, reading the front cover. Dream interpretation. What your dreams mean for the future. She looks up at Midnight's face, red from the effort not to laugh. Really? Starts cackling, stumbling into a seat and helplessly waving her hand. I can't, oh God, I can't breathe. She wheezes out finally. Netsu starts chuckling too, holding a paw out for the book. I wonder if any of this is correct. Let me see. Izumi asks, giggling. She flips to the first page. To see an aardvark in your dream indicates that you are being very secretive and cautious about your business. Really? Why aardvarks? I don't know. Look up something that appears a lot in someone's dreams. Midnight giggles. But I'll look up snow and cats, because I have two dreamers who literally dream of nearly nothing else. Izumi decides, flipping through the pages. Okay, cats. But a full page is dedicated to cats. What kind of cats do they dream about? Netsu asks, leaning over. We can narrow it down. Izumi shrugs, reading down the page. It's just an entire room full of cats. Big, small, wild, tamed cats everywhere. Is this Aizawa's dream? Midnight asks, smirking. Izumi shakes her head. He reminds me of him, though. Let's seats independent spirit, feminine sexuality, creativity, and power. It also represents misfortune and bad luck. Wait, what the? If you are afraid of the cat in your dream, then it suggests that you are fearful of the feminine. What does that even mean? Midnight shrugs, rolling her eyes. No idea. Fearful of the feminine, Izumi mutters, reading on. Okay, wait, I found another weird part. To see a cat with green spikes, what kind of cat has green spikes? Sounds like an even more confusing animal than me. Netsu jokes, pawing through the pages. Look at snow, perhaps that one will make more sense. Right? Snow, snow, snow. Here it is. Izumi points to the page. To see snow in your dream signifies your inhibitions, unexpressed emotions and feelings of frigidity. You need to release and express these emotions and inhibitions. Alternatively, snow means that you are feeling indifferent, alone, and neglected. If the snow is melting, then it suggests that you are acknowledging and releasing emotions you have repressed. So, Midnight asks, raising her eyebrows. You've got an Ice Queen. Ice King. And yeah, that's pretty accurate. His home life isn't the best. Izumi says sadly. He's not really allowed to do much. Midnight sighs. Poor kid. But hey, at least his dreams are nice, with you in them. She wiggles her eyebrows at Izumi, who squeaks. It's not like that. Never said it was. Midnight sings out of the corner of her mouth. She snatches the book from Izumi, whose entire body has gone bright red. Okay, give me another. I'm a broken statue. Izumi mumbles, thinking of Toshinori's early dream. Midnight flips the pages. Well, Broken is, to dream that something is broken indicates that an aspect of your life is not working smoothly. The dream may be analogous to a broken relationship and an unfulfilled life goal. Consider the significance of the object that is broken and who it play into your daily life. Sounds fairly self-explanatory. And statue more page flipping. To see people you know as statues in your dreams symbolize a lack of communication with that person. You feel that the relationship is inflexible, unyielding, or going nowhere. Alternatively, it may represent someone you idealize and admire. You are putting someone on a pedestal. Perhaps the dream is analogous to their statuesque and nice figure. To dream that you are a statue signifies that your true self is out of touch with reality. So who was the statue? I forget. Izumi admits. I was more focused on the BLD. But it was a hero, I think. Build it. Midnight squeaks. Nodding, Izumi holds her hands out for the book. It was a memory of a hero's failure. The entire city was destroyed, but the dream was the failed hero sitting on the broken statue and looking at it all. Midnight launches forwards, grabbing Izumi and pulling her into a hug. Oh my poor baby, having to see all that. Izumi drops the book, yelping in surprise. Kiyama-san, I'm fine really. I've seen worse. Midnight's hug gets even tighter. Tiny, tiny adorable baby, having to deal with nightmares and wait. She releases Izumi, who takes a deep breath of much-needed air. You hop dreams. All dreams. Nedza coughs lightly. Kiyama, I really wouldn't. Izumi turns bright red as Rashes realizes what the R-rated hero is implying. I learned how to tell what kind of dream someone is having before going into it. Kiyama shrieks, and Izumi is being suffocated again. Oh, but you look so innocent. My baby. What are you on about this time? Comes a groaning voice. Izumi quickly wriggles out of Midnight's grip, blushing. Aizawa. Your daughter hops dreams. Midnight announces. I'm perfectly aware of that. Aizawa says, eyebrows raised. Dreams, Aizawa. Wet dreams. Midnight clarifies. Aizawa blinks, then dawning horror comes across his face. Wait, what? I never go in them on purpose. I figured out how to avoid them when I was like 5. Izumi practically screams in embarrassment, waving her hands around. 5? Midnight screeches. You had to figure that out at 5. Have you even had the SEC talk yet? Izumi can hear Nedzu chuckling in the background, obviously enjoying her embarrassment. I know. Aizawa groans. Neither of us even wanted to try. Midnight gapes. You know what? My turn. Sweetie, I'm your mom now. You have 2 dads and a mom. Let's go talk about the birds and the bees. Izumi can feel all the BLD in her face drain away. And take note there's a lot, because she was blushing extremely strong. What? No, I'm fine. Kiyama-san, I mean it. Midnight pulls on her elbow, dragging her from the room. Wait, Dad, help me. Sorry, Aizawa says, collapsing into his chair. I don't want to have to do it. The door closes on Izumi's utterly betrayed face. A few days later, she heads off the Shinso's mind. Training strong, Shinso? Izumi asks, floating into Shinso's dream. Cats, as per usual. He jolts, whipping around to see her. Don't do that, he says, sheepishly scratching at the back of his neck after recovering. Izumi shrugs. Sorry. Anyway, how's it going? Shinso rolls his eyes. I have never been so sore or so tired, and that is saying something because as you noticed before I've got insomnia. But he looks down at his hands. I feel great at the same time. I'm getting to be one of the best in gym class, which is honestly the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. Bully's been any better? She asks sadly, remembering her own. Shinso only shrugs. Nope. You remain my only friend, and I still haven't technically met you yet. Izumi frowns. I guess we haven't. Have you ever met any of the people you dream with? Shinso asks, curious. No. Izumi whispers, hugging herself. But I have met someone who was supposed to bring me to him. Shinso blinks. You know, I'm getting strong don't ask vibes. So I'm gonna move on. Do you want to call me Hitoshi? Caught off guard by that statement, Izumi just stares at him. I mean, you are my only friend. He explains, still rubbing the back of his neck. If you don't want to, then no. No, it's okay, just surprised me. Hitoshi. They smile at each other, awkwardly as any teen would. The dream starts shattering. Hey Hitoshi. Izumi says, nervously. Am I waking up? He asks, resigned. Yeah. But you know, Izumi smiles at him, coming to a conclusion. I trust you. She returns to the dream room, still giggling at his confused face. But now, off to see some other people, she floats off, carefully checking for any nightmares as she goes. Happy dream, memory dream. No, I am not thinking of Midnight's lecture. I refuse Shoto. A nightmare. Izumi floats towards his light, and a second later she's watching a 5-year-old be kicked to the floor, sobbing. You're pathetic. You won't even be able to stop the weakest villains at this rate. The man over him growls, looking down in utter disdain as the flames of his beard flicker. Please. A woman with white hair shouts, running to Shoto. He's only 5. 5 is old enough. The man shouts, slapping her to the side. Izumi's seen enough. She leapt forwards, slashing her hand through the man, and he dissolves into powder. Shoto. She yelps, falling onto the floor, the white-haired woman taking no notice of her. But Shoto looks up, meeting her eyes. Izumi. Everything else falls away, and both sit in the frozen field again. Shoto is his normal size, the growth meaning they're practically on top of each other. Shoto he shakes his head, shifting into a more comfortable sitting position. It's nothing. He looks up, catching sight of her tears and panicked breaths. Izumi. I'm fine, are you okay? She whimpers, holding out a trembling hand. Shoto frowns, taking it, trying to reassure her. Izumi, you're panicking. I promise I'm fine. Dragon? His eyes widen as he realizes what she saw. What? No, Izumi, it's nothing, I promise. Your dragon? She whimpers, clutching onto him. He hurt you, there was fire. Izumi, I know. The dream cracks, unnoticed. Izumi shakes with sobs. Shoto can't sense it. The dream shatters. Shoto shoots up in bed, bangs stuck to his forehead from sweat. Izumi watches, gasping through the sudden pain. Shoto, Dad is on the warpath, he wants you. Hisses a young woman with short white hair and red highlights. Fuyumi. He groans, holding his hand to his head. Izumi is confused. What is happening? This isn't a dream, Shoto. Tell him I'll be there in a minute. I need to go to the bathroom. He grumbles, rubbing at his eyes and trudging to the bathroom. Hurry. Fuyumi whispers, still nervous, and scurries out of the room. Now is as good a time as any. Shoto. He freezes, looking around. Izumi. Oh God, you can hear me. Izumi says, panicking completely. Shoto, I messed up so bad. Izumi, are you in my head? Yes. Shoto winces at her panic screech. Calm down. It's going to be fine. I'm fine, you're fine. Breathe. Breathing. I can breathe. Can I? I'm technically a wavelength. This isn't helping. She rambles, trying to calm down. You alright? Shoto asks after she's been quiet for a while. I think so. Izumi replies, feeling around where she is. In Shoto's mind, while he is very much awake. Has this ever happened before? He asks, confused. You never did this. She mutters. P.S. It was an accident. I think I stayed in while you were waking up, and I didn't notice the shatter light, and now, she pushes against the barriers, but they're unyielding. Now I'm stuck. Great. Shoto. He winces, nervously clutching at his head. You're stuck. There has to be a way out somehow. I don't know. I only got out last time because Quirk got erased, I don't know. Izumi explains, still pushing against the wall. Although your mind should open when you go back to sleep. And if it doesn't, someone should come wake me up. But, so I just have to get through the day. Yeah. Shoto, get your worthless self here now. Izumi, are you sure there's no way out? He hisses, glancing at the door. Izumi, watching nervously, can only whisper, Not unless I want to drive you insane. Shoto nods, heading towards the door. Sorry. He walks down the hallway, passing by a room with 2 people in it, both older than him, watching nervously. Shoto doesn't look straight at them, instead moving through a door at the end of the hall. Finally, Shoto looks up, and the man from the nightmare glares into his eyes. Izumi whimpers in his mind, pushing away. Sorry, father. Shoto mutters, glaring at the floor. A hand strikes out, and Shoto stumbles down. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Your entire existence is to please me, to become the heir to my title. He growls, pulling him back up. Take your stance. Shoto, what is happening? Izumi panics. She's been doing a lot of that lately. Shoto takes his stance, reaching his right arm out as the room gets colder. On the other side, the man lights up in flames, and suddenly Izumi recognizes him. Endeavor, the number 2 hero. Shoto had never told her about his family, only the Quirk marriage, his mother's breaking point, and that his father wasn't the best of people. But Endeavor, a hero. Endeavor blasts fire forwards, and Shoto's ducks out of the way, ignoring Izumi's random noises in his head. He sweeps close to the ground, covering the floor in ice and using it to slide. You okay? Oh, fire. That won't work, Shoto. Endeavor roars, stomping and sending out a wave of fire. The ice melts from the intense heat. Shoto stops sliding, but keeps moving, barely ducking under another blast of fire. It grazes his arm, and he bites his lip to keep silent. Fire. Water. Shoto, make an ice bridge over his head and then let him melt it? Izumi begs, wanting the fire to go away. He follows her plan, the ice arcing into the air instead of spreading over the ground. Didn't you hear me, Shoto? That won't work. Endeavor roars, his flames expanding to huge proportions. Shoto falls to the ground, his ice bride gone. The water falls. Splash. Trembling, Shoto looks up at Endeavor, who looks like a wet dog, flames gone completely out. Shoto, he glares, steam rising up from his body as flames burst forward. Izumi screams, flailing out of the bed and into someone's arms. Shoto. Izumi. Dead. She gasps, clutching at his arms. What happened? You weren't waking up. Aizawa explains, setting her back on the bed as Recovery Girl watches carefully. We were going to wait, but something felt wrong. Something was wrong, she says, clutching at her head. I got sucked into someone's waking mind. I freaked out and didn't leave in time. Izumi meets her dad's eyes, tears streaming down his face. Dad, Endeavor's mind. Aizawa mutters, frowning. The man's a bit douchey. Oh. His son. Izumi explains, shuddering. He abuses his son. What? He abuses his son. I only saw a bit, but Izumi chokes out, wiping at her teary face. I saw him as a kid, a memory. Endeavor kicked him so strong he threw up, and then he slapped Shoto's mom out of the way, and then in the present, he made Shoto spar with him, and he burned his arm really bad, and he was shouting and screaming and all the other kids looked so scared. Endeavor kept saying, you were made to take my title. Aizawa leans back, glaring at nothing in particular. That might have. I'll get this to Nedzu right away. Recovery Girl announces, gently laying a hand on Izumi's knee. Don't worry, sweetheart, we'll get them out of there. All of them. You've done so much. Izumi nods, still wiping away tears, as Recovery Girl pops her head outside. She can faintly hear midnight, before she rushes away for Nedzu. Are you okay, Izumi? Aizawa asks, rage boiling beneath a calm exterior. The fire, terrified. But it didn't. Hurt me, it hurt him. Izumi mutters, clutching at her arm where Shoto was hit. I knew his father wasn't the best, but to that extent. And Endeavor. He's supposed to be a hero. I know. He mutters, scarf shivering on his shoulders. And believe me, I will happily punch him for you. Izumi nods, sniffling. Do you think Shoto will be okay? Endeavor isn't likely to randomly hurt him more than he has already. He doesn't know you were there, so there's really no reason to. Aizawa says bluntly. Izumi thinks back to the look of utter soaked rage on Endeavor's face. He really annoyed him though, I know. We're gonna get him out of there as soon as possible. He assures her. Endeavor has been a deech for a while. This is just the nail in the coffin. Izumi nods, clutching at the blankets. He's gonna be fine. It was all over the news. Pro hero Endeavor arrested for abuse, fans shocked. Flame hero arrested. Corrupted hero. This is utterly ridiculous. Aizawa groans, throwing the paper across the room. Media people are all vultures, ripping at the same rotten carcass. Poetic. Mike yawns, rubbing at his eyes and heading to the coffee machine. The kids are safe though. Poetic my butt. Aizawa grumbles, arm flopping over his face. Izumi sighs, picking up the newspaper. She hadn't been able to go, seeing as Endeavor would be extremely angry and she was already on rocky ground with the shards. I'm just glad they're out of there. That no one should have had to deal with that. We aren't out of the woods yet. Aizawa grumbles, arms still over his face. We still have the court stuff, more media nonsense, yada yada, your paperwork. Yamada nudges him with a coffee mug, sipping from his own and immediately perking up. Yeah, but that stuff Nedza gets to deal with. Still. Anyway, good work, Izumi. Oh yeah. Yamada shrieks in realization. First big hero work, family hug. Waits, Hisashi, you literally just gave me coffee dash, it's too late, and Yamada stops them both up and squeezes them, ignoring Aizawa's grumbling and Izumi's uncontrollable giggling. I'm gonna see if I can contact Shoto. Izumi decides, freeing herself from Yamada. Aizawa grabs her arm as she tries to go to her room. It's morning, probably not. Besides, Nedzu wants to talk to you about something. Izumi sighs, biting her lip. But you're probably right. Off to school? I don't want to teach. Midoriya. Nedzu chirps, happily waving from his spot at the staff table. Thank you once more for the information. Izumi blushes as the entire room turns to her, smiles on the faces she can see. Which actually isn't a lot. Seriously though, why do so many teachers have no face? My little baby, overthrowing corrupt heroes already? Midnight squeals, diving out of her chair and scooping Izumi into her arms. You're gonna do so much? Kiyama-san, I didn't do anything impressive. It took so long. Izumi mutters, hugging back. Are they all right? The youngest is bruised and has some burn marks, but he's being treated now. Apparently the eldest sister will get custody. Vlad King informs her, flipping through the report. The mother's condition has been re-evaluated too. That's good. Izumi breathes, which is difficult because Midnight is still crushing her. Actually, they're in a hero agency not far from here. Really? Izumi perks up, turning to 13. Can I see them? Just a moment, Midoriya. I want to give you something. Nedzu says, hopping off his chair and motioning to his office. I'm sure your fathers will take you to see them after their classes are done. Sure thing. Yamada announces, giving her a thumbs up and poking Aizawa awake. Izumi nods, tapping her foot impatiently. There's a whole day until she can go, but she can't do anything about it. Now then. Nedzu smiles, pulling a small packet of papers from his desk. Many people were impressed and astounded by your actions. Izumi frowns, fiddling with a curl of her hair silently. You've been here for almost a year, relearning psychology and laws, and in light of your recent action, the need for an official name to report on, and multiple people endorsing you, they've decided to give you your hero license. The curl slips from Izumi's fingers, her mouth open in utter shock as she gapes. She must have heard him wrong. What? Your license? Nedzu says, still smiling as he passes over an envelope. Already? Aizawa mutters, taking the envelope when Izumi doesn't make a move to touch it. It looks official. Open it, open it, open it. Yamada squeaks, shoving it back towards Izumi. She does, pulling out a packet of official-looking papers and a small, plastic card. Name, Midoriya Izumi. Hero name. Dreamer, we spoke about the name before, but feel free to change it at any time. Nedza smiles, hands in his lap. This is real, right? Izumi whispers, touching the card. I really, Dad, are we positive I can't dream? Pretty sure. Aizawa says, smiling. Oh my God, you did it? Midnight shouts, pulling her into yet another hug. Behind her, more shouts of congratulations come from all the teachers. You did it. Dreamer. I love the name. Who helped you think of it? Izumi giggles, returning the hug. You did, Kiyama-san? Oh, that's right. I move over. I want to hug my kid. Yamada announces, and soon Izumi is entirely engulfed by three heroes, seeing as Aizawa had gotten dragged into it somehow. He totally jumped in on his own. You sure you're all right with this, Izumi? Yamada asks, looking out the car window. You don't have to meet them if you're uncomfortable with it. Their car is in front of the hero agency where the Todorokis are staying until everything blows over, press swarming around the entrance uselessly. Oh, I want to... Izumi mutters determinedly. I've known him for 8 years, Dad. All right. He pats her shoulder, and the three of them slip out of the car. Immediately, the press turns to the well-known hero, ignoring Izumi and Aizawa. Present Mike. Do you have anything to say regarding Endeavor's arrest? One woman shouts, shoving her microphone in the famous pro's face and ignoring Aizawa and Izumi. They wriggle through the crowd, abandoning Yamada to the press. Security guards usher them inside, pressing back the reporters once again. Izumi nervously rubs her forehead beneath her curls, carefully making sure she won't break down. You good? Izumi nods, looking around the agency. It's simple but still comfortable, a few sidekicks and business people watching them. We're here to see the Todorokis. Aizawa grumbles, and one man steps forwards. Identification. Aizawa holds out his hero license, nudging Izumi when she forgets to. Blushing profusely, she pulls hers out as well. The man raises his eyebrows at her, but waves for them to follow him. They walk silently through a few hallways, stopping at a door. The children are all in here for their own safety. Please don't upset them, it's been a traumatic day. He mutters, opening the door. 3 people look up, each with some kind of red or white hair. One has pure white. One who Izumi remembers is named Fuyumi with mostly white hair streaked through with red, and Shoto. He's staring at her, shock in his mismatched eyes. Izumi. He breathes, disbelieving. His siblings WHP around to face him, completely confused. He ignores them and numbly gets to his feet, staring like he's afraid she'll vanish. What are you doing here? There's a bruise on his jaw and bandages on his arms. Oh my God, are you okay? She shrieks, tears streaming down her face as she dives forwards and wraps him in a hug. He was so angry and he hit you and he hurt you. Are you okay? I'm fine. Really, I promise, he whispers, hugging her back and burying his face into her hair. I'm fine. I don't mean to interrupt, but who are you? The white-haired boy asks, blinking at the sobbing girl his younger brother is comforting. Natsuo, that's very rude. Fuyumi squeaks, as Izumi and Shoto separate. Though I really would like to know. Dreamer. The younger occupants of the room turn to Aizawa, leaning against the wall and looking utterly bored. She's the hero that spilled the beans about the flaming bag of trash. That was you. Natsuo and Fuyumi gasp. How did you even find out? Izumi shrugs. I can hop into mines. Well, dreams really. That's where Dreamer comes from. I may or may not have gotten stuck in Shoto's brain. Cool. Dreamer. When did that happen? Shoto asks, looking utterly confused. Today. Izumi mutters, blushing. I'm officially a hero now. Congratulations? Shoto says awkwardly, obviously having no idea what to do. Izumi smiles, wiping away her tears. Thanks, Shoto. Why were you even in Shoto's mind? Asks the white-haired boy, obviously curious. Izumi moves to sit down, Shoto following her. Well, I've known him for 8 years. We just talk, I guess, and I vent to him about stuff, and I took too long and, you woke him up. She says, looking to Fuyumi. Her eyes widen. Is that why he took so long? She realizes. I knew something was wrong. Sorry. Shoto and Izumi mutter at the same time. Fuyumi shrugs. It's fine. He hurt you worse than us. What's going to happen to you guys? Izumi asks, still nervous. I mean, since he's not here anymore? Well, he's definitely getting a restraining order. Natsuo interjects. 3 counts of domestic abuse, enough that Toya ran away, And there are lawyers who are trying to get unnecessary violence in hero work, and now that people are thinking about this, I'm of age. Fuyumi comments. I'll get custody of these two, and Mom, well, they think they're starting to figure her out. Of course, Dad's lawyers are really good, Natsuo worries. I'm sorry. Izumi whispers, staring at them. Fuyumi shakes her head quickly, holding her hands out in a placating gesture. Oh no, don't worry. It may be difficult, but we can handle it. No, not that. Izumi says, looking down at her lap. 8 years. I knew Shoto for 8 years, and I never realized. She looks up, tears returning to her eyes. I never realized what was happening. Izumi, no. Shoto says, eyes wide. You had no idea. I didn't even tell you who my father was, much less what was happening. You can't blame yourself. But I do. Izumi shouts, looking up at them. It's my job to help, and I couldn't even figure out what was happening to my best friend. I never gave you anything to be worried about. Shoto insists, grabbing her shoulders. You were there for me. That was enough. Izumi latches onto him again, knowing this is awkward and deciding not to care. This is Shoto. He's safe. Would it be really weird if I joined in? One of his siblings asks randomly. Izumi giggles through tears. Yeah, it would be. Do it anyway. Dreamer? The shadowy figure murmurs, looking over the screens displaying the Endeavor News scandal. No pictures, no information, just a hero name. The figure smiles. Found you? My little Izumi. The dragon coos, rubbing his thumb over the hero name. You really are out there. And taking down corrupt heroes, you really are like me. Endeavor revealed, Scarred eyes roam the page. Interesting. When Izumi is 15, she bounces into Shinso's dreams again. Hitoshi. She calls, looking through the mountains of cats. Hello. Boo. Izumi squeaks and jumps away from him, tripping over a cat. He grabs her arm to stop her from tumbling. Smooth, Izumi. Don't do that. She pouts at him, then reaches down to pet the cat she tripped over. Sorry, you adorable little fluffball. What about me? I'm not apologizing for you nearly giving my empty body a heart attack. Izumi informs him, rolling her eyes. On a completely unrelated note, are you ready for the test tomorrow? Shinso grimaces, kneeling down by the cats and petting them. I'm nervous as all hell. Well, that's to be expected. Izumi says. This is important to you. But I know you're gonna do great. He smiles. You think so? He asks, looking up from the cats to meet her eyes. I know so. She insists, nodding back at him. He smiles, looking away. Well, thanks, I guess. Izumi giggles at him. Bring it in for a hug. He grins and does so, the cats twining around their ankles. One on his shoulder licks at Izumi's freckles. Hitoshi. Izumi pulls back, smiling at him. Do what a hero would do. And when you make it in, I'll finally get to see you face to face. Wait, what? Izumi pops out of the dream, grinning at the purple mind light. Come on, Hitoshi, you got this. The next day, she roams through the crowds of hopefuls for the USJ Hero course, hiding among the people of the same age. Everyone looks nervous, all mentally preparing for the test that will decide if dreams will become reality. No one pays much attention to her. Just another face in the crowd, after all. She's not entirely sure what she is doing, but it's kind of interesting to see the possible heroes. Maybe she'll see Hitoshi out of the corner of her eye. She spots a head of startlingly familiar spiked blonde hair. Kaken. She freezes, totally shocked and yet not surprised at all. Of course he would be here. He's been bragging about acceptance to this school since he was 2. His eyes rove over the crowd, scanning his competition angrily. His eyes move straight past her, and Izumi can see him freeze in realization. Izumi is gone by the time he looks back, ducking behind a boy with huge arms. She isn't ready to face him yet. The boy she's hiding behind moves on, thankfully with Bakugo nowhere nearby. Izumi scans the crowd, spotting him shaking his head as he slips through the doors. He's gone. She breathes relief. She starts walking again, wringing her hands. Okay, now I just have to get to the offices before W. Her foot catches on her own ankle, and Izumi goes tumbling to the ground. She squeezes her eyes closed, raising her arms. It's a lot farther than she would have originally thought. She really isn't all that tall. Are you all right? Comes a new voice. Izumi's eyes blink open in surprise, staring at the ground. She panics, flailing around in the air again. This isn't anything like flying in the dream room. Hands guide her back to the ground, and she gratefully latches onto them. She looks up, spotting a smiling brunette girl with rosy pink cheeks. It's kind of my quirk, she explains, tapping her fingers together. But Izumi says intelligently. Oh, are you nervous too? My name's Uraraka Achiko. I am Midoriya Izumi. Uraraka waves. Well, Midoriya-chan, let's both do our best. She bounces off, obviously headed for the testing areas. Izumi blinks in confusion, before shaking her head, checking for Bakugu, and darting to the door. Well, this year will be interesting. Sorry I'm late. Izumi squeaks, slipping into the room. The hero teachers all look up at her entrance. Izumi, what took you so long, little listener? Yamada asks, SWNG an arm around her shoulders. We're just about to get started. Ran into some people. Nice ones, indifferent ones, one who I'd really rather avoid. She explains. Yamada raises his eyebrows. Cool. I'm off to introduce the test. You'll be up in the observation room with the rest of the teachers, helping judge. I need to tell the test takers where to go. Izumi nods, following the teachers as they walk through the halls. This is such a big moment for so many people, and yet it's nerve-wracking for her. Izumi sits with teachers and judges, watching over the crowds of prospective students. From here, she can see the robots, standing still and waiting to be activated. Your loud father will likely take a few minutes to introduce the test. Ectoplasm uses. We'll activate the robots now, give them time to scatter and randomize themselves. Then the examination can begin. Izumi nods, looking through a set of screens. Random images of streets and fake shops cover the lot of them, placed so the entire area is covered. Robots roam across the screens, taking new places. And here they come. Midnight points out, motioning to buses. Those are the examines. Izumi nods, watching them climb out and start to amp themselves up. There are hundreds of them, all hoping for a place in UA. Only 40 will get in. Right, let's start? The middle schoolers all look up at her dad's shout. Is he on the roof? Izumi wonders. That's really unnecessarily dramatic. Aizawa rolls his eyes. He's present, Mike, true. Get moving. There are no countdowns in real battles. Run, listeners. You're wasting airtime here. He shouts, and the students snap out of it and start moving. Izumi watches the groups start to move, a few stragglers hopping too. They spread out, already coming into contact with the point bots. As the first fights break out, her eyes are drawn to a bright, sparkling laser as it cuts through a robot, a ball of purple hair shielded by arms in the wreckage. Good save. Ectoplasm comments. Hitoshi. Izumi whispers. Aizawa looks over to her. You know him? Izumi nods, watching as Shinso shakes his head and runs on. He's really at a disadvantage here. Shinso picks up a piece of metal bar, slamming it into the joints of a robot. It sparks, tumbling to the floor. Ooh, 3 points. I like him. Midnight comments. See anyone else you know? Izumi looks over all the screens. Well, I ran into that girl at the entrance. She points to Uraraka just as she brings 3 robots crashing to the ground. And, explodey boy over there, the one who's taken out 20 bots already? Aizawa mutters. He looks like he's got a bad attitude. We used to be childhood friends. We grew apart, but Izumi watches as he blows another bot to shrapnel. I wonder if he remembers me. Ah, childhood sweethearts. Midnight coos. I'll have to make sure he's good enough for you. Kayakiyama-san, no. Izumi squeaks, blushing. He hates my guts. Oh. The SDST mutters, leaning on her elbows and watching him steal a bot kill from another examinee. Then I'll kill him. He must be insane. Oh God, Nedzu chuckles at their commentary. Clearly the examines have no idea how many villains are present, or their locations. He says happily. They have limited time and must cover a vast area and hunt down every last target. Some use information-gathering abilities to plan out strategies. He points to the boy with webbed arms that Izumi hid behind at the entrance. While others rely on speed to pull ahead of their peers, he motions to another boy, steam rushing out of pipes on his legs. Of course, remaining calm under pressure can be a huge advantage, as can pure power and combat ability. He points to Bakugo, breathing heavily in a pile of robot rubble, and the boy who saved Shinso, currently posing for the camera. The most successful students use a combination of all these tactics. They're the ones who rack up the highest scores. I'd say this year's group looks promising. Midnight hums, looking over the screens. Well, there's still plenty of time before it's over. The real test is yet to come. Aizawa says, grinning dangerously. He flips open a panel, pressing the red button inside. Let's see how they react. The screens begin to shake, and Izumi looks up, eyes wide. The zero-pointer, dust rises, and a huge robot emerges from seemingly nowhere. It's taller than the buildings. Isn't this a little extreme? Izumi squeaks. They need to be able to deal with this. Netsu points out, watching carefully. Izumi returns her gaze to the screen, worried. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Examines run from the approaching bot, dodging chunks of falling buildings and hunting for points. Izumi watches them run, eyes catching on something in the rubble. That girl's stuck. She worries, pointing. Midnight leans over. She needs to get out of there. Wait, what's that? Someone darts forward, sliding to a stop by the girl and tugging at her leg. Hitoshi. He needs to get out of there. No. The robot slinks closer, a hand slowly raising to the two examines. Shinso shifts, levering the rubble up with the bar he's still carrying and shouting something. Uraraka freezes, then moves, reaching down to her leg and tapping the rubble. The robot is far to close, and Izumi leans forwards in her seat. Come on, get out of there. Shinso yanks once more, pulling Uraraka from the rubble and darting back down the road. Yes, that's a good 40 points right there. Midnight whispers, looking at all the scores. Nice work. Both of them are running now, Uraraka shoving Shinso out of the way of falling rubble as they go. They catch up to the other examines, still running and knocking out 1 or 2 robots in the way. And time's up. The zero-pointer freezes instantly, hand outstretched. The examines run a few more steps, slowly stopping as they realize it's over. Izumi breathes a sigh of relief, watching Shinso gasp for breath, but unhurt. I'm off to make sure they don't limp home. Recovery girl announces, standing up. It looks like the gravity child twisted an ankle under all that rubble and running. We can recheck and score them now. Netsu squeaks, rewinding the screens. First up, Ioma Yuga. Izumi jumps through dreams, hunting for nightmares. She pauses at Shinsu's. Still awake, I hope he's all right. She whispers. Gently, she reaches a hand out and brushes against his mind. Hitoshi. Go to sleep. She whispers, even though she's pretty sure he can't hear her. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, you crazy insomniac. Suddenly, his barrier slips away and she's staring up at a dark ceiling. What the Izumi? Hitoshi. He sits up, looking around in confusion. I'm not asleep, am I? No. Izumi replies. Damn it, not again, did you just swear? Shinso asks, utterly lost. What is happening? Izumi sighs. Okay, so apparently I can also be in someone's mind while they're awake. It's pretty new, so I don't really understand it, but I've only really used it twice before and both were accidents. On a completely unrelated note, are you okay? Why do I get the idea that that question is not completely unrelated? Shinso asks nervously. No reason, just, please tell me you don't feel any shattering. Izumi gulps, trying to be calming. And failing miserably. Child, no. Shatter, you know what? I'm not even gonna ask. I'll be up even later panicking. He decides, leaning his head into his palms. Panicking. Izumi worries. I thought it was insomnia. That too. He grumbles, rubbing at his eyes. I failed, Izumi. On the practical. I barely even got 6 points. What? I failed. He shouts, throwing his arms up in the air. After all that strong work and effort, and I couldn't even get 10 points. People got 40, 30-inch size, arms flopping back into the mattress. I failed. I'm sorry. Izumi presses her hands to her mouth, feeling the utter misery flooding through Shinso's mind. Oh, Hitoshi, I'm fine. Really, it's just another letdown. I shouldn't have gotten my DMN hopes up. He grumbles. You didn't. What? You didn't fail. Izumi insists. You left out the most important part of the test, Hitoshi. What? Izumi, if you're trying to give me more false hope, please don't. You're way too good at it. Izumi shakes her head. Hitoshi, I saw your test. I watched you take out every villain you had the chance to. Your quirk isn't as strong or as flashy as the others. But you did something that no one else did. Shinso looks up, staring across the room at the wall. You saved Uraraka Ochako? Izumi says. You faced the 0-pointer. You abandoned your own chances to help another. To save another. And what kind of hero school wouldn't accept a hero? Because that's what you are. Rescue points are a major part of the test. And I am really not supposed to be telling you this. But you got 6 battle points and 50 rescue points. You placed 10th in the entire exam. What? He gapes, staring blankly. How wait? Last time I saw you before the exam, you said to do what a hero would do. Were you giving me a hint? He asks, utterly shocked. Maybe Izumi giggles. Hey, it worked. The results will probably be coming soon. Yeah, but now, please go to sleep. I really don't think me being in your mind is good for your mental health. Ooh. Shinso laughs slightly, slumping back into the mattress. You're always good for me. Welcome you three. Nedza shouts, waving as Izumi and her parents come through the door. We're setting up for the new year today. Exited. A whole new batch of bad attitude and whining. Aizawa grumbles, slumping into the nearest chair. Joy. Don't be like that, Shota. Give us the class lists, my man. The bear, mouse, whatever. Yamada rambles, making little grabby hands. Nedza shakes his head, smiling. Not quite yet. Remember how I mentioned a new teacher? Nedzu chirps, clapping his hands together. All Might is going to be joining the staff this year. Everyone stares at him. All Might. Izumi chokes out. The All Might. #1 hero, symbol of peace, All Might. Do you know another? Nedzu chortles. Yes. Actually, we're meeting him today. The All Might. Izumi squeaks. Oh boy. She's gone full fangirl. Aizawa grumbles from his sleeping bag. Did you wake up to tease our daughter? Yamada asks, raising an eyebrow. Snore. Aizawa says, completely deadpan. Well, he should be here any dash. Greetings, my fellow teachers. Comes a shout, and All Might himself slides into the room, interrupting Nedzu. What's up, my dude? Yamada shouts back, finger gunning across the room. All Might. Welcome, I was just speaking about you. Nedzu cheers, waving. Now, we ought to introduce ourselves and then you may tell us the matter you spoke of earlier. Izumi stays quiet, staring at All Might. Confused, she lowers her barriers just a bit more, watching his mind. She knows that mind. And this is my adorable daughter, that Midnight has also adopted, Izumi. Yamada announces, waving his arm towards Izumi. He does a double take as he notices her mute staring. Izumi. All Might freezes, eyes meeting hers. He must recognize her too. Sorry, she's a bit of a fangirl. Izumi, you're kind of scaring me. Tashinori. The teachers stare between the two of them, finally realizing that Izumi isn't frozen with amazement, but rather with confusion. All Might chuckles. Can't fool you, can I? He smiles softly at her. I was going to tell you all anyway. I suppose now is as good as ever. A cloud of smoke puffs from his body, swirling through the room and making everyone cough. The smoke dissipates, leaving the emancipated body that Izumi knows. Mike starts screeching at the change, but she shouts over it. Tashinori. She leaps forwards, wrapping him in a hug. It is you. I was really confused because of the different form. What even is that? Anyway, you're All Might. I thought you were a retired hero. HW, does that whole two forms thing work? Is that another facet of your quirk? Slow down. I can barely keep up. He chuckles. Oh, pardon me. He turns to the side, coughing violently into his hand. Mike is still screeching. You know him. Yuchi muscles, bony shrimp. Netsu hops onto the table, raising his hands. Easy now. All Might will explain. And so will Izumi, I suppose. Izumi lets him go, slipping into her old seat. The room slowly quiets, waiting for the skeletal man to begin. Tashinori looks out over the confused room. Well, I assume you want to know about the whole two forms first. A few years ago, I met a villain who was a real challenge for me. Izumi has already seen this, but he lifts his shirt, bearing the fist-sized knot of purple scar tissue. The room recoils in shock, hisses of sympathy erupting from the teachers. He got a good hit in. Ripped out my stomach and part of my lungs. And that's the reason for the other form. Power Loader asks, looking closer. Tashinori nods, dropping his shirt. I can only hold my other form for a few hours, but it's a miracle I can do it at all. Izumi helped me with the trauma. Wait, Izumi says, frowning. The first dream I found you in was that the battle. Tashinori nods. Hundreds of people were caught between our fight. There was no media coverage to stop civilian panic. The teachers nod. All heroes, they know the panic that can emerge from someone stronger than them, one of the best failing. Well then, I believe that answers the second question. Netsu claps his hands. A reunion of old friends and a secret revealed. The year is already exiting and it hasn't even begun. Now, here are the class lists. Netsu-san. Izumi asks, slipping into his office. Can I ask you something? Ah, Miss Izumi. Of course. He says, setting down some files. Izumi perches on the chair in front of his desk, shifting awkwardly. Well, you know how a lot of people have quirks that would be great for hero work, but they don't get in because of the test favoring physically enhancing quirks? Yes. He sighs. A problem we never can seem to fix. But I believe we already informed you that your friend, Shinso Hitoshi, was it? Got in. Well, yes. She nods, wringing her hands. But, well, others won't. I noticed in general ed there were a few students who would probably be great heroes if they're given the right circumstances and training. Zukuru Katachi, Hikari Ayashi, and of course Hitoshi. But it's happened before with Dad and other people. And what do you propose, Dreamer? Netsu asks, pressing his palms together. His eyes twinkle happily at her surprise from him using her hero name. Well, she stutters slightly. I was wondering if we could possibly make a club, or something, that could help with that. Teaching how to work undercover, manipulating the battlefield to their advantage. Netsu nods. A splendid idea. Honestly, we've been trying to help out, but many people haven't a clue how to do so. Wait, really? Netsu nods happily. Of course. We would need someone to lead it, of course, Dad could. He's been doing this kind of stuff for himself, right? Izumi asks, still surprised her idea has caught on. Well, I was actually thinking you could assist him. Izumi freezes, staring at him. Me? While you aren't the best with fighting and the like, you are one of the most empathetic and observant people I have ever met. In addition, your quirk is similar to many who may join. He explains. Also, you have been doing for better with the fits, yes. This may be a good step for connecting with more people outside of dreams. Yeah, I see. Izumi muses. Well, I'll do my best. Netsu smiles. I know you will. That night, Izumi wanders into the living room, catching sight of the TV screen. On it, fire roars through a building, a crazy laugh erupting from its center. The scene freezes, and a lady slips into view. Once more, the dragon evades capture. He has now demolished 17 orphanages, 8 hero agencies, 3 hospitals, and multiple foster homes in his 2-year rampage, and despite multiple major wounds and corresponding breaks in the attacks, he remains unstoppable. The screen goes blank, but Izumi can still see the burning building imprinted on the glass. She can still hear that laugh, still knows both are there when she falls behind the couch, pressing her arms against her ears trying to block it out, trying to forget, trying to ignore the sun despite knowing it will only make it worse. There's finally another flash of a quirk, and it's blissfully silent for a few moments, and she regains her thoughts, gasping slightly. Izumi. She clutches onto the baggy clothing, sobbing into Aizawa's. What else? What else has he? Aizawa shakes his head, pulling her tighter. A cat butts at her leg, and Yamada wraps his arms around both of them. Izumi never gets that answer. She's not sure she wants it. It's the first day of school, and Izumi is happily sitting in the front seat of the car as she waits for her parents. What torture are you dropping on the kids already? Yamada asks, pulling Aizawa and his yellow sleeping bag into the car. Please don't tell me you're gonna expel someone already. Aizawa hums. Strong to say. If they have no potential, what's the point? He flops over in the back seat, Izumi looking over her shoulder and giggling at him. Less effort for me. Yamada rolls his eyes, starting the car. I pity them. You should. Do you usually expel someone on the first day? Izumi asks, looking back over the car seat. You kidding? Once he tried to expel a whole class. Yamada announces, rolling his eyes. See, I go do orientation with all the other classes with all the other teachers. Meanwhile, Shoyuta Aizawa grins evilly into the seat. Quirk assessment test. Same as all those physical aptitude tests from middle school, but quirks are allowed. And I'll tell them that whoever scores the lowest will be expelled. What? Yamada pats her shoulder. It's fine, he's just kidding usually. Besides, Aizawa groans, rolling over. I don't want them to get a headache on the first day. So sweet. Yamada coos, reaching back to pat his hair. Oh, Izumi's braid is still in, kitten. I love it, but kinda detracts from your tired hobo aesthetic. A few hours later, Izumi watches out the window at the training fields, rolling her eyes as Bakugo walks up to the pitch and explodes the ball into the sky, screaming, die. Whoa, he's pretty violent. Midnight murmurs, sliding beside Izumi. Izumi squeaks in surprise, her barriers fully up and taken by surprise, and slips back, waving her arms. Kiyama-san. Don't you have a class? All in orientation, listening to your loud dad. She explains, waving a hand. Most of the rest of us wander around. Anyway, we were talking about Blasty MC Splode, right? What was he like as a kid? Come on, gimme all the juicy details. Izumi turns back to the window, people beginning to line up for the first tests. She can practically feel the nerves from here. He has always needed to be the best. Top grades, top quirk, top everything. Izumi smiles, remembering. You could get him to learn anything by implying he couldn't. He makes fantastic flower crowns, because his mom said they would be too difficult for a 5-year-old to weave. Oh. Izumi nods, blinking at the flash of light from Ioma's laser. He used to make them for me a lot. Oh God, if he knew I was bringing that up now, I'd be exploded. Midnight frowns protectively. Why, I told you we grew apart, right? No one talked to me in middle school. I was never lonely. She insists, trying to calm Midnight, whose face looked utterly murderous. I had my dreams. I could really pay attention to class instead of talking to people. But she turns back to the tests. All he had were people who were scared of him. They called themselves his friends, but they were anything but. And he hated to be reminded of anything that connected him to me, so flower crowns, braiding, drawing, singing, he doesn't do that stuff anymore. The only thing we both loved was All Might, and when I say love, I mean love. We had such a fascination with him, and all the other heroes. Izumi shakes her head, giggling. Both of our rooms were practically hero merch stores. Teeny tiny fangirl and a teeny tiny fanboy. I wish I could see pictures. Midnight coos. His mom probably still has a few. She used to take videos all the time, smirking and whispering about blackmail for when he's grown up. Us playing heroes, getting stuck in trees, she sighs, turning away from the window. It doesn't matter. He hated me, showing up years later isn't going to change that. Izumi mutters. I'm going to go somewhere quieter, I really don't want to randomly run into him. Bye. Midnight waves over her shoulder, pretending not to notice that Izumi's eyes are a bit damper than usual. A few hours later, it's lunch, and Izumi is waiting for her friends. She had asked Aizawa to bring Shoto and Shinso down to the staff room with him. I'll be able to see them. Really meet Hitoshi face to face. And I want to know how Shoto's been doing. I've been too busy to pop in lately, she gushes to an amused Mike. Do you think it will be awkward to really see them? Because before it was always in dreams and that one time otherwise with Shoto, but now I'll see both of them in the real world and it might be awkward. She rambles, biting at her lip. Oh, maybe it'll be weird to meet another person I dream with for them, and I met Shoto mostly alone. Should I do the same for Hitoshi? And calm down, little listener. Everything is going to be fine. Mike soothes. They should be coming in any second now. So, why are we going into the staff room? Comes a tired drawl, the door cracking open. I don't think either of us did anything, Shinso's voice falters as he catches sight of Izumi, purple meeting green, both sets of wide eyes focused on the other. Yamada grins and slips away from the table. Izumi smiles shyly. Hey Hitoshi. How's Yuki treating you? He stares for a few more moments, mouth gaping. Izumi. She nods, smile slowly growing. Izumi. He jumps forwards, wrapping his arms around her as Izumi squeaks in surprise. Oh my god, you're real. Didn't we figure that out about a year ago? Izumi giggles, hugging back. Well, yeah, he says, pushing her back slightly so he can see her face, but I'm not sure I ever completely believed it. Am I still dreaming? Seriously, someone pinch me out. He jumps, bumping into Izumi again. You wanted me to pinch you, Shoto says blankly, hand pulling back slightly. It was a joke, but thanks. Aizawa rolls his eyes, collapsing into a corner. Emotions? Izumi giggles at the lot of them. Wow, I missed you two so much. Sorry I haven't been around lately, I've been a bit busy, but oh my god. Also, Shoto, get over here. She pulls him into a hug, burying her face into his. So, you two have met, right? Izumi chirps, letting go and looking back and forth between the two of them. You're both in one. Kinda. More like saw each other out of the corner of our eyes. Shinso says, scratching the back of his neck. Shinso Hitoshi. Shoto nods. Todoroki Shoto. I take it you were another one of her dreamers. He asks Shinso. Yep. Don't suppose I need to ask why she helped you, considering what that Ida kid was yelling, he replies, making a sympathetic grimace as Shoto winces. To even it out, I had really bad self-worth issues and stuff, because everyone was afraid of my quirk and called me a villain. But Izumi helped me get into the hero course. Never would have gotten there without her. What was he yelling? Izumi asks, pulling them each towards a seat. Come on, it's lunch, after the tests you guys must be hungry. Something about being aware of his familial situation, having knowledge of Endeavor's atrocities, and always there to help. Wait, he shouted all that. In a classroom full of kids. Izumi asks, confused. Everyone heard. Shoto grumbles. It was uncomfortable. I'm sure. Izumi sighs. Well, at least everyone knows your father was a page's. Language. Mike shouts from the corner, grinning at them. Izumi throws her hands up. Yes. He is a page's. I would have gladly punched him in the face if I wasn't absolutely terrified of the fire. You know why? Because Endeavor. The angel has been corrupted. Shinso says, pretending to be utterly scandalized, but holding back an amused smirk. Also, Endeavor. Shoto nods, eyes narrowing. Endeavor. Endeavor. Mike cheers from the background, smiling. Let them have their moment, Snick. Aizawa grumbles, rolling over in his sleeping bag. Ah, Mike pouts, but I want to be a part of this too. You can curse out Endeavor with us, Dad. Heck yeah. Shinso chokes on his food. Izumi grins as Mike whoops in the background. Yep. I thought, Shoto trails off, pointing to the sleeping bag where Aizawa is face down on the floor. He's my dad too. And if Midnight was here, she would loudly pontificate about being her mother as well. Aizawa grumbles. If? Midnight asks, slipping into the room. I am her mother. And All Might is her other dad. We can't forget the Sunshine Dad. Also, Izumi is my precious baby and anyone who hurts her will die. Kiyama-san. I will happily join you in the murder for Izumi's sake. Shoto says, face completely blank. Shinso agrees, nodding solemnly. Guys. Oh, I like them. Midnight giggles. Kiyama-san, please. Midnight only giggles and waves, pulling open the mini-fridge. Well, I'll leave you three to it. Izumi rolls her eyes, turning back to the boys who both look rather proud of themselves. So, Hitoshi, you ready for Quirk Club after school? Yeah. Are you going to be there? He asks, coming back to their conversation. To be honest, I've kinda got mixed feelings about it. It's a great idea, but it can also be a bit offensive to some people. Club? Shoto asks, looking confused. For people with quirks that would be good for hero work, but aren't really physically enhancing. Izumi explains. Also, I'm assistant teacher, Hitoshi. It's not like anyone has to go, but the option is open if they want it. Besides, I'm pretty sure someone else from your class is going too. Really? Izumi nods. Kudakoji. Shy kid, Quirk is pretty much the same as yours but only works on animals. I saw him. He freaked out a lot. Shoto muses. Shinso talked to him, right? Shinso nods. The signs you taught me came in handy. He was still shy, but we talked a bit. Well, there's only going to be like 6 people, I think. Is that right, Dad? Kudakoji, Shinso Hitoshi, Zukuru Katachi, Najuru Kuroki, Nameki Atako, and Mitsukuru Torimikai. He groans. Now shush, it's nap time. It's lunch. And you should be eating. Izumi says. No, nap time. Anyway, you all should be eating, talk to your friends later. They have school. Izumi rolls her eyes. Anyway, how was class? Did you guys make any friends yet? Shinso shrugs. Uraraka, the gravity girl, came up at the beginning of class and thanked me. She's really energetic, I swear. She's in another time frame. She was talking so fast. Then Ida, the loud dude dash, Shoto snorts at that, came over and started pontificating about how tired I looked. Called insomnia, buddy. Is he really that loud? Izumi asks, smiling slightly. Shinso never had these kinds of stories, normally just things he had overheard in class. No one had really talked to him before. He's yelled at Bakugo for putting his feet on the desk, Tokoyami for sitting on a desk, me for the eye bags, and he yelled the whole conversation with Todoroki. Shinso lists off. Yes. He is that loud. Geez. Anyway, what about you, Shoto? He shrugs, looking to the side. I talked to Yayoro Zumomo. She was nice. Ah, come on, give me more than that. Izumi whines. What did you two talk about? The bell rings and Izumi looks up, surprised. Wait, lunch is over already. Guess so. Shoto shrugs. See you later. Izumi nods. Hang on. I need to hug you both. It's weird to actually feel you guys when I touch you, you know. Not just dream stuff. Shoto mumbles, pulling her in. Honestly, I don't think I believed you were real for years. Yeah. Nice to know your hair is actually that fluffy. Shinso jokes, ruffling it. Ah. Izumi mutters, ducking under his hand and into his ear. Not nice to see you're really that tall. Jesus, Hitoshi, I don't even come up to your chin. She squeezes harder, then releases him. Alright, go to class. Drag me there, please, I don't want to move. Aizawa mutters from the floor. Do we get extra credit? No. After the school day is over, Izumi carefully watches until she spots Kaken's spiky blonde hair leave the school gates. As soon as he's gone, Izumi happily bounds out of the office area, searching for her dad's classroom and the club. Just a meet and greet today, trying to figure out what will be happening. What people needed, because there hadn't been something like this before. She waves at Shoto, sitting at a table doing his homework as she passes by. Izumi turns into the Class 1A room, smiling as she notices Shinso messing with his phone and Aizawa collapsed in the corner. Of the side, a boy with a rock-like head was nervously looking around, who she thought was Kudakoji. 2 other people were there, one girl with brown hair pulled into a ponytail, eyes that seemed to shift from green to blue to gray as she moves, and 3 small, dark horns jutting out from her skull, and another girl with dyed, colorful, frizzy hair and dark skin. The colorful girl is talking animatedly, waving her hands in the air as she does. They look up at her entrance, and Izumi waves shyly before sidling over to Shinso. No one else is here yet? She asks, looking around. Shinso shakes his head. At that moment, 2 more people walk through the door. One waves, the projector lens poking out of her left eye focusing around the room. Right behind her, a boy walks in, his straight black hair covering his eyes. The girl pokes him away from a desk that he nearly runs into, and they both sit down. The colorful girl looks around at the nearly silent room. So why is no one besides me and Mitsukuru talking? It's weird. Izumi giggles. I think we were waiting for people. Is everyone here? Don't know. Aizawa grumbles. Call roll. Izumi frowns at him as the colorful girl lets out a screech of, "It's alive." The caterpillar is alive. Isn't that your job? Don't care, your assistant. Folders on the table. Izumi rolls her eyes at him. Okay, everyone, my name is Midoriya Izumi. I'm assistant teacher, I guess, so can all of you state your name, class, and quirk? Me first. The colorful girl says. My name is Zukuru Katachi, but you can call me Kata. I'm in General Ed 3, and my quirk is called Enhancement. It lets me enhance the quirks of people I touch. She grins, lifting her hands to show shimmery palms and fingers. Izumi is practically burning with questions on how it works, but scribbles it down, along with 1 or 2 notes, before moving on. But who else? The girl Kata was talking to raises a hand, and Izumi nods. I'm Mitsukuru Torimikai. I'm in class 2B, and I can find my way to anything because of these little horns. She points up at the bone-like protrusions. Sonar stuff. I'm bad with words. Izumi says, smiling. She turns to Kuda. Do you want to introduce yourself? Or Kuda's eyes widen, and his hands disappear into a flurry of panicked signs. So, this is Kuda Koji, they're in class 1A, and they can talk to and order animals. Izumi translates. Hitoshi, do you want to go next? Shinso shrugs and steps forwards. My name is Shinso Hitoshi, I'm in class 1A and have no idea how I got there, and I can dash. He hesitates for a moment. I can brainwash people if they answer me. Projector girl shouts. Okay, my turn now. My name is Nameki Itako. I'm in General Education Year 1, and I can project thoughts, memories, and ideas into reality. Her eye whirs, and glowing butterflies flap around in front of her face before vanishing. It may not seem heroic, but I make do. Izumi scribbles it down as Nameki turns to the boy who came in with her. This is Najuru Kuroki. He's in my class, pretty quiet. I can introduce myself. Najuru mutters, annoyed. Damn it, she already said my name. Well, I can throw my eyesight, I guess. Throw it? Izumi asks, completely confused. What does that mean? Najuru sighs, and then pushes his bangs up, revealing blank skin. No eyes. Immediately, everyone except Izumi in the room backs up about 3 feet. Kuda, already pressed to the wall, lets out a shocked squeak, and Aizawa lets out a grunt of surprise. Izumi steps forwards instead, softly whispering, awesome. Najuru frowns, dropping his bangs. Everyone immediately calms down. You're not freaked out? I've seen weirder stuff. She shrugs, remembering some truly unique dreams she's come across. So you can see pretty much everything? I can see 2 scenes. Right now I'm watching some quality breakup drama with one invisible eye and mapping out the school with the other. He pauses, tilting his head. Oh, he just got slapped across the face. So awesome. Okay, you kids have had your fun. Aizawa mutters. He stands, dropping the sleeping bag unwillingly. So, the club's new. Right now is when I would normally be dragging you outside to see what you can do. But, Nedzu said we had to figure out what this madness is going to entail. Izumi bounces forwards. So, right now, are there any questions? Immediately, Nameki jumps up. So first, earlier you called Kuda them, what was that about? Oh. Izumi blinks surprised. Did I? She turns to Aizawa and Shinso, who nod. I don't know. I think, well, they don't seem like a boy or a girl, so Kuda waves shyly, signing again once they have Izumi's attention. Oh, you're a gender. Izumi says happily. Yeah, maybe my quirk picked up on that. And your quirk is kata prompts. Mind sense, I guess. I can sense the minds of other people, their general thoughts and emotions, though I've got that mostly under control, and I can hop into dreams. Izumi explains. I guess I can tell someone's gender based on their mind. You're forgetting the whole voice in your head thing. Shinso interjects. That is absolutely terrifying without warning, by the way. Yeah, it's terrifying to get sucked into people's brains for me to. Izumi gripes at him. Anything else? How old are you? Najiro asks bluntly. Because you don't sound or look any older than any of us. I brought one of my eyes back. He explains at Nameki's confusion. 15. Izumi mutters, confused. Aizawa stands behind her, glaring over the group. Now, does anyone have questions referring to the club itself? More hands raise, and Aizawa nods and answers in his tired, done-with-the-world voice. Finally, most of the questions are answered, and they head outside to do a physical ability test. Shinso groans a lot because he already did one. Aizawa only smiles at his pain. Kata sidles over to Izumi. Hey, sorry about that mess. She mutters. Izumi shrugs. It's understandable. People don't get why I'm so young. She says, smiling at her. Kata smiles back, before scratching the back of her neck. Can you tell? Do you know? She stutters, looking to the side. You're Tran? Izumi asks. Kata sighs and nods. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone unless you want me to. Kata immediately brightens. Really? Thank you so much. She leans forwards, wrapping Izumi in a hug. I'm really Midoriya. Izumi freezes. Kata's hands touch her arms, and her mind explodes. There are barely a few people here, but she can feel everything. She can feel Aizawa, thinking of the cats and a nap. She can feel Shinso, panting after finishing a lap and coming towards her. She can feel each and every member of the club excited and nervous for this new chance. She can feel Shoto still in the school, waiting for her to be done. She can feel Yamada, and Kayama, and all the teachers. She can feel Netsu now. His brain is running a mile a minute. She can feel Kata, shaking her in panic. Izumi's not sure when she started screaming. All the minds around her immediately turn her focus to her, and she collapses, clutching her head in pain. Too much. It's too much. It's stabbing, pulling, burning, hands pull away, and suddenly it's quiet again, and Aizawa kneeling in front of her. Izumi. Breathe. She does, gasping for air. I am sorry, I don't know what happened. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Kata shrieks, waving her hands frantically. She tries to step closer, but Aizawa raises a hand to keep her back and Shinso steps between them. I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. Izumi shakes her head. It's not your fault. OW. Aizawa focuses his quirk on her again. I have difficulty controlling my quirk. I think you accidentally enhanced it. She mutters, standing up and peering at the handprint on her arm, shimmering like an oil spill. You sure you're all right? Shinso asks carefully. Walking over. Maybe. Oh my god. Kata wheezes, pressing her palms to her face. It's a drag, you need to wash it off, I'm so sorry. It's fine. Izumi says, smiling. You didn't know. Okay, come on. Let's get that stuff off you. Aizawa says gruffly, pulling her along. Don't kill each other while we're gone. He yells over his shoulder. In the bathroom they washed it off in, Izumi starts to giggle. Well, at least no one can say the first club meeting was boring. I'm going to hate this year, Aizawa prophesies angrily, with a seething passion. As they return to the club, the members immediately crowd back around her, Kata reaching out an arm before yanking it back at Shinso's glare. I'm so sorry, she wails, holding her hands to her see. I'm a tactile person, I'm so sorry, it's fine. I'm fine really. I'm okay now. Izumi says, waving her hands in front of her. Hitoshi, stop glaring at her, it wasn't her fault. It was actually really interesting. I could feel Principal Netsu too, I usually can't. She turns to Aizawa, who currently looks like 5 years were taken off his life. We should see what kinds of effects Kata's quirk will have on everyone else's. After I recover from that heart attack. Aizawa groans. Okay, let's continue the tests. After, I want you all to write a goal you want to accomplish for the club. Come on, move it. They head back to the tests, Izumi finally pulling out her notebooks and making observations. Shinso lingers by her side for a moment, eventually walking away after glancing at her one more time. Okay, that's all. Go home, don't be lazy, do a push-up or two. 70 will be of more help. Aizawa groans at them as soon as the club time is up. Most leave immediately, but Shinso walks over to Izumi. You never said. Izumi looks up at him, raising her pencil from where she's finishing a drawing of Kuda. Your problems with your quirk? He explains. You never said anything about it? Izumi sighs. It wasn't important. I didn't want to worry anyone. Come on, Shoto's waiting. They walk back up to the school, poking into the room where Shoto's been the whole time. How was club? He asks, looking up at their entrance. Did you know about the problems with her quirk? Shinso asks without preamble. Because I did not. And that was terrifying. Problems with Izumi. What is he talking about? Shoto questions, standing up. I'm fine. Honestly. Izumi insists. You ended up screaming and collapsing on the field. Shinso mutters. You were anything but fine. What? It's just, I can feel more than I need to sometimes. She mutters. And it pushes and it hurts and I feel like it's stabbing me, oh God. She slaps her hands over her mouth. Both the boys look horrified at her words. What do you mean, stabbing? Shinso whispers, obviously shocked. You never said anything, it doesn't. Izumi stutters. They shouldn't be this upset, why are they so upset? It never hurt them, right? Is using it to help us hurting you? Shoto asks, staring. You've been hurting yourself to dash? No. No, 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 no. Izumi shouts. It's only when I'm awake and it all gets too much for me. I messed up, I forced myself into someone's mind, and it broke us both. They sit there, alone in the silent room, thinking over what they were just told. Is that why? Shinso begins. Is that why you were so freaked out when you accidentally jumped into my mind? Izumi pales. Izumi. Shoto whispers. You were already freaked out when you ended up in mine. What? I was scared, okay. It didn't hurt me. Izumi mutters. I was scared I was gonna hurt you guys the same way I was hurt. I was scared you'd hate me if you knew what was happening. I was scared you wouldn't want me to talk to you anymore because I might hurt you. I was so scared that you'd end up, she shudders, looking down and hugging herself, trying to ignore the hot tears running down her face. I didn't want to hurt you. I was scared. Hands wipe away her tears and pull her into a three-person hug. I could never hate you. Shoto whispers, voice muffled by her hair but still there. Never. Don't you ever think I could? Yeah. Shinso mutters. Just never scare me like that again. You were screaming like you were being tortured. Izumi. Shoto's arms tighten for a moment. Sorry. She whispers, unsure if they hurt her. Hey, it's okay. Shinso says, pulling back awkwardly. And, if you ever wanted help with that whole awake mind jump thing, I can help, okay? To make you more comfortable. Really? Izumi says, smiling and wiping away a stray tear. Thanks. I know I shouldn't be shying away from it. It's a part of my quirk, after all. And it could come in handy. Shoto looks away. I can also help, Budash. Thank you too, Shoto. Izumi grins at him. I mean, with this, I could help people while they're awake. Like, a mind messenger, you know. Their conversation devolves into a mutterfest, sitting on the desks and chairs where they ended up. Outside the door, Aizawa and Yamada look at each other from where they were watching through a crack in the door. Yamada gives a little smile, while Aizawa just rolls his eyes. They shut the door and walk away. Dreamer. Netsu chirps, head poking over the table. Hello, Netsu-san. Izumi starts, looking up from the dream book. It's been a while, and she always loves going back and reading the silly thing. Showing it to Yagi, who was over in the corner reading a book called Teaching for Dummies, was fun too. Did you want something? As a matter of fact, I did. Netsu announces. Any chance you could pop down to Power Loader's class? He has some papers I need. Of course. But, Izumi shifts in her seat. Kaken Nedzu frowns. Oh, don't worry, you should be fine. Of course, if it's too much of an issue, no. No, I can do it. Izumi hops out of her chair, setting down the book. Does he know what papers? Oh yes. He should. Now off with you. Nedzu waves, turning back into his office. Izumi wanders down the hall, peering around for anyone out of the ordinary, or with blonde, spiky hair. Not entirely sure why she's so terrified of running into him. Okay, yes she is. He'll yell and rage and his mind will be so loud and Izumi just knows she'll end up crying and or screaming on the floor. Izumi shakes her head. She's fine. She really is. All she needs to do is head to Power Loader's class, get papers, and go back to the office. And hey, she's already there. Her feet must have carried her the rest of the way while she thought. Izumi opens the door, poking her head in. The place is as chaotic as it always is. 21 buzzing minds hop around the room, stealing tools and shouting instructions, tips, and jokes across the room. A wrench flies past her head, accompanied by annoyed shouting and warnings. Izumi focuses on the one shouting Chaku, throw another wrench and I'll, oh hey dreamer, what's up? Hi, Power Loader-san. Izumi says meekly to the construction vehicle outfitted man. Most of the class is looking at her oddly, probably because she was just referred to by a hero name and is their age. And honestly looks a bit younger. She's always been tiny. Nedzu-san said you have some papers he needs. Do you? Oh yeah. Hang out here for a bit, I'll get him. Try not to get hit by a wrench. At this comment, he glares over in the direction the tools are coming from, before turning to his office. I swear, this year is going to be the death of me. Between him and that handsome girl, he mutters as he walks away. Izumi giggles and looks around the room. Most of the students have stopped staring at her, going back to their projects. Already the second day of school and everyone has something impressive at their workspace. A loud mind approaches her, and Izumi starts. Wow, she really needs to fix those barriers. Hi there. I'm Hatsume. The mind announces. It belongs to a girl with long pink dreadlocks, goggles, a work shirt covered in grease stains, and a curious and crazy smile. Izumi waves slightly. Dreamer. Am I supposed to do that? Which name am I supposed to use? Power Loader-san called me Dreamer, and most teachers introduce themselves to classes that aren't theirs with their hero name, but I'm not exactly a dash. She looks up at Hatsum. Oops. Sorry, I tend to ramble. It's cool. Hatsum giggles. So, you're a hero? Are you really the Dreamer? Isn't that the hero that found out about the whole Endeavor thing? Was that you? You look so young. Izumi blinks. Is this what it's like for other people when she rambles? God help them. Yes, I'm a hero and dreamer. Yes, I was the one who found out about Endeavor and I'm 15. Awesome. Hatsum grins. Do you want to see my babies? Maybe I could make one for you. Okay. Izumi says, startled by the sudden change in conversation, and the next thing she knows she's being dragged to a workstation and presented with random pieces of technology. Hatsum explains each piece with a manic glint in her eye, and Izumi returns it with certain quirks they could help the most. She explains her smoke grenade for midnight idea as well, at which Hatsum nearly explodes with creative energy. By the end of their joint hero quirk/gadget geek out, there are about 5 more gadgets on the desk, 7 of Hatsum's classmates have come over, and Izumi has a blanket cape. Dreamer, I found though. Having fun. Izumi grins up at Power Loader. Yes. I told her about my idea for midnight smoke grenades. Kiyama-san got a really sucky version and she's still trying to change the stupid costume to fit them. But I think Hatsum's will work perfectly. What happened to your first project? He sighs, looking at Hatsum. All done, sir. She chirps, pointing at yet another gadget. And the blanket? He asks, looking at Izumi and the blanket draped over her shoulders. Both girls grin. Well, I asked her how I could help with her hero work, Hatsum explains, and she told me she had to be asleep to use it, so now she has a blanket everywhere. Also, come on, blanket cape. So I asked her if she wanted a blanket cape. And then I said of course, yes to the blanket cape. Izumi explains, smiling. Besides, it's not like I'm doing anything that a cape could hinder, so that essay by Ms. Mode doesn't really apply, right? I see. Power Loader mutters. Well, here are the papers. Tell Nedzu I'm sorry for not getting them to him sooner. Of course. Izumi says, taking the papers and smiling widely up at him. Thank you Power Loader-san. Anytime. Izumi waves goodbye to the support class and heads back out the hallway. She gets a few odd looks from her cape thing, but is otherwise ignored by the few students in the hallways. Until, excuse me. Izumi looks up in surprise at the loud voice. Blue hair, glasses, ridiculously square. Ida Tenya stares down at her, and honestly, why is everyone so tall? And intimidating. Also, why are his hands making karate chop motions as he walks towards her? Ida stops in front of her, frowning. Can I help you? Izumi asks. I simply wanted to say that this is a very highly esteemed school. He announces, hands still doing the karate chop thing. And as students here, we must both have a respectable view on our uniforms in order to keep USJ's shining reputation. As such, you should not be wearing a blanket cape and normal clothes instead of the uniform. If you had lost it, I'm sure you could ask for an extra from the teachers. Izumi looks down at herself, confused. She's wearing the jacket of the school uniform, and she supposes that her age might have given Ida the wrong impression. Another thing that may be annoying is the white t-shirt with only the words uniform shirt on it. Ida continues to berate her, and she's beginning to see where Shinso is coming from. Of course, I could understand if it was a hero costume or the like, but a simple blanket cape and normal clothing is, well, disgraceful. I'm sure your teachers have already explained this, but I'm not. Izumi tries to interject, but before she can, someone else calls out. Oi loudmouth. Aizawa, a sensei wants to know where the F you went, said he was annoyed with me so here I am. Waste of my F time. Izumi freezes at that voice. Kaken. I was just telling this girl here. Izumi throws her blanket cape over her head and bolts away, clinging to the papers while ignoring the surprised noises behind her. She is so not ready for this. The F. Hey. She whips around the corner and dives into a custodial closet, grabbing at a set of wobbly brooms before they fall. Footsteps round the corner after her, the two boys obviously trying to figure out where she went, only to be met with an empty hall. What the SHT? Who was that? Bakugo grunts. I have no idea. Ida's voice replies. She wasn't wearing a proper uniform, so I was talking to her, then you showed up. And honestly, could you stop swearing? This isn't a school for delinquents. Shut up, you DMN elite. Looked kinda familiar for a second. You think you know her? Any idea why she wasn't wearing her uniform? Because I said shut the F up. They walk away from Izumi's impromptu hiding place, bickering noises fading from her hearing. She lets out a breath she didn't know she was holding. That was unreasonably terrifying. But where did they even come from? Izumi lowers her barriers to listen for anyone else in the hallway. No one. She pokes her head out and rushes back down the hallway to the staff room. Inside, it appears Yagi had gotten bored of his book, and Nedzu had gotten bored with the paperwork, as both had taken to poking around in the dream dictionary. To see a mouse in your dream indicates fear, meekness, insignificance, and a lack of assertiveness. You are experiencing feelings of inadequacy and fears that you are not measuring up. To see a bear in your dream represents independence, strength, death and renewal, and/or resurrection. You may be undergoing a PRD of introspection and thinking. To see a dog in your dream symbolizes intuition, loyalty, generosity, protection, and fidelity. The dream suggests that your strong values and good intentions will enable you to go forward in the world and bring you success. I suppose I'd need to find out what I am first, right, dreamer? In any case, do you have the papers? Oh, young dreamer. I have the papers. Izumi pants, waving slightly to Yagi before sitting and passing them over. Silly question, but have you ever considered a DNA test? That is for me to know, and you to find out. Nedzu says, still with that happy little smile. Curse his immunity to her quirk, Izumi can never tell what he's thinking. In any case, you were gone too long to have run all the way there and back. Why are you so out of breath? Izumi stalls. Well, Yusuke Nedza sipped his tea and raised his little eyebrows. Yagi proceeded to look extremely uncomfortable. Izumi sighs. Okay, fine. I took a while in the support classroom, messed around with a girl named Hatsum. She gave me this blanket cape, and then when I got the papers and came back, I ran into someone from class 1 Inida Tenya. He is the one Shinso and Todoroki were complaining about to you, correct? Not really complaining, or anything. Izumi meets Nedzu eyes. Well, Ida thought I was a student and got annoyed because I'm not wearing a proper uniform. Which, now that I think about it, I probably should be anyway because not wearing one attracts attention in any case. I kinda zoned out, but apparently he was talking for a while, and then Kaken showed up, out of nowhere, trying to find him. It was terrifying. Izumi shudders. So I kinda threw my blanket cape over my head and ran and hid in a closet and then ran back here, Nedzu hums thoughtfully. I see. They sit in silence for a few moments. Dreamer, why are you so terrified of him? Nedzu asks. Izumi shifts uncomfortably. He is extremely explosive, personality and quirk. And he always hated being left in the dark. She shifts, pulling at her jacket sleeve. I actually have a few burn scars, from where he lost his temper. Nedzu holds out a paw, and she reluctantly shows her arm. Little marks cover them, freckles, hair tie dents, and burns. All of those were from young Bakugo. Yagi nearly shouts. What? Some were. Izumi falls silent, shivering. Nedzu nods. But some are. Izumi nods. Well, we were kids, he didn't have full control of his quirk. Anyway, with everything that's been happening, he'd probably be really mad about the whole disappearing for 5 years thing, and I'm just not prepared for that, I guess. I'm still not completely sure I can hold up for long, the glass isn't completely fixed, and I don't want to end up screaming on the floor. There's silence as she finishes her explanation. Well, you really should find a way to talk to him, before this gets even more out of hand. I know. Izumi sighs, slumping onto the table. I just wish I didn't have to. Or that I could be positive I wouldn't break. Because honestly, Kaken's emotions are ridiculously potent. It's understandable. Nedzu pats her shoulder. Now, why don't you try out that blanket cape? I must say, it looks comfortable. Okay. Izumi says. In all honesty, she kinda needs a nap. The dumb dream glass doesn't fix itself. She curls up on the little beanbag chair that Aizawa absolutely did not put there for her, pulls the blanket cape over herself, and falls asleep. Izumi pokes at the glass in the dream room. Wow, I fell asleep really fast. She mutters. But stubborn pieces. Stupid, stubborn pieces. Izumi picks up a sliver that's about the approximate size and shape of an icicle spear from a cartoon and scans the glass. After a few minutes, she's floating among the lights, having completely given up on it. No one's asleep, she groans, looking around. Well, may as well see if I can do the awake mind jump thing again. Shoto and Hitoshi said I could try, right? She flies over to Shinso's mind, examining the purple light dubiously. Open sesame, Izumi says, poking it. Nothing happens. But last time, what did I do last time? Well, he was half asleep last time. And panicking. Maybe he needs to be in an unstable state of mind. And he's in class, so it's unlikely anything too upsetting would be happening. Izumi floats in circles around his light, gently tracing the glass that separates them. Sensei mentioned if people were awake I'd have to force it, but I didn't. The barriers were there, and then they weren't. So what did I do? Izumi's hand stays pressed to Shinso's mind, and suddenly there's a little shiver. My god. Did I do something? Izumi mutters, nearly pulling her hand away. Hitoshi. His mind opens fully, and Izumi can suddenly see the outside sky. Oh my god. It worked. Izumi. Shinso whispers. That you? Yeah. I still have no idea how it happened, but yeah. Shinso takes a step away from the group, sending a meaningful glance to Shoto as he does. Weird. That feels so weird. I didn't hurt you, did I? I can leave if I did, I'm so sorry. No, I'm fine. Shinso murmurs. Shoto walks over, half covered in ice. What's happening? It's so weird being tall. Hi Shoto. Izumi says, waving. He doesn't reply. Right. Shinso shrugs. Izumi's in my mind. She says hi. Shoto nods, thinking. Hi. Oh, is that his hero costume? Izumi asks. Awesome. What? I can't see yours. What did you do different? Shoto asks, looking extremely confused as to communication. I actually think it was me. Shinso says, tilting his head. What? Izumi asks, coming back down from her exited rambling. I felt you before you were here. Shinso explains, to both her and Shoto. You mentioned barriers and mind stuff, so I remembered what it was like in a story I read. Not only did someone have to try and get in, but the other person had to let them in. So I just opened up. Because he scratches the back of his head awkwardly. I dunno. Izumi stares blankly. That makes so. How did I never think of that? Who knows? You're smarter than I am. Odd hearing only one side of a conversation. Shoto comments, raising his eyebrows. Alright you zygotes. Shoto and Shinso, and by extension Izumi, turn to look at All Might. Look at you all. Really starting to feel like heroes now, in your costume for the first time. The hero cheers, looking them all over. Hey, Shinsu-kun, Todoroki, what are you doing over here? Comes a new voice. Oh hey, it's Uraraka. I like her, she's nice. Izumi comments. Her costume looks really cool. Shinso blinks away Izumi's comments, mind shuddering with awkwardness at not knowing how to handle social situations as he replies to Uraraka. Nothing. Come on. They return to the group, and Izumi looks across all the costumes. Bakugo stands out instantly, huge grenade-shaped bracers, big mask bow. Accent thing. It looks cool. Izumi just can't think of a term for it. Among his classmates are two who look like they're ready for a rock concert, two knights who have completely opposite styles, one in karate clothes, another shirtless with weird gear things on his arms, and quite a few jumpsuits, each with their own twist. Izumi tries to figure out who is who, matching quirks and names and faces with the class list she had seen. Now it's time for combat training. All Might announces, hands on his hips and a brilliant smile on his face. One of the knights, the less sparkly one whose face is hidden behind the helmet, throws his hand into the air. This is the battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? That's Ida in there, right? Izumi asks Shinso, who nods. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might poses slightly. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals, in this society filled with heroes. He lets out a little chuckle. Truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training. Croaks a girl in a green jumpsuit. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. All Might warns. The class explodes with questions. How will wins and losses be determined? Asks Yaoyorozu Momo, raising a hand. Can we beat them up anyway? Bakugo mutters lowly. Izumi rolls her eyes in Shinso's mind. Hasn't changed a bit. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-san? Uraraka worries. How shall we be split up? Ida shouts, hand shooting up, isn't this cape crazy? Ioma says, SWNG the sparkling fabric in front of him and creating a glitter cloud. Shinso sidles away from him carefully. All Might looks incredibly confused at all the voices. I'll answer all your questions. Now listen here, he pulls out a small booklet. Izumi squints. Is that a script? Oh wow, y'all might. All Might. Never change. She stutters, trying to cover up her mistake. Y'all might. Shinso asks, making Shoto look at him weird. Shut up, Izumi said it. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. All Might reads off. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to keep the weapon for the entire time or catch the heroes. Interesting scenario. Izumi comments. It feels very American. Teams will be determined by drawing lots. All Might shouts, pulling 2 boxes from nowhere. Teams are decided so haphazardly. Ida asks, hand waving in the air again. Izumi nods, unseen. Pros often have to make makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, with no idea how their quirks will coincide. They need to work together. Shinso relays her comment, albeit with a touch more sass and sarcasm. Ida doesn't seem to care, only nodding thoughtfully. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. It's fine. All Might says, waving it off. Let's do this. Hitoshi. Izumi mutters, watching as people reach into the box and search for their partners. You should probably tell All Might that I'm here, and I'm not entirely sure how to get out unless you fall asleep, so, got it? He nods, pulling his out. Uraraka. He calls, waving the match to the ball she pulled out earlier. Uraraka cheers happily. Yes. I know my partner already. Slowly, the class starts teaming up. The rock concert people, who Izumi is pretty sure are Jirakyuka and Kanamari Denki, team up. Shoto leaves to stand next to his teammate, Shuji Mizo, the boy with many big arms Izumi had first hidden from Bakugu behind. Speaking of Bakugu, he ends up with Ida, who manages to display his disapproval and yet willingness to team up through the helmet. Bakugu just looks angry. Wouldn't want to go up against him, right, Shinso-kun? Uraraka murmurs. Shinso shakes his head. Not at all. Hey, do you know who's going up first? I need to tell All Might something. I guess it's just lots again. All Might pulls out the boxes once more. Yup. So, the first up will be All Might rustles in the boxes for dramatic effect. These two. Team A, heroes, Team D, villains. Uraraka and Shinso versus Bakugu and Ida. Uraraka sighs. I jinxed it. Villains, you have 10 minutes to set up. Everyone else, to the observation room. Shinso sighs. God damn it, All Might Sensei. Can I talk to you really quickly? The class trickles off, Bakugu throwing a disgusted glance over his shoulder. All Might waits for Shinso. You wanted to talk to me, young Shinso? Yes. Tell him I said hi. Izumi whispers. Yeah. You know how Dreamer, has been trying to figure out the wholly awake mind-hopping thing. Shinso asks as quickly as possible. All Might looks down at him, completely shocked. Wait, is young Dreamer? Yeah. Shinso says, scratching at his head. She says hello. Also, that she can't get out and I should, tell you she's here. So that you know. So that he's aware of my presence and can judge you accordingly. Izumi explains. Yeah, that. All Might looks even more thrown than before. And I suppose that's the reason for the I thing. I thing. Izumi and Shinso say in unison. What I thing? All Might motions toward Shinso's face. The one of your eyes is green. Weird. Did you know about that? Shinso asks. Izumi shakes her head. I had no idea. Only done this 3 times before, remember. And I was kinda panicking. Well, now I'm heterochromic like Todoroki. Maybe I can be hot like him too. Hitoshi, what the heck? Izumi asks, grinning. I mean fair, but what? All Might looks at them, looking more confused than ever. We can't exactly change anything. I suppose you'll just have to do the exercise with another member. Young Dreamer, don't help him too much, okay? Izumi nods, and Shinso relays her agreement. We were expecting that. Just thought you should know she's here. Of course. All Might says, then walks away. Oh, teaching is strong. They return to Uraraka, who passes Shinso the floor plan while looking at him weird. So, what did you need to tell him? Nothing important. Any ideas on how to take down Bakugu and Ida? He asks, looking over the blueprints. Jesus, these are complicated. Uraraka shakes her head. I'm still nervous about facing Bakugu. His quirk is really scary, and I don't really have anything that could affect him. Izumi coughs a little, figuring 1 or 2 comments couldn't hurt. Word of advice. If you're facing Kaken, just run. Shinso turns away from Uraraka to make a face and whisper, "Kaken," incredulously. Izumi slaps a hand over her mouth. "I didn't say anything. Don't call him that. Don't say anything to do with that nickname anywhere near him. Please." Shinso's mind is filled with so much confusion that Izumi herself starts to question how she knows Bakugo. He shrugs and turns back to Uraraka for now. "I'll take on Bakugo." "Hitoshi." Shinso ignores Izumi. "You slip by and find Ida. The explosive idiot's really hot-headed, he'll come right for us, and you have a better chance against Ida." "But what about you?" Uraraka asks, looking concerned. "I can't just leave you to him. An ego and temper that big. I practically have a PhD in pissing people off. I can get that idiot to answer me no problem, and I didn't exactly tell him my quirk." Shinso says, grinning evilly. "I wonder if I can get him to do the chicken dance in front of one of the cameras." Izumi lets out choked laughter in his mind, and Shinso is suddenly looking forward to this exercise a lot more. "Alright, heroes. Villains. Time's up. All might calls. Go." Uraraka and Shinso enter the building, creeping through the dimly lit hallways. The place really is like a maze, so many twists and turns and doors that lead to random rooms or yet more hallways. Despite seeing the floor plan earlier, it's strong not to get lost. Both members of Team A look completely unsettled, peeking around each corner and nervously glancing over their shoulders, but it's not until they've reached the third floor that they find anything. Or more like it finds them. And it comes in the form of Bakugo exploding out of a side hallway, maniac grin on his face, and drop-kicking Shinso down the hall a few feet. Where did he come from? Uraraka screams, jumping backwards. "Go!" Shinso shouts in response, pulling out the capture tape and jumping back to his feet. "Go where?" Bakugo says, leering at the both of them. "Too scared to fight, round face?" Uraraka takes a step back nervously. Izumi can relate to that. Bakugo is terrifying. And is even more so when he's in full costume, baring his teeth, metal toes of his boots clunking down the hallway as he slowly steps closer to Uraraka, hands crackling with small explosions. Resorting to scare tactics to compensate, Bakugo. Shinso says, raising an eyebrow. "Makes you feel like a big man?" Everyone freezes. Bakugo slowly turns to face him, still in a fighting stance, eyes practically glowing with rage. "What? I said you can't say you have a big PP if over 2/3 of it is in your personality," Shinso says, smirking and rising to his full height to look down at Bakugo. One of his palms lets out a louder crackle than usual. Inside his mind, Izumi lets out a shocked giggle. "Oh my god! Hitoshi! Hitoshi Eno!" Shinso sighs and leans casually on the wall, giving a meaningful glance to Uraraka, who finally starts moving, face red from holding in her laughter. "I mean really dude. Toxic masculinity, I get it, but DM in." A vein pops out in Bakugo's forehead. Here we go." Outburst of epic dickish proportions. Shinso yawns, despite his mind, and Izumi, absolutely freaking out. "Ooring. Seen it all before." Bakugo lets out a guttural scream of rage and launches himself at Shinso, hand popping with sparks. Shinso's eyes widen as Bakugo fist flies through the air, and he decides to drop the charade. Shinso books it the hell out of there. "Oh god, I F up. He gasps under his breath, taking turn after turn. He slides into another, explosions growing nearer behind him. "Oh, you're fine, you're gonna be fine. I hope." Izumi mutters that last bit. "Ugh, I think you went too far." "No, is he?" Shinso gasps. He didn't even respond, he started screaming that doesn't count. "I really hope Uraraka's doing better than me." Shinso." Uraraka's voice comes from the earpiece. "God damn it." Shinso mutters. Bakugo's cursing gets even louder. "You good?" "Oh. I found the bomb, but Ida's with it, and I can't use my quirk on anything. He cleared the whole room." Uraraka groans. "And I can't hit him, he's way too fast." "Oh." Izumi mutters. "Ida's good. But. I'm a little caught up at the moment dash. Get back here you F coward purple sfem going to F kill you, you hear me?" Bakugo roars behind him. "No. My cats need me." Shinso shouts back. nearly tripping on his own 2 feet as he does. To hell with your cats. Oh, that mot-half did not just say that. Shinso mutters. But on a better note, he turns, just in time to see Bakugo freeze, a drop of explosive sweat falling from his fingers. Shinso walks right up to him, then pokes him on the nose. Look, bitch, don't insult my cats. Izumi lets out a sigh of relief. Dear God Hitoshi, I thought you were gonna die. Shinso grins. I so have this. Okay, Uraraka. I got him, just hang on. Thank you. And as for you, Shinso says, tapping at his chin and looking at Bakugo. I'm too lazy to do it myself, so tie yourself up in this and go sit open a corner. He passes a length of capture tape over, then turns back to the maze. Actually, you know what? Bring me to the bomb. Still too lazy, Hitoshi? Izumi asks, watching as Bakugo starts moving. You know it, he says, following after him. Besides, it'd be quicker than finding the way myself. True, Izumi says, smiling. But he could technically still get out of your quirk and join the fight. Pisish details? Bakugo turns around a corner, nearly running into Uraraka. Her eyes widen, face going from red to white. Oh God. Hey, boo, what's up? Didn't see you there, she says, backing up slowly. Shinso pokes his head around the corner. Nah, he's cool. I got him. Quirk thing. He explains. Oh. Uraraka gasps, hand over her heart. Good. There is nothing good here. Ma. Something zooms past them, and suddenly Bakugo is gone. Shinso blinks, looking around. Ida. I can't, he's acting. Uraraka giggles helplessly. Bakugo. Wake up. So. Ida calls, shaking him slightly. We have heroes to defeat. Shinso gulps. OSHT. I should have captured him when I had the chance. Uraraka looks over, confused. What? It's possible to break through my quirk without side help? Shinso explains, pulling out the capture tape. Oh. Just go for the bomb. I still got this. Uraraka nods and dashes for the bomb, making it a good few feet before Ida drops Bakugo and blocks her. Shinso hurries back to Bakugo, pulling the capture tape over his hands quickly. Or tries. Bakugo explodes it before that can happen, then grabs Shinso's wrist as he stumbles back. You mother effer. Bakugo growls, right in his face. Izumi lets out a little squeak and makes herself as small as possible, despite no one being able to see her. Shinso grins nervously, sweat running down his face. Sup? Bakugo grabs Shinso's shoulder and twists, sending him flying into a wall with an explosion. You controlled me. The F is your quirk. Ow, nothing special. Shinso says, looking past Bakugo to see Uraraka still struggling to get past Ida. Hey, could you maybe go back under it? 'Cause that hurt. Bakugo grins, stalking forwards and extending a hand. How about no, ya purple F-. He freezes, hands still out and shimmering with explosive sweat, stuck under Shinso's quirk again. This time, Shinso doesn't hesitate, wrapping the capture tape around the gauntlets as fast as he can. Hesitate. Shinso cheers. Alright, moving on. Hey Ida. I just caught Bakugo, what you gonna do now? What? How? Ida shouts, turning to look at Shinso. Like this? Shinso grins, watching as Ida stops moving. And that, Uraraka, is why we're the A-team. Uraraka snorts, then bear hugs the bomb. I finally got it. Ooh. Hero team wins. All Might's voice sounds through the speakers. Congratulations, come to the observation room to go over your performance. That was awesome, Hitoshi. Izumi cheers. Terrifying at times, but awesome. Shinso nods in recognition of her comment, grinning. He turns to Uraraka. High five, he asks, holding up his hand. Uraraka grins and shakes her head. Not unless you want to fly. Shinso rolls his eyes, then turns back to Ida and Bakugo. They fall forwards under his stare, blinking and looking around. What we lost? Ida asks, looking around. Well, good game. He extends his hand, and Shinso shakes it. Bakugo, Uraraka says, taking another step backwards. You alright? Shut up. Bakugo growls, shoving past her and D into the maze of hallways. Izumi frowns. That's not really like him. An explosion rips through the wall. There it is. Hey, Todoroki. How'd I do? Shinso says, walking over with Ida and Uraraka. Shoto shrugs. You should have gotten the capture tape on him immediately. But otherwise, it was good. Yeah, I messed up there. Shinso admits, scratching the back of his neck. Okay. So, who was the MVP in that fight? Who did the best job? All Might asks the class looking around. Young Yaoyorozu. Ida. She says quickly. While Shinso took out both members of the villain team, he made a big mistake in letting Bakugo go. He should have captured him immediately. Bakugo completely abandoned his teammate, ignoring the better plan of him staying behind and Ida, who was faster, going out to take down the hero team quickly. Uraraka was at a disadvantage because Ida had made sure there was nothing for her to use her quirk on in the room. She did do a good job distracting Ida, though she didn't really take the exercise seriously. On the other hand, Ida rescued Bakugo from Shinso's quirk, disabled Uraraka as I already mentioned, blocked her from the bomb, and made the best of his situation. The class blinks at her. I didn't expect her to say so much. All Might mutters. Yes. Perfectly correct. Anyone else? No one raises their hand. Izumi snorts. There's nothing left to say. Yaoyorozu said everything. Uraraka sighs. I knew I shouldn't have been laughing. But, oh gosh, you couldn't hear the things he was saying. Ida pulls off the helmet, looking mollified. I was simply getting into character. No. It was good. Uraraka reassures. She breaks of giggling again. Sorry, they're fun, huh? Izumi says, smiling. Next group. All Might shouts. Todoroki and Shuji heroes. Hakagure and Ojiro villains. Tell him I said good luck. Izumi asks Shinso. I wish I could tell him myself, but good luck, Todoroki. Shinso says, looking back at Uraraka and Ida. From all of us. Shoto nods, and walks out to his building. So how'd you end up making friends with Todoroki-kun, Shinso? Uraraka asks, watching the screen. Because, the first day, Aizawa-sensei just kinda kept you for lunch and you came back knowing each other. Ida nods. It was rather strange. Shinso mutters. It's not we have a mutual friend. Shinso says, scratching the back of his neck. She wanted to see us, and ended up introducing each other. Whoa, really? Uraraka asks. Why did Aizawa-sensei have to bring you to her? She's well. Shinso mutters. I'm not really sure how to explain, but I didn't know she was even here. No one is really supposed to mysterious. Uraraka and Ida gasp in unison. Izumi giggles. They're really interested. Maybe I can meet them too. Let's just watch Todoroki's match. Shinso says, tuning everyone out. He's strong, it should be good. And that's when the whole building freezes. See? Shuto is awesome. Izumi gasps, starry-eyed. CC cold. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? Can you tell us about All Might? What are your classes with the symbol of peace like? Can we have a comment on All Might's teaching? Excuse me, can you tell us about All Might's classes? Izumi groans and faceplants into the paperwork she's doing for her dad's. I can hear those crazy reporters from here. They've been at the gate since it got out. All Might is a teacher here. Midnight points out, raising an eyebrow at Izumi. Izumi makes another miserable noise, pulling a grade book over her head. They're even worse today. There's so many, and they're all talking over each other, and they're so focused on All Might. I get that it's their job, but they're so ruthless. And he isn't even here right now. Aizawa gets up, patting her back. I'll go see what I can do to make them go away. Thank you. Izumi mumbles into the pages. He's gone for about 10 minutes, and then there's a bang and Izumi looks out the window to see the U-8 barrier go up. An annoyed Aizawa walks in the doors a few moments later. They won't go away. One tried to follow me in. We can tell. Midnight points to the wall. Well, I'm off to my classes. You gonna be okay, sweetie? Izumi nods, the grade book wiggling. I'll be fine. Maybe. It's just like a buzz in the back of my head. Well, I'm gonna have a headache in mine. I have to make my dumbass class choose a representative. Aizawa groans. Have fun. Izumi says, settling back down to the paperwork to distract herself from the reporters' minds. Kill me now. It was painful and we still don't have a representative, Aizawa announces, immediately falling onto the floor in his sleeping bag. Midnight cackles at him. What happened? Ida suggested democracy and voting. Everyone voted for themselves. Aizawa explains. It was just one thing after another, and then the bell rang, and I swear what's going on? Shinso asks, poking his head through the doorway. Shudo follows, carrying his tray of food carefully. He's complaining about us. I can see why. Shudo. Itoshi. Izumi squeaks, jumping up happily. Come for lunch. You know you could have sat with your friends, like yesterday. Shinso shrugs, opening his mouth to speak, but he's interrupted. Oh, is that why you were with us that time? Says a female voice, and Shinso jumps, obviously not knowing they were there. Uraraka and Ida stand behind him, looking curious. So this is your mysterious friend. Uraraka. Ida. How long have you been there? Shinso asks. Shudo raises an eyebrow. They've been following us since the lunchroom. I thought you invited them. We were following you because we thought you were going to a table. Uraraka exclaims. And then you left and we were curious, so Aizawa groans. It's too loud. You need to work on your spatial awareness. Yeah, that's fair. He admits, slumping into a chair. Well, since you're already here, do you want to eat with us? Izumi asks, smiling awkwardly. Hopefully, Ida doesn't remember her. Ida points at her. I know you. You were the girl without the proper uniform the other day. CRP. I'm glad to see you have properly outfitted yourself in a way that is becoming of a UH student. Ida continues, hands back to the karate chopping. Thankfully he had put down his tray. Although I must ask, why did you run the other day? It was quite rude. Izumi stutters, looking over at Shudo and Shinso for help. Well, I'm, actually not exactly a student here. Uraraka frowns. What do you mean? I saw you at the entrance exam. Izumi pulls on her braid awkwardly. I was actually, oh come on. That help. Please. You're on your own. Aizawa grumbles, ignoring Uraraka's startled wheeze. I'm gonna go somewhere quiet, because 5 teenagers are loud and I can't sleep. Izumi scoffs. I've seen you fall asleep while Mike is singing Fergalicious in the shower. Aizawa leaves. Traitor. Izumi mutters. Anyway, she says, turning back to the surprised Ida and Uraraka, and amused Shudo and Shinso. I'm pro-hero dreamer. It's nice to meet you. There's complete silence. Izumi can feel their minds slowly going over that fact, glancing at Shudo, and sees their eyes widen in realization. What? Uraraka squeaks. Are you kidding? No. Shudo shakes his head. That's Dreamer. Ida shakes off his shock, straightens, and then bows in quick succession. I humbly apologize, ma'am. I didn't realize you were Dreamer. I made an assumption on your age and the fact that you were wearing the school jacket. Izumi waves her hands in front of her, surprised by the sudden volume. It's fine really. I can see why you made the mistake. I really do look like a student. I probably should have been wearing a uniform anyway so I didn't stand out. That's why I'm wearing one today. Ida stops bowing, but still looks a little startled. Yes, but you are the same Dreamer that revealed Endeavor, correct? Izumi nods. Yeah, that was me. Do you all want to sit down? They do, still looking shell-shocked. Shinso sighs. Well, this was an entertaining lunch. And it's not over. Izumi cheers. In any case, I saw your combat training. You were all awesome. Uraraka sighs. I didn't really do anything though. Are you kidding? Hitoshi wouldn't have been able to do it without you. Izumi tells her. Hey. Shudo raises an eyebrow at him. Fair. Shinso concedes. Izumi grins at them. I mean, Kaken is terrifying, and you managed to get past him. That's impressive. Kaken. Who is Uraraka stops. Wait. Izumi pales. I didn't say that. I did not just say that. Shudo, please tell me I didn't say that. Shudo shakes his head. You said it. Are you talking about Bakugu? Uraraka gasps. How do you know him? Why Kaken? Izumi pulls her blanket cape from the chair it's on and buries herself in it. Shinso frowns. You've called him that before. Ida nods. And now that I think about it, I was not the one you ran away from, rather it was when Bakugu showed up. Shudo pokes at the blanket, pulling it up a little. So, how do you know him? Did you meet him through your quirk, like me and Shinso? Izumi sighs, poking her head out from underneath the blanket. I know, it wasn't through my quirk. The 4 heroes in training just stare at her. Izumi sighs. When we were kids, our parents knew each other. We practically grew up together, in the same school, the same province, same friend group. Well, it was more like he impressed and terrified people and I followed. She looks down sadly. Everyone used to call him Kaken. Mine was either Izuken or Deku. Eventually, the other kids stopped calling us that, but we never did. It just feels weird not to. Ida still looks confused. And why did you run away? Izumi shifts uncomfortably. Well, something happened. And it was I don't want to talk about it. But I lost contact with everyone really. New home, new family, new facet of my quirk. Everyone looks incredibly awkward. Izumi doesn't blame them. Even though she didn't say much about that night, no one needs her quirk to tell something terrible happened. How did you survive being childhood friends with him? Shudo asks, breaking the silence with a completely serious face. Izumi giggles. Patience, survival instincts, and knowing Kaken's mother. Uraraka grins. Well, I like the nickname Deku. It sounds like you can do it. Izumi smiles at her enthusiasm. Well, I guess you can call me that if you want to. Yes. Shudo tilts his head. I just realized. Where's my nickname? I've known you since we were 5. I've known you for a year. I want one. Come on, Shinso teases, plucking at her blanket. Izumi frowns, thinking. Okay if you really want one then Hide-can. Cho-chun. Shinso makes a funny choking noise, and it's suddenly a lot warmer in the room. Izumi pulls the blanket off fully. Were those not good? Shinso shakes his head rapidly. No, they were fine. Oh, Uraraka says, looking between the 3 of them. I see. Midnight chuckles in the background. See what? Izumi asks, looking around in confusion. I also do not understand. Ida says. Nothing. Nothing at all. Shinso says loudly. Izumi is actually impressed. He's normally quiet and sarcastic. Yeah, nothing. Uraraka says teasingly. Just make sure you do call them that too much, they may implode. Izumi frowns and lowers her barriers slightly. Sue her, she's curious. That turns out to be a bad idea. Because the second she tries to lower them slightly, an alarm goes off, and she yelps in surprise and drops them completely. And in the second after that, thousands of minds roar with panic. Now we can get in yes. Intruder who? All Might villains. Where are the teachers? Izumi collapses, hands over her ears. Hands catch her from hitting the floor, but they can't protect her from the screaming, both inside and out, students shouting, the alarm blaring, panic and confusion and move, get out of the way. Distantly, she can feel a cold hand on her forehead, concerned words. Closer panic. For her. For the alarm. Something else is at the corner of her senses. Something cold. Shivering. Shaking. It hurts. A new mind, one she's never felt before. It feels sick. Wrong. Like Sensei's. Definitely not a pressed person. As soon as she focuses on it, the disturbing light is gone. Find Aizawa. Hurry. Midnight. That was midnight. Trying to get Aizawa. Some of the hands disappear, 2 minds running to the door. They get caught up, swept away, their own panic merging with the rest. Izumi knows it's just the press now. She tries to tell them, but she can't make anything but little whimpering noises. Izumi, it's us. Just focus on our voices. Focus on 2 voices. 2 of hundreds, and the ones that aren't screaming directly into her skull. Izumi isn't sure she can. She tries anyway. She knows those voices. She's heard them in dreams. Can you answer me? Hitoshi. Izumi opens her mouth, shaking slightly. Hitoshi - everything goes numb. It's odd, but it's better than the screaming. It's better than the pain. Izumi can't move, but she can still feel comforting hands holding her. The same hands that caught her. The hands that belonged to the voices that spoke to her. Shudo. Hitoshi. Hitoshi must have used his quirk on her, she realizes. He had told her once that people he had used it on described it as going numb. Relaxing, terrifying numb. She looks up, dead-eye staring Shinso, Shudo, and Midnight in the face. She landed on Shudo. That's why she didn't hit the floor. He gently rests his right hand on her forehead, doing wonders for her headache. Do you think it's still hurting her? Did I just make her unable to scream? I hope not, Shinso murmurs. Should I let go? This has a better chance of working than what we were doing before. Midnight soothes. We don't know for sure, but she looks calmer. Of course she looks calmer, I just brainwashed her. Shinso hisses nervously, running a hand through his hair. There's some shouting outside. It sounds and feels like Ida. Hopefully he's telling the panicked students it's only the press. A few minutes later, Aizawa bursts into the room, Uraraka and Ida close behind. Is she what? Shinso looks up. I brainwashed her. I don't know if it helped, but I didn't want to let go in case it did. Aizawa nods and kneels down beside them. You can let go now. Shinso does, and Izumi gasps and bolts straight up. Shudo dodges, luckily. Izumi doesn't really want to hit anything with her head right now. Aizawa reaches out carefully, eyes glowing red. Are you okay? Izumi shudders and nods, slumping back down to Shudo's side. Yeah, I'm fine. She pulls Shudo's hand back to her forehead. I have really bad timing. Lowered my barriers a bit and then boom. She looks over to Shinso, smiling slightly. The brainwashing helped, thank you. Shinso lets out a sigh of relief. But I thought I just trapped you in your own head. Better than what was already happening. Izumi shudders. What was it? Just the press dash Ida starts. Izumi cuts him off. It wasn't just the press. Aizawa frowns. You felt someone? Nodding, Izumi closes her eyes. Trying to remember, trying to explain. That mind no way it was someone from the media. She presses herself into Shudo's side, curling up. It was Sensei was cold. The dragon was cracked. I'm shattered. The mind. Pulverized. She shudders. Nothing but dust. Cold, floating, uncaring, gray, dust. Aizawa stands up. Do you know where they went? Izumi shakes her head. They were here, then gone. It was I don't know just before I heard Midnight telling Ida and Uraraka to go get you. Midnight shakes her head. That was 5 minutes ago. Aizawa sighs. They must have been the one that let the press in. Fear tactics. Uraraka shivers. Who would attack you, eh? Not sure. Aizawa mutters. Dreamer, you alright now? Izumi nods. Just a little rattled. I'll be fine. Nedzu went to figure out what was going on. Midnight comments. He'll want to know what she felt. Aizawa nods. Shinso, Todoroki, Ida, Uraraka, go back to the classroom. Dreamer will be fine. Shudo pulls her closer for a moment, then pulls them both to their feet. Are you sure? Izumi smiles weakly, slightly disappointed with the absence of Shudo's hand. Hey, I was kinda due for a big breakdown. I didn't have one yesterday. I'll be fine. Shinso winces. Those happen often. Usually Dad is with me, he can stop them. Honest, I'll be okay. Izumi reassures him. Well, I hope you feel better. Uraraka says. I feel the same. And I apologize again for the other day. Ida announces, bowing slightly. Izumi grins. Would it be kinda sad to wish you good luck on your field trip tomorrow? Field trip. Izumi, let me surprise them. Aizawa groans. Izumi waves them off, pushing the odd mind out of the way for now and grinning as they leave. Subconsciously, she wonders who it was. She wonders what they wanted. Izumi presses her hands to Shudo's light, shining familiar as ever. Open up. Open up. It's me. I'm talking to myself. This is awkward. She mutters, trying to make him feel her the same way Shinso did. His light shivers, then opens. They is in the staff room, Shinso and the teachers watching carefully. Her own sleeping body is curled up under the blanket cape next to Aizawa. She's attempting another awake mind hop to check if it only worked with Shinso or someone else with a mind quirk. I'm here, Izumi announces. But that is, Shudo stumbles on his wording. Strange. Are you okay? Izumi asks nervously. Shudo nods. Yes, I'm fine. You did it? Shinso asks. When Shudo nods, he looks closer at his face. Oh yeah. Your blue eye is green now. That does look weird. I wonder why it does that. Izumi mutters. Is it because my mind has a green light so it's shining through in that way? I mean, assuming my mind is green. How would I even tell? But it can be assumed, based on everything I've seen before, it's usually hair or eye color, although if the personality, attributed major moment, or love for a specific color is strong enough. Aizawa raises his eyebrows at Shudo. Izumi, I can tell you're rambling in there. Izumi stops, grinning sheepishly. Whoops. It's fine. Shudo assures her. His eyes flick upwards, apparently the closest he can get to looking at her. I like it when you ramble. Aizawa grunts. Izumi, try with me. Do me, little listener. Do me. Mike exclaims, waving his arms. Okay. Izumi replies, smiling at Shudo's compliment. Remind him of. Feel then just relax. She hops out of Shudo's mind, then floats to her dad's. Okay. She whispers, touching it carefully. I'm here. It is kind of awkward. I don't hop into your dreams as much as the others. His mind opens. Oh hey. Izumi comments, going in. I expected that to take longer. Why is that? Aizawa says, raising his eyebrows. It worked? Shinso asks. Well, I mean, I don't visit your dreams as much. Izumi explains. I didn't know if I would be as recognizable. I know which pressure on my mind is my daughter and which is the hell of teaching. Thank you very much. I wanted you to do it with me. Yamada pouts at his husband. Or through him. At his daughter. Izumi has no idea how to deal with this. Netsu chuckles. Well, at least we know it isn't only people with mind quirks she can do this with. Fascinating. I wish I could feel what it was like. He sighs. Not being human has its issues. Well, technically if Kata helped me no. I refuse. Talking to Izumi. He explains at Mike's confused expression. Netsu smiles happily at them, sipping his tea. Suggested using Miss Zukuru Katachi's quirk, did she? Well, you should probably make sure you've mastered the awake mind hop before we try anything too strenuous. Speaking of, how fast can you flip between minds? Tell him it depends on how close they are in the dream room. Izumi says. I mean they kinda pop up randomly, but I can move them a bit, like how yours is next to Dad's and the other teachers, like Yagi, and Hitoshi and Shudo are near each other. Also I put the minds I don't like near each other. All clumped up in their own space. Izumi explains. The odd mind she had felt the other day would have joined them, but she had dealt with other nightmares and people, and then couldn't find it before she woke up. Aizawa relates her words to Netsu, who nods thoughtfully. Show us how fast you can. It could come in handy, and it's also useful for how many you can do. Is there a limit? He looks around at everyone. Raise your hand when she's with you. Izumi pops out, then hops back into Shinso's mind. Hi, Hidecan. Midnight, Mike, power loader. He took a few seconds longer, and back to Shudo. I'm not getting tired. She says she's not getting tired. Netsu nods. Her ability is based on the state of the recipient's mind, I suppose. Many people with quirks that have to do with the mind have reported something of the like. Izumi gasps. Like that villain at the hospital. He said he didn't have to break me, I was already broken. Or something like that. What villain at the hospital? Shudo asks, confused. Oh yeah, that guy. Slippery idiot. Aizawa grumbles. When Izumi was healing, he and his gang showed up. He was the one who showed you how to fix yourself, right? Not on purpose, but essentially gave me the idea, so yes. Izumi explains, and Shudo relays her words. Netsu hums. Then you are weak to quirks such as your own. Izumi sighs. I suppo the bell rings. Aizawa groans. Well, field trip time. Coming. Can I come with you? Just for a little bit. Izumi asks, bouncing a little. I want to see Class 1A? Shudo shrugs. I don't mind if you stay. Shinso looks over at Shudo and his still green eye. Oh, that's why she's not waking up. Off to see Class 1A, the wonderful 1A of UH. Izumi sings as they walk along. Aizawa checks his pockets and groans. You two go on. I have to get something. Aizawa mutters. Left the dumb remote in their dash. Izumi giggles. Well, hey, come on Shochan. He smiles. They walk into 1A, and Izumi looks around the room. Kaken's on the other side, grumbling about something or other, and everyone else had formed little groups of friends. That's all she got before they were being accosted by Ida for not being perfectly on time. Shinso just rolls his eyes. If I'm here before the teacher, I'm on time, he announces. Uraraka laughs at them from Tsuyu's desk. I mean, he's not wrong, Uraraka. Ida gasps, shocked. It is entirely unseemly for a UH student to act that way. We are the best of the best and should act as such. As your class representative dash, oh right. Dad made him class rep for what he did during the break-in, right? Izumi muses as Ida starts off on a rant. It's a fair choice. He calmed everyone down even though he himself had another layer of panic. She winces at her own words. Sorry about that by the way. It was nothing. What was nothing? Yaoyorozu asks. Shudo looks to her, startled. Nothing, she raises her eyebrows at. Well, obviously. Sit down. Only 5 minutes before class starts. The class groans and sits down, a few stragglers getting one last comment out to their friends before finding a seat. Are we living up to your expectations? Shudo whispers under his breath. Izumi snorts. Maybe. It's been so long since I've had a normal class I almost forgot what it was like. Aizawa comes in, looking as dead to the world as always. He looks over them all, eyes lingering on Shudo's still green eye. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors. All Might and me and one more person. The class frowns at his phrasing. Turned into something special then, especially considering the field trip comments? Shudo mutters. Izumi giggles. Something like that. A boy with black, straight hair and odd elbows raises his hand. Excuse me. What'll we be doing? Aizawa holds up a card with the word rescue emblazoned on it. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. The class erupts into whispers. Rescue, a blonde boy mutters Kanamari. Izumi thinks. Looks like a lot of work too, right? The pink girl whispers back. Ashido Mina. Idiot. This is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. Kirishima announces. Tsuyu ribbits at them. No one can beat me in the water. Aizawa stares at them, dead-eyed. Hey, I'm not done. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. He presses a button on a remote, then turns to the class. The training will be taking place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. He walks out, and students get up to grab their stuff. Is that the remote he forgot? Izumi asks, grinning. Can you imagine him getting to that point, having to walk all the way back to the staff room, and then opening it? Izumi squeaks as he heads for the changing room. I'll, go now. Shudo mutters, going through the door. Izumi hides her eyes from a few half-naked occupants. That's the changing room. Izumi explains, blushing. Oh. He mutters, finally realizing. Anyway, I'll see you after school. Thanks for helping me figure this out. Bye. Izumi says as fast as she can, then jumps out of his mind. Oh my god, why? Izumi is doodling Class 1A students and writing down what she knows of their quirks when Yagi comes in, panting. I'm sorry, I'm late. There was a hit and run, and then a hostage situation, and they already left, didn't they? Izumi nods. About 20 minutes ago. Are you okay? You look exhausted. I'll be fine. He groans, slumping onto the couch. There were a few incidents and I may have overdone it. I have 10 minutes left. Izumi winces at that. Well, you'll probably able to pop in at the very end. Most likely. I called ahead, so 13 knows I won't be there. Yagi sighs. Cut off at the end though. That was weird. Izumi hums. The class should be there by now. Maybe they hung up. They were in the middle of responding. Yagi says, biting his lip. Maybe it was an accident. Izumi looks back down at her doodle of Uraraka, half complete. But 13 wouldn't really do that, Yagi shrugs. We're probably just on edge from the break-in the other day. And I wasn't even there. He tries to joke, shrugging his bony shoulders. I'll call Aizawa or 13 later to figure out what's going on, after they've gotten the class underway. What are you drawing? Izumi pushes back her doubts and shows him her notebook. Class 1A. I'm analyzing their quirks. Of course, Shudo and Hitoshi I know more about, and Kaken has about 50 pages of notes that I rewrote. Izumi sticks her tongue out as she finishes Uraraka's wrist guards. She looks like a marshmallow. A space marshmallow. Yagi snorts. That she does. They sit in silence for a few minutes before Yagi picks up his phone and tries to call again. And again. And again. Their eyes meet on the next try, Izumi having given up on both her notes and pretending she isn't worried. Yagi frowns as he fails to connect once more. I have a bad feeling about this. He mutters, beefing up into all might. I'm going to go and make sure everything is okay dash. None of that. All Might and Izumi yelp in surprise and look down to see Nedzu. He's holding a little tablet and smiling up at All Might. Ah, Principal Nedzu. All Might says awkwardly. What dash? Nedzu holds up the tablet, showing off a news story titled, All Might stops 3 incidents in under an hour. All Might coughs guiltily. You're out of time, symbol of peace. Nedzu chirps. Even if you did go, you'd have to return almost immediately. The principal walks past him, waving away a trace of smoke as Yagi releases the muscle form. Hello, dreamer. Now, All Might, if that is the case, you may as well listen to my teaching theories. Yagi sighs and sits while Nedzu pours him some tea. Izumi pats his shoulder. I'll see how they're doing, okay? Nedzu nods. If it makes you feel better. Izumi pulls her blanket over her head and sleeps. In the dream room, she leaps up to Shinso's light, not pretending to not be worried anymore. His is close by. Hitoshi. Open up. Izumi murmurs as soon as she reaches him. Please. Shinso does, after shuddering a bit in obvious effort, and Izumi looks out, prepared for the worst. They're on a boat, with 2 of his classmates, Azuitsu and Mineta Minru. Mineta is sobbing, which only concerns Izumi more. Why are we in the shipwreck zone? Where's everyone else? Izumi asks. The plan was for the mountain zone, not the shipwreck zone, and Aizawa and 13 are so far away. Izumi. Oh, thank God. Shinso breathes. I wasn't sure if it was you. He's gone insane. Comes a scream. Izumi looks down to see Mineta clinging to Tsuyu, who looks very concerned. Shinso, are you okay? She croaks at him. Who are you talking to? I am, Shinso mutters. Why are there so many mines? Izumi asks, reaching out amidst the chaos to try and figure out what's going on. Hundreds of them, surrounding the boat, scattered around the building, a few cracked and cold, all shuddering, angry, all focused on a younger mind with the thought of death. Are those villains? Everyone slow down. Shinso yells, clutching at his head. Everyone falls silent, except for Mineta's sniffles and jeering from Dawn in the water. Yes, there are villains. Shinso growls. We know that, Shinso. Tsuyu rebits. Not you, oh goddammit, can I tell them? He growls, looking to the sky in frustration. I do it. It's obviously an extreme situation. Call me dreamer though. Izumi says, panicking a little. Just what is happening? Shinso nods. But me and Todoroki have a mutual friend who can hop into mines. She's here right now, which is why I look like I'm talking to myself. Mineta hiccups. Are you sure you're not insane? Pretty sure. A sign of her quirk is the green eye, he explains, pointing. Aizawa, dreamer. He ignores Mineta's screech of recognition at the hero name and plows on. A few minutes after we got here, a portal opened, and a bunch of villains came out. They said they wanted to kill All Might and, well, Tsuyu. If they're trying so strong, They most likely have a way to do it. Tsuyu points out, shaking off the oddity of the situation. Izumi is extremely grateful for that. Dreamer, you gotta do something. Mineta sobs, clutching at Shinso's stomach. It's as high as he can reach. He's on his tiptoes, arms stretched high. Shut up. We don't need the villains to know everything happening up here. Shinso hisses at him. I don't think they do. Izumi murmurs, deep in thought. Ajuitsuyu Quirk, frog. She can do nearly everything a frog can. Why would they put her here if they knew her quirk? It's where she's the strongest. Shinso pauses. You don't think they know our quirks? He says, frowning slightly. Of course, they would have sent me to the fire zone if that was the case. Tsuyu agrees, gathering the conversation from Shinso's words. She's good at this talking to someone she can't hear thing. Who cares? Mineta shouts from below, waving his hands. Dreamer, hop back and tell the teachers what's going on. Right. Izumi says, surprised. Just hold out and dash, the boat shudders, and they look up to see a giant hand above them. Izumi gulps. They've gotten impatient. The hand comes crashing down, cleaving the entire boat in half. The three students are left scrambling for handholds amongst the falling water, the boat bouncing on waves. We're sinking. Screaming, Mineta runs for the side and starts throwing ball into the water as fast as he can. Stop him. They'll figure out his quirk. Izumi shouts, then catches sight of the villains. Wait, what are they? The villains aren't touching them, rather gently splashing at them or swimming away. They're being cautious? Izumi murmurs. Azui is unparalleled in the water, but amongst this many people she's entirely overwhelmed, especially protecting the boys. Mineta would be able to capture them, but considering his aim, I've got it. What? Shinso shouts over the water, which has started to calm down. I have a plan. Make Mineta keep throwing the ball. Izumi says quickly. Get as many villains as possible to answer you, then make them part the water and let it come crashing back. Mineta's quirk will catch them when they're pulled together. Then you three can leap as far as you can into the water, to avoid the boat, and Azui can get you to dry land. Shinso grins. You're amazing. He whispers, then tells the others what she said. Mineta gives a watery sob. It's not gonna work. You got a better idea. Shut up and keep throwing. Shinso drawls in annoyance, marching to the railing and mustering his best I'm better than you face, which actually rather impressive considering his self-esteem. Oi, seafood. Fish sticks McGee. Several annoyed shouts and grumbles fill the air, and Shinso grins at them all. About 12 actual responses. Push the water away and let it come back. The villains that hadn't responded jeered at him, then started shouting at their teammates as they hurried to obey. What the F are you doing, mate? We don't dash, the water comes crashing back, and the tail end of many comments are drowned. The students stare down at the roiling water, which is making the boat sink faster. Come on, please tell me we got them, Shinso whispers. Mineta whimpers and clutches his bleeding scalp. The villains bob back to the surface, growling and pushing at the sticky ball and each other. Tsuyu smiles slightly. Got him, Ribbit? Yeah. Shinso breathes. Dreamer, you're the best. Izumi smiles. You're not out of the water yet. Literally. Have Tsuyu throw you two as far as possible, then jump herself. Then head back to the entrance, there are a lot of your classmates there. I really need to get help now. Izumi reaches for the dream room, then pauses. Hitoshi. Yeah. Shinso says, watching a screaming Mineta arc gracefully through the air. Be careful. The severity of the situation sinks in. Hundreds of villains, all out for BLD untrained children, spread randomly across the facility. Unknown odds. An oath to kill All Might himself. Shinso nods solemnly. I will. I promise. He murmurs. Shinso, your turn. And Dreamer, correct. At Shinso's nod, Tsuyu speaks again. Thank you. The last image Izumi has is of sparkling water and squirming villains hundreds of feet below. The last feeling she has is of two uncomfortably familiar minds, one pulverized and one cracked. One cold. One burning. Why to sing? What the Izumi? Izumi scrambles off the seat, tripping over her blanket. Yagi catches her, surprised, and she latches on. There are villains. And they attacked him, and she gasps for breath, shaking. They said they had a way to kill you. Yagi turns pale, then turns to Nezu. Sir Dash, Nezu hops up. Dreamer. Explain more, please. Izumi lets go of Yagi, stumbling back and trying to organize her thoughts. I only saw one corner of the fighting. There were hundreds of villains, sir. I think I felt the one from the media break in. And Izumi shivers, hugging herself tightly. And I think it's been so long, but think I felt the dragon. Yagi's eyes widen, and Nezu places a paw on her knee. Relax. He can't hurt you, Dash. I'm not worried about me. Izumi shouts, releasing her arms and shaking off her fear. I'm worried about my dad. And Shudo, and Hitoshi, and Kaken. And Ida and Uraraka and everyone. Please, Yagi-sen. Nezu-sen. She whimpers, remembering the minds she had felt. Messed up, cracked, shattered, painful, angry, kill, please. She whispers, looking down at Nezu. Nezu hums, obviously thinking, and nods. I'll gather the teachers. They think they have a way to kill you, so all might. Dash, I'm not staying behind. Yagi growls, already headed to the door. Anything that can kill me would decimate the others. Besides, I'm faster. I can get there first, then the others can come in to finish them off. All Might. The door shuts. Nezu sighs. Impulsive as he always was. Dreamer. Go back and help in any way you can. Yes, sir. Izumi says, swallowing nervously and laying back down. She has to do something. Anything. She's the one who can get there first. Shudo, let me in. Izumi whispers, hand shaking against his light. He opens, and she sees a completely frozen battlefield, statues of villains trembling. Dreamer? He asks, scanning for any unfrozen enemies. Shudo. Izumi gasps. Oh, thank God. I think you got them all. Wait, who is Dash? What? Hagakure. Haga Dash. Something shoots past his face, and he whips around to freeze the villain who had fired at him. Do you know what's going on? Not really. Hitoshi told me about what had happened before you got spilt up, and then there were villains everywhere. Is he okay? He asks, head darting to the side as a piece of ice shifts. It's only Hagakure though. Is Shinso okay? And the others with him? Izumi smiles. Yeah, they're fine. We came up with a plan, they got out, and I went to warn All Might and the teachers. They're on their way. Good. Who are you talking to? Hagakure's disembodied voice asks. Shudo taps at his head. Dreamer. She hops minds, wanted to say she alerted you. Hagakure gasps and her mind light jumps closer. Really? Oh my goodness, thank God, thank you. Did you hear that, suckers? Pro heroes on the way. Y'all are so done. She cheers to the frozen villains. Shudo frowns. They said the villains at the center, the smoky one, the big one, and the hand one, were the ones capable of taking out All Might. Izumi bites her lip and reaches for the area near the center. Pain, anger, panic pulverized. It doesn't matter. These guys aren't going anywhere, right? Frozen through. You should try and get out of here. I'm sure the others may need help. Let's see. Izumi closes her eyes. Hito, Mineta and Ajui are all at the water's edge. Kaken and Kirishima are the closest to you. Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Kaminari are in the mountain zone. Ajura is Alo. No. Wait, Ioma's there. It looks like he's hiding. Kuda and Tokoyami are together in the storm zone and everyone else is by the gate. We should head to the gate or the middle then. Eraserhead is good, but he won't be able to hold them all off forever. We should give him some relief before the teachers show up. Hagakure's mind light bobs. Izumi assumes she's nodding, but it's honestly strong to tell. But can't promise I'll be much help though. I'll stay with you, to warn you if someone's nearby. Izumi decides. Shudo tells Hagakure, whose light does the funny little wiggle thing again, and then starts bobbing off. They've only been on the move for about a minute, entering the small forest that surrounds the center plaza, when Izumi feels someone else. Strong barriers, flaring rage hiding calm analytical thoughts. Wait, turn a bit to the right. Kaken and Kirishima are there. Izumi says. Shudo beckons for Hagakure. You're following me, right? Yep. Why are we going this way? Dreamer says she felt some of our classmates. There's an angry shout and an explosion. Now I can hear some of our classmates. Shudo says, deadpan as always. Hagakure laughs a bit, then hurries towards the noise. Hey! The two boys whirl around, fists up and quirks activated. Kirishima drops his hardening when he sees Shudo walk around a tree. Hey, Todoroki. And, Hagakure. I think. He says, hurrying over. Yup, I'm here. Hagakure chirps. Also Dreamer. Kirishima frowns. Wait, what? There's no one else here, Invisigirl. Bakuga growls as he walks over. Shudo taps his skull. She can hop into mines. She sent for help, they're on the way. We just need to hold out till then. Hop mines? Bakugo asks, yes, narrowing. Who did you say it was? Please just say my hero name. Izumi whispers. Shudo frowns. Dreamer. Pro-hero Dreamer. Something wrong, dude? Kirishima asks, confused. Bakugo shakes his head, looking away in annoyance. It's nothing. I used to know someone with a similar quirk is all. Kirishima shrugs. Maybe it's the same person. Hey, Dreamer. He says, looking over at Shudo. Did you know Bakugo? Izumi blinks. Bakugo growls lowly, ignoring them. Oh. No, it's not. Now come on, let's go beat up some idiots who decided to break into a hero school. All of your villains were weak, right? Shudo nods. I interrogated them. Apparently the dangerous ones were Elter Jacket, Armored Mist, Handman, and the big one. Technical terms? Hagakure says, nodding. Shudo frowns. How else am I supposed to say it? Armored Mist? Izumi asks. Entire body made of black smoke, with an armored neck. Shudo explains. Bakugo grunts in annoyance. Well, I'm gonna kill that F-warp gate, smoke or not. It may seem childish, but it's actually a good idea. Kirishima interrupts at Shudo's masterful beach face. He's the villain's way in and out, right? So by taking him out, we trap them. We only need to figure out how. It's impossible. Hagakure says. I don't care about what's possible. Bakugo growls at her. Izumi gasps, realizing something. No, it's not impossible. The armor. The armor. Shudo asks, confused. Bakugo looks over at him, then slowly grins. Why have armor if it isn't protecting anything? He muses. There's a body in there. Squishy bits. Izumi grins. And so I can take him out? Bakugo says. Shudo blinks at their unheard synchronization. Well, Bakugo turns away and runs towards the center, grinning dangerously. Hey Bakugo. Wait for us. Kirishima shouts, hurrying after him. Shudo and Hagakure follow, catching up to Bakugo quickly. Izumi tunes them out, listening for the minds of villains and students once more. At the gate, there's a sudden surge of determination, and a steely blue light breaks off from the rest. Ida running for help most likely. A similar surge occurs in the mountain zone, and several villains fall unconscious. Another's mind grows fuzzy at the same time, shuddering with electricity. Kuda and Tokoyami dart around, small groups of villains slowly being overrun by an odd sliver of mind, dark and translucent. Whipping around Tokoyami is that dark shadow. How does that even work? What? Izumi shakes her head and ignores it, reaching out again, this time focusing on older, darker, unknown minds. A deep purple mind, appearing here and there, the pulverized mind, that fire. Angry, calculating, ashy ember fire, so close, too close. Why didn't she pay attention? Why was she ignoring him? Shudo. Izumi says, voice trembling. Please run. What? Run. He says, stopping so suddenly Kirishima nearly runs into him. Bakugo turns, confused. What the F Ice Prince dash well. If it isn't Endeavor's son. Izumi whimpers, hands over her ears, and shrinks silently to the back of Shudo's mind. The four students drop into fighting stances, watching the tree the voice came from. Oh, how rude. I just came to introduce myself. The voice croons, sickeningly sweet. It sounds so artificial. A man walks around the tree, smiling at them all. He's small and slim, a Elter jacket on his shoulders, Boots crushing a fallen leaf, black tangled hair, the scar, those eyes. Izumi shudders. You may have heard of me. I'm the dragon. He says simply, raising a cigarette to his lips and smirking at their terrified faces. This isn't usually my kind of gig, you know. Kirishima shudders and shifts uncomfortably. Bakugo looks like he's about to explode. Usually I'm one for big-name heroes. Not little babies like you lot. But, well, this is a big deal. Breaking into you. Of course, I'm not allowed to be part of the main event, which is such a shame. I would have loved to get my hands on that Quirk erasing son of a beach. A stream of fire envelopes the cigarette on his final word, and it falls to the ground, ashes. Hagakure lets out a little squeal of fright, which only seems to entertain him. Ah, did I scare you? Poor little baby. The dragon says, stomping the ashes beneath his heel. Well, enough small talk. I'm going to kill you. The dragon raises his eyebrows at Bakugo, who's trembling with rage. Oh, I'm going to kill you for what you did to her. For what you did to them. He screams, raising his hands and letting off an explosion, flying towards the villain and knocking everyone else to the ground. Bakugo, Kirishima shouts, panicked. The dragon chuckles and steps aside, Bakugo flying past him. Oh, did I burn someone important to you? He whispers with false sympathy, fake pout breaking into a smirk as Bakugo skids to a stop. Did I watch them burn, watch their faces turn black and charred? Bakugo lets out an incoherent scream and attacks again. You'll have to be a bit more specific. The dragon muses, wrapping his fist around Bakugo's throat and slamming him to the ground. I kill a lot of people. I don't remember most. They all look the same as burning corpses. People make such excellent kindling. His mouth begins to burn. Help him. Izumi shouts, horrified as Bakugo makes a strange choking noise. Shudo's foot stomps against the ground, and a spike of ice flies over Bakugo into the dragon's face. The dragon leaps away, releasing the pinned high schooler as he does. Ice, him. You'll be fun to burn. Kirishima pulls Bakugo out from under the... Dude, that's a big villain. He's not like the others. We can't just dash, Midoriya. Bakugo growls, slapping away Kirishima's hands. Remember these names. Midoriya Inko. Midoriya Izumi. I'm going to kill you for taking them. Izumi gasps from inside Shudo's mind. Oh no, make him stop. The dragon gasps as well, a little smile on his face. Those two. You knew them. Jesus, surprised. Were you close to my dear, sweet little Izumi-chan? Izumi-chan. Shudo whispers, incredulous. Izumi whimpers again. You don't get to call her that. Bakugo roars, throwing himself at the man once more. After what you did. The dragon cackles and slaps him aside. Oh, you two must have been very close. Bakugo pulls himself up, glaring at the dragon. Shut. Dude, stop. Kirishima yells, breaking free of his shock. The dragon whips around and releases a stream of fire, and Kirishima yelps and hardens quickly. Bakugo leaps at the villain's unguarded back, arm drawn back and prepared to ignite. At the last second, the man turns and kicks out, pushing Bakugo to the side. Tut tut, no manners these days. The dragon simpers. Give me a moment, I need to burn your classmates. Then we can talk about my daughter. Shudo sends another wave of ice, only for it to be dodged again. Stop, we don't stand a chance against him. Listen to your friends, little hero. The dragon calls, flame falling from his lips like drool. Bakugo shakes off the others. You killed them. You killed Deku and Auntie Inko, and I'm going to make sure you die for it. The dragon raises his eyebrows. Kill them. Make him shut up. Izumi pleads. Shudo, please make him stop talking. Bakugo launches himself once more, screaming bloody murder. Explosions and fire meet, the other three students watching in paralyzed panic as Bakugo rages and the dragon only laughs. Killed them. Killed them. The man cackles. Oh, I killed Inko. That traitorous beach deserved it. I burned her and that whole apartment to the ground. A new burst of flame pushes Bakugo back towards the others, where Kirishima grabs his arms to stop him from attacking once more. But Izumi, the dragon murmurs. She's why I went there. Sensei wanted her, I wanted her and I had her. He looks up, eyes deranged, a crazy smile on his face. I had her right here. In my arms. Hands WHP out, holding something that isn't there to his each holding someone that isn't there. I was so close. The dragon whispers, hands closing, eyes narrowing. And then he took her away again. Flame erupts from his mouth, and Shudo puts a wall of ice around them, which immediately begins to melt. Kirishima pulls Hakigure, defenseless at this point, behind him. Deku isn't dead. Bakugo whispers, face pale. Then a hand slams against the ice. They took her. All I wanted was my child. My BLD. Her quirk was so strong. So fascinating. But instead all I got was empty promises. The hand ball into a fist and pounds against the weeping barrier. I wanted to teach her. Free her mind from the lies of heroes. Show her just how appealing fire can become. Izumi curls herself even tighter. Please, please, but now it looks like they didn't just take her from me. They ripped her from you too. They didn't even bother to tell you she was alive. Bakugo glares at the silhouette. Heroes are trash. Look at the former number 2. The dragon shouts. He may have a restraining order, but he's still at large. Still working. Shut up. Bakugo screams, exploding the ice wall and tackling the villain on the other side. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I'll kill you. Bakugo, you can't dash. He's not going to stop. Shudo says, dropping into a fighting stance. We can only help him. Oh. No, not you too. Please Shudo, please don't, he'll hurt you. Izumi shouts, reaching out. Shudo ignores her, instead icing the dragon's feet as Kirishima nods in resignation. Hagakure. Run, find help. Shudo says, launching another attack. Hagakure's mind light bobs and she runs. You've been listening to heroes' lies as well? The dragon shouts, cackling. We'll kill All Might. And that quirk erasing child thief. I'll burn them. And every other hero that stands in between me and what I want. The 4 of them clash, Shudo freezing the dragon as much as he can, only for the ice to be shattered and melted away. Kirishima tries to get in close, but is met with flames that make the tips of his hardened arms glow red. Bakugo screams and fights, explosions slowly getting closer to their target, adeptly adjusting to the villain's fighting style despite his blind rage. Izumi can feel his mind, so focused on this one man the dragon is still laughing. Swatting away attempts to subdue him, dodging easily, bursts of fire swirling around him as he fights off the heroes in training. I don't even want to kill you now. I know at least 2 of you have been hurt by people that call themselves heroes. He shouts. I'll kill the 3rd. That will get All Might here. Shut up, you crazy pyromaniac. Bakugo holds out his arms, bracing himself against the ground and reaching for his gauntlets. He jerks the handles a bit, then pulls at the tab that pops out. Nitroglycerin sweat sprays from the holes, and Bakugo ignites it with a scream of rage. A huge blast rips through concrete, headed straight for the villain. This time, the dragon doesn't dodge. Instead, he breathes in and roars. Shudo dives to the ground, doing his best to freeze himself there. Kirishima digs hardened fingers into the asphalt. It's not enough. The 2 blasts meet in a huge ball of heat and light, lighting the nearby trees aflame. Kirishima and Shudo are thrown back, tumbling to the ground and flying away from the scalding heat. When it finally stops, the silence is nearly as loud as the implosion. Shudo groans and struggles to stand, scanning the area where the 2 instigators last were. Oh. Kirishima whispers, shocked by the utter destruction. The ground between them has been completely destroyed, a huge crater taking its place. Bits of rubble and cracked trees litter the ground, and standing on either side of it all is Bakugo and the dragon, panting as they glare at each other. Well, the dragon growls, still out of breath. Impressive. This is a decent fight, though I was hoping to be the one to end Eraserhead. Izumi's eyes widen, breath shaky. Ichi mentioned that before. Killing Dad. You don't think find him? Shudo whispers, trying not to attract attention. The dragon is deadly, but we've got 1 nearly impervious to flame and the 2 strongest in the class here. 3 of the other dangerous ones are up against your dad, and he'll want to know help is on the way. But the dragon is obviously affecting you, Shudo says, glaring at him. I don't really understand what's happening, but I'd like to keep you as far away as possible. I promise we'll be fine, but I can't say the same for Aizawa. Please, Izumi. The dragon and Bakugo clash once more, Kirishima still doing his best to help. Izumi bites her lip, tears falling from her eyes. Come back in one piece. Shudo nods. I promise. I'll keep those 2 safe as well. Izumi reaches for the dream room, looking back at the fire and flames one last time before tearing herself away. She rushes to her dad's light, wiping tears from her eyes. Izumi reaches for it, whispering, please be okay, please be okay, please be okay, and he doesn't feel okay. Pain radiates off the light in waves, jarring with feelings of helplessness and shock. Underlying it is fear. Deep, cold fear, trying to be pressed down. Izumi pulls him close, gently guiding herself through emotions to place her hand against the light. Dad, please, let me in. Let me in, I can dash. She breaks off into a soft sob. His mind opens. The first thing Izumi recognizes is gasping breaths, interrupted by small chokes. They're cracked asphalt in front of Aizawa's eyes, blood splattered across it. His arms are twisted awkwardly, and his goggles are gone. There's a weight on his back, and huge hands on his arms. She can feel Shinso, Tsuyu, and Mineta as well, frozen with horror. She can't feel whatever the thing is on her dad's back. It's mindless. Wrong. There's no light. No glass. No barrier. Someone has broken in and scooped it out and filled it up with an empty, unthinking, unfeeling void. Dead. Izumi whispers, feeling sick. Aizu, what are you muttering, Eraserhead? A new voice asks. Izumi reaches for it, trying to distract herself. It's the pulverized mind. The one that had taken out the wall, reduced it to dust. Izumi looks through bloodied eyes. He's pale and covered in severed hands. Pressed to his face, holding his neck, wrapped around his arms, and he's just standing there, watching. Something else cracks in Aizawa's body, and Izumi echoes it with a shocked whimper. This is so much worse than she thought. A sliver of black mist appears behind the watching villain, growing to become the warp gate the others were talking about. Shigaraki Tamura. The pale man Shigaraki Tamura turns to him. Kurogyri. Did you manage to kill 13? I incapacitated them. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got outside the facility. Shigaraki turns sharply, staring through the hand. Yuti growls, turning back to Aizawa. He reaches a hand up to his neck and begins scratching violently. Izumi whimpers at how convoluted his mind is. She can feel him, completely, dust spinning around. All Might heroes kill, Kurogyri, you fool, he growls, still scratching. If you weren't a warp gate, I'd tear apart every last atom in your body. Izumi shivers and whimpers inside her dad's mind. The villain stops scratching. We can't win against dozens of pros. He murmurs. It's game over. Back to the title screen, and I was so looking forwards to finishing this today. Oh well. Let's go home. Izumi looks up at that. This is it, she whispers. They know All Might is coming, don't they want to kill him? They must know UA will beef up security, this is their best chance? Oh, Shigaraki says. Before we go, let's make sure the symbol of peace is broken. He turns, and Izumi's eyes widen in horror when she sees where he's looking. Let's dull his pride. Shikaraji dives for the students, hand outstretched. Let's make this hurt. His hand is aiming for Azui, and Izumi suddenly gets a flash of remembered pain from Aizawa. A crumbling elbow. A destroyed wall. One touch. His hand lays on her head, and everyone is frozen with horror, shock, and expectation. Nothing happens. Shigaraki turns to Aizawa, hands still on Azui. You really are impressive, Eraserhead. A huge hand slams Aizawa into the asphalt. Finally, the others unfreeze. Let go of her. Shinso shouts, lashing out at Shigaraki. He jumps out of the way, and Shinso pulls his classmates back. Shigaraki doesn't seem to care. Shigaraki hums, tilting his head back to look at Aizawa. Nomu, the thing on her dad's back, shifts at the name. Kill him. Izumi's eyes widen as the mindless thing's hand pulls him up once more. No. Time slowed to a crawl. Nomu's hand descended slowly, and all Izumi could do was watch in horror. Izumi tells herself. Nomu is mindless. Not in the way Nedzu is to her Quirk, but a true void. She can't affect it at all. Nomu is a killing machine, only listening to Shigaraki. The hand grabs at Aizawa's hair. Startled into action, Izumi throws herself out of her dad's mind, reaching for the pale dust. Please don't be too late, please. I can't lose him too. The dust is easy to pass by. In the space of a second, Izumi is watching the same scene from a different perspective, this one not surrounded by helpless pain but by childish pride and fascination. Nomu lifts Aizawa's weak body by the head, a weak twitch the only indication he's alive. Izumi opens her mouth to scream, "Stop!" Nomu freezes. Shigaraki Tamura. Izumi turns to the misty warp gate, whose eyes are wide in surprise. Why did you stop, Nomu? Izumi looks down at her hands. No. Not her hands. These are too large, too pale, skin cracked and dry without freckles and the stains of pens covering them. Beyond that, the body is far too long and gangly, and the ground is much further away than it should have been. And when she had shouted, that wasn't her voice. It wasn't even a female voice. She's in Shigaraki's body. She's controlling him. She whispers. Forget how. Just focus on why. Save Aizawa. Nomu. Put him down. The huge thing places him back into the pool of BLD, and Izumi sighs in relief. Something lunges at her from inside, and unused to the body, Izumi stumbles to the floor in shock. Shigaraki is fighting back, pushing against Izumi's control. Someone's in my head. He growls out, before Izumi can rein him in. Stop hurting my dad. She shouts. Who even are you? Shigaraki grumbles, Quirk making asphalt dust. Some new hero. One of the students. I'm Dreamer. Izumi growls back. I've been here longer than you know. I called the pros long before that student escaped. I told All Might directly. Dreamer? Shigaraki asks. Didn't Sensei tell me that was the dragon's kid? Izumi lets go in shock. Yeah. Shigaraki whispers, grinning at his freedom. Nomu. Make sure the students don't escape. Distantly, Izumi can feel the three mind lights be lifted into the air, confusion and shock radiating off them in waves. One mind runs through old hero stories in horror. Dreamer. Shikaragi muses. Sensei told me about a girl once. This little kid, 10 I think, had managed to get into his mind without any issue. He shakes his head. Said this girl could find so many allies, scope out enemies, torture people from the inside without them ever realizing it was happening, and she was the dragon's kid. Easy win, 2 powerful allies in one move. Too bad it didn't go as planned. He lost track of her when Eraserhead intervened. Izumi shudders. Sensei, it all comes back to that one man. One dream, so long ago, yet she can't forget it. But then a few years later he heard of a dreamer, someone who knew things it wouldn't be possible to know about. Shigaraki chuckles, walking forwards. Oh, both Sensei and your father were so happy to find you again. To know that you really were out there. The dragon was so proud when he heard about all the Endeavor drama. Shame he got off easy. But your father was so proud his little girl. Following in his footsteps, Izumi shoves her hands over her ears. Of course they would see that. How could she have been so stupid? Just imagine what would happen, Shigaraki whispers, stopping before Aizawa's broken body. If the dragon found out this hero became a child thief in more ways than one. He squats on the ground, and Izumi pales at just how bloody her father's face is. Just how much pain is radiating off his mind. One red eye moves, focusing on the green through cold fingers. He'd burn him, Shikaragi whispers. Slowly. Maybe it's better if Eraserhead dies here. Under his daughter's eyes it would be merciful. Too late, Izumi realizes what Shigaraki is doing. Aizawa is too hurt to move, one eye a bloody mess, both arms and several ribs broken. He can't defend himself from the pale, deadly hand as it reaches down, dash. Wait, stop. Even as she screams, Izumi knows she won't be able to do anything this time. Shigaraki is playing with her, he knows she's here, and he's not letting his guard down. She tries anyway, reaching for control. Please. Everyone freezes at the sound, looking up to the entrance. The doors have fallen in, and a cloud of smoke has erupted in their place, masking the body that stands inside. But it doesn't matter that she can't see the body. Izumi knows that mind anywhere, no matter what form he's taken. She's known him since she was 8 and idolized him for longer. All Might stalks through the smoke, suit jacket in hand. He isn't smiling. Izumi blinks at that, feeling the pure anger radiating off him. But he still raises his voice, smiling kindly for students with tears in their eyes. Young Dreamer told me something was happening. He speaks, footsteps seeming to echo in the resounding silence. And I passed young Eater on the way, and he told me the rest. He stops at the top of the huge staircase. It's all right now. He shouts, looking out at the frozen battlefield. I am here. Most of the villains shiver with the promise of a fight, but not Shigaraki. Oh. He giggles. We're getting a continue. Izumi doesn't waste any more time. She seizes control of a distracted Shikaragi and throws him away from her dad, whose soft gray light gives out a surge of relief then goes unconscious. No Muhulu drop them? She shouts, and the 3 students fall back to the water with a splash. Shigaraki wrenches back control. You little shack. Oh. Curses of pain fill the air, and Shikaragi turns just in time for an uppercut to the face. His mask goes flying and he falls to the ground. Behind them, Izumi can feel the students and her dad being pulled away by All Mights. Shigaraki's hands slap over his face, and inside his mind Izumi yelps as he grows unstable. No, it's no good, I'm sorry. Father his hands scrabble for the dropped mask. Is that his father's hand? Izumi whispers, horrified. Shigaraki slips it back onto his face with a sigh of relief, mind turning calculating once more. He hit me on the way to save them, such is the violence of a government official. He's fast, as I expected. I couldn't follow him with my eyes. But not as fast as I expected. I guess it's true then. He is getting weaker. Izumi's eyes widen. How could he have known? Shigaraki turns to see All Might hand over Aizawa to Shinso and the others. Sir. Shinso says, draping Aizawa's upper body over his shoulders. I'm pretty sure Dreamer is in the hand villain's mind, so she may help. She controlled him a few times. And the big one, I'm pretty sure he's nearly as strong as you. All Might nods. Thank you, young Shinso. It's all going to be fine now. The students nod, and with one final glance over their shoulder, carry Aizawa away. Izumi watches worriedly, but her attention is brought back to All Might when he glares at them. So that's what he looks like to villains? She muses, trying to distract herself. Scary. Shut up. Shigaraki hisses under his breath. All Might launches himself towards the villains, arms crossed and eyes glowing, but Shikaragi doesn't even flinch. Carolina Gnome, smash. Wind roars past, pushed aside by All Might's hit. But Nomu, who had taken the full force of the strike, remains unmoved. What? Izumi gasps as All Might tries once more, this time at its face. That's it doesn't work because of shock absorption. Shikaragi says, smiling beneath his hand as he watches. In order to truly hurt Nomu, it would be most effective to slowly gouge out his flesh. Whether he would let you or not is another issue. Izumi gulps. It really is a killing machine, thank you for telling me all that. All Might announces, narrowly dodging a grab and darting around behind Nomu. If that's true, then it makes it easier for me. He grabs Nomu around the waist and heaves it over his head, slamming him into the concrete so strong a cloud of dust explodes from the spot. Izumi almost starts cheering. A few minds in the distance certainly do, pride for the symbol of peace overflowing. But Shigaraki doesn't seem upset at all. Instead his mind feels almost smug. What happened? Izumi whispers. Something's wrong. I suppose you can sense it? Shigaraki muses, smiling. You both forgot about Kurogyri. The dust clears, and Izumi gasps in horror. All Might is still bent over backwards, suplexing Noma's legs. But the rest of its body is disappearing through a smoky portal, and rising once more just beneath All Might. Its hands are digging into his sides, and Izumi can just see BLD beginning to spread. Beside them, Kurogiri rises, a pillar of dark mist. You tried to immobilize him by burying him deep in concrete, correct? Shigaraki calls. That won't work. Because he is as strong as you are. And he has allies. He giggles, then looks up at the pillar of smoke. This is good, Kurogiri. An unexpected opportunity. The warp gate's eyes narrow, and so does the portal. All Might grunts in pain, and releases Noma's legs to start pulling uselessly at the black-skinned hands that press into his weak spot. Kurogiri. I do not particularly want BLD and guts swirling around inside me. But to take someone as great as you, it would be an honor. See, Noma's job was to immobilize you, as you are too fast to see with the human eye. But my job is to lower you into my portal, and when you are halfway inside, to close it. And to tear you apart. Izumi can practically see the BLD splatter. It's a good plan as Nomu is a match, but a match can't overpower. But immobilization, then assistance, she can't think of any way to help. Oh, so glad you like it? Shigaraki nearly purrs. Izumi slaps her hands over her mouth. Diamen her muttering. Kurogiri. Nomu begins to sink into the portal, dragging All Might with it. Stop it? Izumi shouts, trying to take control once more. Shigaraki squashes her down. Stop that, dreamer. I want to see this. He says, eyes wide as if it will help him watch better. Izumi is forced to watch with him. As All Might's feet begin to sink in, the rest of him struggling as he tries to break free. Come back here, you little shits. Ice coats Nomu's side, stopping just before its hands and loosening its grip. Shigaraki whips around to the source of the ice, and Izumi lets out a breath of shock. Shuto and Kirishima are running for them, the latter dragging Bakugo behind him as he shouts curses at the dragon. There's a huge red burn of Kirishima's side. Shuto's ice has melted away and he's favoring his left leg, and Bakugo no longer has the gauntlets. The dragon isn't completely untouched though, one sleeve of his jacket gone and the arm beneath it bearing an explosion-shaped mark. Bakugo, the gate? Kirishima shouts, throwing him into the air. Thankfully, Bakugo seems to be able to let go of his grudge, and he blasts himself to Kurogiri and tackles him to the ground. Shigaraki swears, darts forwards, and attempts to grab Shuto, only to be kicked aside. Hitoshi! Izumi squeaks as Shuto is pulled back. Don't let him touch you, Todoroki. The purple-haired boy says, letting go of Shuto's shoulder, which is still wet from melted ice, and sinking into a fighting stance. He can disintegrate anything, including humans. Shuto nods gratefully. Thank you. That's all Izumi manages to get from the conversation before a rock-strong hand swipes at Shigaraki's head and he dodges away. Kirishima backs up as well, looking annoyed. Damn it, I was the only one who didn't land a hit. All Might takes advantage of the distraction and Nomu's loosened grip, twisting away and jumping towards the students. Yes. Izumi shouts. Yes, 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 oh my god. The dragon stops his chase, breathing strong in frustration as he stops near Shigaraki. Izumi pulls herself as far away as possible. Stop moving, you careless bastard. Bakugo shouts, hand crackling with little explosions. You're just what I thought you'd be. Armor always protects something, right? And earlier you said that's dangerous when I attacked. So I can hurt you. Only some parts of your body can become a warp gate. He grins, shoving at the metal. So if you so much as twitch suspiciously, I blow you to Kingdom F come. Whoa dude, Kirishima says, glancing over. Not very heroic. Shigaraki growls. Our way in and out has been incapacitated, we almost had him too. He groans. What is it with these people, adding stage after stage before we can kill the final boss? They're heroes, the dragon says, rolling his eyes. It's what they do. Yeah, well, maybe if you had managed to take out 3 teenagers. Well, why don't you try? The dragon hisses, waving his hand at the students. Just don't kill the explosive one. I want him. I kill whoever the hell I want dash. No one is killing anyone today. The arguing villains turn around. Kurogiri is still under Bakugo, the others standing around him. Shigaraki huffs at the interruption. We'll see about that. Nomu, who had just kind of sitting there in an awkward position, stuck through portals and half covered in ice, shifts. Its limbs begin to crumble away beneath Shudo's ice, much to his shock. The thing is still moving though, scrabbling at the ground with one hand and a half a thigh. Even though its body is broken, it's still moving. Izumi gasps. But how? It can't defeat All Might now. And Shigaraki isn't that dumb. Shigaraki grins. No, I'm not. The ice falls away, and a bulge of muscle sprouts from Nomu's side, slowly growing into his missing half. His quirk wasn't shock absorption. All Might says in surprise, clutching at his side. I didn't say that was all he had. Shigaraki grins as pitch-black skin grows back in a patchwork. This is his super regeneration. 2 quirks? Izumi whispers. He's a super efficient sandbag. Nomu is bioengineered to take you at 100%. Shigaraki calls. But first Nomu. I believe we'll need our warp gate back. Things happen so fast that Izumi can barely register it. A void, a shining gold light, and a proud orange dart around so fast they don't look like spheres but rather streaks in her eye. In a moment, 2 dust clouds have been formed once more. Kadesh. Izumi says, blinking at the new arrangement of minds. Shigaraki frowns at that. What the Bakugo? You dodged. That's amazing. Kirishima shouts. Bakugo blinks from his new position behind him. It wasn't me. Shut up. He growls back. The dust clears, revealing All Might in Bakugo's place. His shirt sleeves have been torn away, there's a huge gouge in the ground where he had tried to dig in with his feet, and the wall behind him is reduced to rubble. Shigaraki narrows his eyes. He protected the child. He's a hero. Izumi fires back. All Might grunts in pain. Do you not know how to hold back? Shigaraki tilts his head to the side. I was saving my allies. I had no choice. Besides, you attacked me full force earlier. I would have been seriously hurt if not for Nomu. He raises his hands. You know what, All Might? I'm angry. Angry about this world that praises some people for the same actions that are despised. You are meant to stop others through violence. But violence only breeds violence. The world will see this once you are gone. I'm angry for a world that won't let me take what rightfully belongs to me. The dragon shouts, joining in. People fight for their families and are praised for it. But instead my daughter, my Izumi, Shinso gets a really weird look on his face. Izumi. Shut the F up. Bakugo yells. Deku probably would have, hates you anyway. Because you murdered Inko. Izumi's mind was poisoned by lies. I can help her see the truth. The dragon shouts back, fire falling from his face. And that beach Inko threw me in jail. But, you know him Shikaragi whispers. Izumi stays silent. Shigaraki sighs. Doesn't matter. No. Kurogiri. Kill All Might. And dragon, he turns to him. How would you like another go at them? The dragon grins, mouth already burning from his yelled conversation. It would be my genuine pleasure. It's 4 against 5. Shinso says, glaring. Shudo nods. And Bakugo exposed the warp's weakness? If we all work together, we can take him. Kirishima says, hardening his arms. No. All Might says. The students look to him in surprise. Run away. And watch a pro go all out on them. You would have been in trouble if we didn't intervene. Shudo points out. That's a different story. And I thank you. But now glowing eyes fix themselves on the villains. Besides, I'd like revenge for something as well. Izumi blinks at that. Oh, not you too. The dragon and Shigaraki rush forwards, eyes focused on the students. Looks like we're doing this after all. Kirishima shouts. But before anyone can reach them, All Might soars past. Shigaraki gasps in surprise, the dragon releasing a burst of flame that doesn't really do anything. Because All Might isn't aiming for them. He's after Nomu. The mindless beast meets the symbol of peace, the punch they give sending out a blast of air that sends everyone flying. Izumi can literally see Nomu's muscles rippling like waves as his quirk nullifies it, but Shigaraki and the dragon go flying before she can see much else. She can feel the students holding onto the ground as strong as they can, Shudo snatching Shinso as he nearly flies away and freezing them both to the ground. Shigaraki grunts as he lands. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Yes, I did. All Might shouts, hands flying in a blur. Kurogiri is pushed back beside the other villains, smoke streaming behind him. I can't get near them. If your quirk isn't shock nullification but shock absorption, All Might shouts through the sound of his fists' impact and the ground shattering beneath them, then there's a limit to it, right? Izumi reaches for Shigaraki's mind. He's distracted, and she needs to do everything she can. Shigaraki nearly screams in frustration. Made to fight me? All Might shouts. If you are capable of taking me at 100%, I must simply force you to surrender from beyond it. He's bleeding while giving it his all, Izumi whispers from inside Shigaraki's mind. Those aren't random punches either. They're all with over 100% of his power. Shigaraki goes still as he listens to her words. Nomu flies through the air into the forest, All Might in hot pursuit. A true hero, All Might announces, can always break out of a tough spot and find a way for justice to prevail. Nomu hits the ground, bouncing back up with how strong he was struck down. You may know these words, villains. I know I said them when I last took down the dragon. All Might shouts. But I'm about to teach you once more. He reels back, glaring at Nomu. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Izumi swears the world goes dark when he hits. Nomu soars. Up over the battlefield, past the conflagration zone, over the shipwreck zone, through the band of lights and the ceiling, and into the sky. The whole building shakes, a stream of blinding light streaming through the hole in the dome. Izumi lets out a small laugh of disbelief. That crazy idiot. He actually did it. I really have gotten weaker. The cloud of dust, now it's 5, falls away, All Might gasping inside. In my prime that would have taken 5 hits. But now he turns to smile at the students. It took over 300. He cheated. Shigaraki whispers, shaking in rage. He must have. All Might turns to them. Now villains. I'm sure we all want to get this over with quickly. Weaker. Shigaraki mumbles, trembling. No, we've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu. A burst of pain comes from All Might, and Izumi realizes what a tough spot they're in. He's bluffing. She knows he is. The hero work from earlier, and how much effort that would have taken. Izumi squashes down her muttering. She can't betray what is really happening. They think All Might is as strong as ever. Sensei must have lied. Or been wrong. No, he's never wrong. But then how? Did he use a cheat or something? Shigaraki mutters, scratching at his neck. Beside them, the dragon growls in anger, but doesn't move. Sensei? Izumi whispers. Sensei knew about this. He knew that All Might was getting weaker, and he told Shigaraki, but how? What's wrong? All Might calls. Shigaraki stops scratching. You're not coming. I thought you wanted to clear this. Eyes so bright they practically burn into Shigaraki's mind to see Izumi narrow at them. Come get me if you can. Shigaraki stumbles back. The dragon, for all his growling, takes a few steps away as well. Arg! Shigaraki yells. If only I had Nomu-sensei would be able to go up against him no problem, but dash. Come on, just go home. Izumi thinks. Go home, go home, go home, go home. Shigaraki Tamura. Calm yourself. Kurogiri whispers. Look carefully. He is obviously weakened by Nomu's attacks. And we have the dragon, who was a good match, as well as several underlings we can use. We still have a chance of killing him before reinforcements come. Shigaraki stops scratching. Yeah, we kind of have to now. We have the main boss right in front of our eyes, the weaker villains all around them stand up, and the students turn to face them. No. Izumi whispers angrily. Just dash. Shigaraki ignores her. He, the dragon, and Kurogiri all rush at All Might, whose mind immediately goes blank with ideas. He's stuck. There's nowhere to go, no way to fight, nothing he can do. Izumi glares. Nothing he can do. She, on the other hand, Izumi seizes control of Shigaraki, who is distracted by Nomu's defeat and apparent lies. She stumbles for a second before lashing out to the left with a long leg straight into the dragon's side, sending him tumbling to the floor, much to everyone's surprise. Including Izumi's. She was kinda just kicking. What the entire F Shigaraki dash, a bullet interrupts them. It goes straight through Shigaraki's shoulder, and while it doesn't hurt as much as her mind fits, it still shocks her into releasing Shigaraki from her control. Shigaraki grimaces and covers the wound, giving Izumi time to scan for mines. She smiles in relief. The pros are here. Ida is shouting his return after bringing Ectoplasm, Hound Dog, BLD King, Cementos, Snipe, who fires off into the distance at what is likely another battle, 2 heroes she isn't close with, Power Loader, Midnight Mike. He's seen Aizawa, and the concern radiating from his mind quickly turns to rage. He marches to the edge of the stairs, which villains are trying to climb to attack, and screams. Several villains fall unconscious, and those that don't cover their ears in pain. When it ends, they look up, only to be quickly overcome by Ectoplasm's clones. A sliver of his mind shines in each. You've lost. Izumi hisses. The rest of the pros are here. Shigaraki looks up at where the commotion is happening. Damn it, they're here, it's game over? The dragon looks like he's about to explode. Kurogiri dash, Snipe turns his attention back to the center villains, firing 4 bullets into Shigaraki's arms and legs. The dragon whips around and melts 2 bullets aimed at him out of the sky before Kurogiri can wrap himself around the other villains. As 13's black hole begins to pull them to the side, Shigaraki stares hatefully at a bloody All Might. This time I've lost. He growls. But next time I'll kill you. They sink into the portal, and Izumi's vision is encased by black smoke. Shigaraki mutters as he falls to a hardwood floor. I've been shot in both arms and both legs, he sighs. Well, that failed. We were completely overrun. Even Nomu was defeated, the underlings were taken down in seconds. You were wrong, Sensei, All Might isn't any weaker. No, I wasn't. Izumi freezes. That voice, it's been 5 years, but she knows that voice. We just weren't prepared enough. Sensei's voice muses, coming from a TV with purple words saying, sound only, yes, we underestimated them. A new voice agrees. A good thing we did it under the cheap name League of Villains. But what about Sensei and my joint creation? Was he not retrieved? He was blown away. Kurogiri replies. His smoky body has been replaced by a suit and tie, only his head and hands formed of mist. What? Let's turn to the more important question, Shigaraki. The dragon growls, boots stomping by the prone man's face. Why did you kick me aside before I landed a hit on All Might? Oh. Sensei's voice murmurs. I figured you'd be proud, Midoriya. Shigaraki growls. His fingers scratch at the floorboards in anger. It was your brat. Dreamer. Midoriya Izumi, whatever the hell you want to call her. She's gotten stronger. The dragon's eyes widen, and Izumi whimpers and pushes herself to the back of Shigaraki's mind. My Izumi. Explain. Sensei whispers. She was in my mind when I tried to kill Eraserhead. She controlled my body, ordered Nomu through me. She did it 2 other times, including when I kicked you. Or well, she did. The rest of the time she was just muttering. Or making weird noises. A thoughtful hum comes from the TV. Well, I thought she would be able to do this eventually, considering the way she freaked out during first contact. My Izumi. The dragon whispers, eyes lighting up. He sinks into a bar stool, hand over his heart. Oh, speaking of that. The my thing. Shigaraki says quietly, turning his head to the dragon. She called Eraserhead Dad? He says, grinning. She said, stop hurting my dad. The room is silent. Izumi clutches at her head, feeling the dragon process the words, silent confusion pressing at her mind. His smile slips from his face. What? The dragon whispers finally. What did she call that man? Pretty sure she's here still? Shigaraki says. Why don't you talk to her? The dragon makes a choked noise. I will speak to her when we have her. Sensei says simply. My Izumi. The dragon whispers, almost reverently. Oh wait. His eye, it's hers, it's my. Izumi's, it's green. He squeaks happily. And she is mine. He looks down at her, despite not seeing her. But Izumi can see him. Can see his eyes, can see past them, can see ashen fire, hidden rage, heat stored to light a wildfire at a later time. Do you hear me, Izumi? He croons. Izumi can't leave Shigaraki's mind fast enough. Izumi sighs and stares down at white sheets, trying to ignore the beeping of her dad's heart monitor. On the other side of the hospital bed, Yamada is resting his hand on the bandages over Aizawa's arm. He had tried to get her to talk about what had happened when she went through the portal with Shigaraki, but she had insisted on waiting for Aizawa to wake up. She had given a word-for-word account to the police, and didn't want to do it more than twice. Izumi runs over the injuries again. 2 broken arms, several broken ribs, facial fractures, and shattered orbital floor. He's stable, but he hasn't woken up yet, even though it's been a day. He's just asleep, mind light shining softly beneath several layers of white cloth and messy hair. The heart monitor keeps going. Beep, 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 knock. Izumi looks up at that, wiping away tears that had begun to stream once more. Yamada turns as well. Come in, he calls. The door opens, revealing Shuto and Hitoshi standing behind it. Hey, Izumi. Shuto whispers softly. Guys, what are you doing here? Izumi asks, wiping away the tear tracks on her face. Yamada smiles tiredly at the two of them. The temperature gets colder as Shuto goes to sit on her left, and Hitoshi on her right. Shuto and I wanted dash. Izumi blinks. Shuto. Hitoshi looks at her, confused. Yeah, what all? Right, first name thing. Well, I went to see him in the nurse's office, 'cause you know, injuries and whatnot, they fought a strong villain. You did too, Hitoshi. Shuto reminds him. Got me out of the way of Shigaraki while I was being cocky. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. Yeah. Well, we figured if we've been through all that we could call each other by our first names. Kirishima started crying and called us both manly. Shuto remembers. Izumi smiles at them. You were both amazing, keeping your cool. I'm sorry I didn't visit you, I know I should have, it's fine. You had other things on your mind, and I wasn't badly hurt. Shuto says. After Recovery Girl said I could go, Hitoshi came with me to find out where you were. We wanted to make sure you were okay. Hitoshi says quietly at her confused expression. With what happened to your dad, you know, and I've got the only quirk that can help besides his. And well, there were some weird things. Shuto told me some of what he heard. Izumi looks down. I assume you know then. Only what we've guessed, Shuto says quietly, wiping away a tear. We won't make you tell us anything. We just wanted you to know that we're always here if you need us. Like you were. Hitoshi says, hand on her shoulder. Izumi smiles at the both of them, still crying, and reaches for Hitoshi's hand. Thank you. I hope you know how disgusted your tired dad would be at how sweet that is. Yamada announces, grinning at them. Let the old man be disgusted, and let me hug her. Shuto mutters, then leans in around Izumi's snort of laughter. Hitoshi says, and soon there's a knot of 3 people on one side of the bed and a smiling Yamada on the other. Thanks for cheering me up. She mutters into Shuto's shirt. Of course. They separate, looking down at the bandaged man on the hospital bed. So when should he be waking up? Hitoshi asks carefully. Yamada sighs. Whenever, really. He's stable, all bones set and on the mend. No head trauma, which is good. Now it's just the waiting game. Besides, Izumi says his mind is still trucking in there, doing his living logically thing, so he's fine. Hitoshi looks down at the bed. So could you go into his dream? Tell him what happened. I guess I could. Izumi mutters. But we aren't sure what kind of effect that could have on his psyche. Although he is already a lucid dreamer, my presence could really draw attention to that fact and force him to wake up when it would be much better for him to be asleep. But he may force himself to wake up to find out what happened. So dash, little listener. She blinks at him, then tugs on the end of her braid sheepishly. Sorry. The doctor said it will be fine for him to wake up. I'd rather him not try to leap out of bed trying to figure out what happened. I'd have thought he would want to stay in it for a while. Shudo says, raising his eyebrows. Considering how often we see him napping in class? Yamada snorts at that, smiling down at Aizawa. Well, he's done it before. Yeah, he's tired. But even though he acts all tough, he actually really cares. Once he spent like 3 months popping in and out of the hospital when my quirk first broke, before I got adopted. Izumi says quietly. He really means a lot to me. Then go see him. Hitoshi says. He's obviously going to be worried sick. Izumi sighs. I guess, but we'll be right here. Yamada says, grinning. Say hi for me, Kei. Nodding, Izumi plops herself down on the bed. Hey, Hitoshi. Make me go to sleep. You're okay with that? Yep. Izumi answers and her mind goes fuzzy. Sleep. Hitoshi orders and her eyes close. Izumi hovers in the dream room, gently pressing her forehead against Aizawa's soft gray light. It's rare that she enters his dreams, usually only if she has to share an interesting story before she forgets it, or is looking for urgent advice. They change, varying from replays of battles to dreams that are much more like Hitoshi's cat dreams. Today, it's neither. She's in UA, but it looks different. The building is smaller, the walls lower and covered in less tech, and she's outside, several people eating lunch beneath trees or on benches. School dream. Wow, not expected. Izumi whispers. She looks around at all the kids. Do I even know what he looked like in school? How am I going to find him? Stop erasing my quirk. Well, that was easier than expected. Thanks, loud dream dad. Izumi says, walking toward the annoyed shouts. What am I supposed to do, let you blow out my eardrums? Aizawa grumbles, glaring up in annoyance. His hair is shorter than she's ever seen it, and his face is clean of stubble from where he keeps forgetting to shave. Well, not forgetting, just doesn't feel like it. Yamada, too, has shorter hair, but it's still stuck up with gel like he does in the future. The effect makes him look more like a cockatoo than a banana, though. He already has those sunglasses on, which slip down his nose as he plops down next to his future husband. I'd never be that loud. Hey, what's for lunch today? He announces, grinning and finger-gunning happily. That rhymed. Shut up. Yamada grins at him before glancing around carefully. You could make me, shoulda, he whispers seductively, leaning in. Aizawa slams Yamada's head into the tree, hand over his grinning face. He, on the other hand, is bright red, whether it's from anger or embarrassment, probably both. Izumi can't tell. Well, that's not what I wanted, but I guess it works. Yamada pouts through his squashed cheeks. What is someone saw? Aizawa hisses at him. It's not like they just move on like in a normal relationship. Yamada sighs and pulls his hand away. But still, I want to be able to tell everyone I managed to get a date with. Oh please. Aizawa grumbles, slumping against the other boy's shoulder and picking at his food. Considering the amount of confessions you get, I should be the one bragging. Aw, Shoyuta, you do care. Izumi smiles at their goofy back and forth, leaned against each other under their little tree. It's really sweet, and honestly not much different than what she sees every day. It's sad that she needs to interrupt it. Izumi walks towards their tree, and they look up at her in confusion. Yamada tilts his head to the side. Do I know you? The dream Yamada asks, because of course he hasn't met her yet. Izumi shrugs. Maybe. A lot of people do. What does that Maya dash? Izumi snaps her fingers, pausing the dream. What the fuo? Izumi. Aizawa breathes out, thinking back. Wait, what happened? Nomu, Shigaraki, the villains, the students dash. Izumi drops to her knees beside him, laying her hand on his shoulder and steadying his dream. Hey, everyone's fine. You were the one most injured. All Might and 13 also had serious injuries, but they're all better now. Kirishima and Kaken got a bit burned when they fought the dragon, but Recovery Girl healed them right up. Everyone else got off with a few scratches. Aizawa nods and sinks back into the tree. Good. Better me than them. Izumi glares at him. I mean what I said. He grumbles at her. I'm fine. I've been hurt before. I take it if you're here, I'm in stable condition. Izumi sighs. Logical as ever. Yes. I was supposed to tell you so you could relax. And well, To make sure you're okay because that thing was freaky. Like, I know no one else could sense it, but Noma didn't have a mind. It was like it had been scooped clean. She shudders. You were controlling Shigaraki, correct? Aizawa asks. I thought I was imagining him fighting himself, but then I saw his eyes just before All Might came. They were green like yours. Izumi nods. Yeah. A thing I can do, apparently. I lost control pretty soon, but she goes silent, thinking back to what Sensei had said. Did that happen to the dragon? When it happened, Sensei said he thought I would be able to since then, so what? Izumi groans and facepalms. I did it again. Oh God, I did it again. Could you maybe, forget about it? Until you wake up. Because I don't want to talk about it more than I have to and you need rest. Aizawa blinks up at her, then gets off the ground. But I'm waking up. Wait, no, that is the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Despite Izumi's frantic hand waving and protesting, the dream begins to break apart, barriers jigsawing their way back up. Oh come on. She groans in annoyance, then hops out of her dream and forces herself back awake. Izumi bolts up in her chair, throwing off the jacket that had been placed on her shoulders and interrupting a conversation. He's an idiot, she gasps out. What? Where? Hitoshi yelps, teetering around on his chair. I assume she's talking about me. Shoulda. Yamada squeals, obviously trying to control his quirk, and failing due to his excitement. Are you okay? Do you need water or something? You've been asleep for a while. I need Izumi to explain the fact that she spoke to Sensei, then tried to make me forget about it. Aizawa grumbles, shifting uncomfortably. Wait, who? Hitoshi asks, confused. Who is that and why are they here? Aizawa asks, head turning slightly. Oh, it's Hitoshi and Shudo. Izumi sighs. And I'm not getting out of this, am I? Nope. Aizawa announces. Hitoshi shrugs at her, while Yamada just looks resigned. All three pairs of uncovered eyes are watching her carefully. Well, I guess I should start from the beginning, shouldn't I? With how it started. Izumi says, resigned. I think you two have figured it out. The dragon Shudo starts out, glancing at Hitoshi. He's your father, isn't he? Your BRH father. Izumi looks down at her hands. Yes. His real name is Midoriya Hisashi. She takes a deep breath, then begins. I was 10 when I think it all started. I met a man, he called himself Sensei. Nothing else. I had hopped into his dream, and he was fascinated by my quirk. Wanted to know how far I could go, talked about forcing my way in, changing dreams to nightmares. Izumi says. Everything is falling out so quickly now, like she can't hold it in anymore. Her barriers start to shudder. A few months later, the dragon came for me. He had been in jail. When he was burning and talking and monologuing, he said that Sensei had broken him out. He said that to my mother, she says, swallowing, right before he slammed a chair over her head. The hand in hers squeezes, Hitoshi looking at her pitifully. A patch of ice forms on Shudo's arm. He had me, he was pulling me away from the burning apartment. That was when I first went into an awake mind. She says quietly. I forced my way in. He was screaming, I was screaming, it hurt, we were both shattered. He voice trails off, and she takes a shuddering breath. That's when Dad came. Saved me, but after that, my quirk, are you all right now? Hitoshi asks carefully. Do you want me to? You probably should. It feels better than what normally happens. Her mind goes blissfully fuzzy, glass shivering and falling away into softness. Like before, she can hear voices around her, Hitoshi announcing, I'm with Bakugu, that Mott half's dead, and feel Shudo's shaking hands on her head. She comes out of it soon, giving a questioning look at Hitoshi as she does. I didn't want to stick you under for too long. He explains. Izumi nods. Thank you. You sure you're all right, little listener? Yamada asks. Izumi nods. I'm fine. I still need to explain what happened after I went through the portal. If you don't think you can, then don't. Aizawa says softly. I can. Izumi replies, at this point trying to convince herself. Kurogiri brought us to somewhere that looked like a bar. Two people were speaking through a TV set, one of which I know was Sensei. I'd never forget that voice. She shudders. They were saying some stuff I can't repeat, and that they created Nomo? Izumi says, glancing at Shudo and Hitoshi. No one else should know that All Might was deteriorating. Then the dragon started asking what Shigaraki was doing, when I kicked him with Shigaraki's body. And Shigaraki said I was there, and they were talking to me. She shudders and wraps her arms around herself. What did he say to you? Aizawa growls, voice shaking. I will speak to her when we have her. Izumi repeats. And you are mine. And while I was in Shigaraki's body, he was talking the entire time about the Endeavor scandal, how proud the dragon was, how happy he was with what I was doing, and she breaks off, tears falling down her face again. I'm sorry, I should have been faster, I should have done something sooner, maybe you wouldn't have been so badly hurt and he's going to find you, he was already thinking of ways to kill you slowly, I could feel them dash, Hizashi, I can't hug her. That's an issue. Do it for me. Aizawa says, shifting angrily on the bed. Already on it, kitten? Yamada announces, darting around the foot of the bed. Hitoshi and Shudo pull away, and soon Izumi is being crushed in a hug by her loud dad. Shudo, let's leave them to their family moment. Hitoshi whispers quietly, and there's a shifting of seats and shoes on tile. There's a cold hand on her back for just a moment, but it's gone in an instant. The door closes softly. Listen to me, Izumi. Aizawa says after a minute. I made my choice, I knew this would happen eventually. I knew he'd fight back. But you are not a possession. You are a human being. You don't belong to anyone, not to him, not to me, not to Hizashi, or anyone else. It's your decision what to do with who you are, he says softly, and it's the fact that he doesn't respect the lives and choices of other people, including you, that makes him a villain. Izumi blinks at the bandaged man through tear-blurred eyes. But I could have done something, you did. You saved me. You alerted UA. You saved All Might too. Yamada tells her. He said that without those few seconds, he would have been killed. You're a hero. Aizawa says determinedly. It's your choice. Izumi carefully pulls away from a Yamada, reaching an arm out to touch her tired dad. Thank you. She whimpers. Sorry for making this all about me, when you were the one hurt, it's fine. Aizawa says. Besides, you're the one always saying mental wounds can be just as bad as the physical ones, if not worse. We're here as long as you need us. Yamada agrees, gently pulling her head against his ist and reaching out to touch Aizawa as well. They stay like that for a long while, Izumi sniffling and Yamada wiping away his own tears. Izumi, can you do me a favor? Aizawa asks finally. I'm sure. Izumi says, surprised. Can you check out the students' dreams? They've likely never been in that kind of stressful situation before. Izumi nods sheepishly. I probably should have done that already, to be honest. She says. I was a bit distracted. Aizawa nods. But the second I'm out of the hospital, we're going home and having a movie night with the giant blanket and all 3 cats. Deal. 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 Now go back to sleep. You got your answers. Izumi insists, poking him lightly. At this point my mental state and your physical state are the same level of beaten black and blue. Fair. Yamada snorts, pouting a little. Yeah, though it's a shame. I didn't really get to talk to you, Shoyuda. You go to sleep too. I know you haven't gotten enough. Izumi tells him. I'll merge your dreams together so you can talk in there. It's difficult, but I can do it. You'll split apart when you wake up. You're the best, little listener. Izumi nods, then giggles as Yamada immediately curls up on Aizawa's bed despite the annoyed complaints. She plops herself down on the sleeping bag that Aizawa takes everywhere, instead of the narrow hospital cot. 22 dreams to deal with. It should be fascinating to see how a hero class deals with their first real fight. Izumi floats in the dream room, looking around herself. Okay, so it's about 11:32 at night, and most of them are asleep, she whispers, musing over the cluster of dream lights that she had pulled there earlier. Off to the side, Yamada's bright yellow light sits beside Aizawa's soft gray, a small green band around where they merge like 2 cells in a science textbook. Well, let's start with she spins slowly in the center of it, stopping on one that looks like a grape. My netta, she announces to herself, gently placing a hand on either side of his mind. Okay, he was really scared, so he's bound to have a nightmare. Izumi stops, face frozen in her previous smile as she figures out what kind of dream he's having. She drops it immediately. He's fine. Perfectly fine, if he can dream about that. She mutters, then soars off to a safer dream. Coulda. They're too pure to do anything weird. She falls gently into the dream, floating to the ground. Oh, okay, never mind. Izumi squeaks, using her quirk to stay afloat. That is disgusting. Bugs swarm across the ground, several of them curling around the boots of villains as they stalk towards a frozen Kuda. The villains aren't normal either. Along with the various mutations and oddities from their quirks, they have serrated mandibles, barbed hair, too many legs, twitching wings, eyes dark and darting in every direction. The smaller bugs curl around their legs, swarming in and out of clothing, noses, and ears, chittering and clacking ominously. Oh god, that's gross. Never get used to these things. Izumi groans miserably. Hey Kuda, what do you need? She floats closer. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow are doing the fighting, shouting at Kuda to help as they literally shovel bugs and villains away from them. I can't dash, Kuda's mind whispers. I can't, I'm too scared, but if I don't, then dash, Kuda. Tokoyami shouts, bugs starting to crawl over his feet. Please do something. I dash. Enough. Izumi snaps her fingers and erases the bugs from the dream, gently floating down beside the two of them. Kuda is still whimpering, hands over their face. Hey! Izumi whispers softly. Kuda squeaks and leaps backwards in surprise, nearly running into Dream Tokoyami. The bird boy and Shadow are puppets, still going through the motions silently though nothing is there. Hey, it's okay. It's me, Kuda. It's just a dream. Kuda blinks up at her through their fingers, looking around nervously. They take their shaking hands down and quickly sign, you sure? Positive. Izumi signs back. Phobia of bugs. It's not very heroic. Kuda signs back, looking embarrassed. I can even control them. But when I was little, I didn't have very good control, and I tried to ask fire ants to do something. Fire ants are mean. Izumi replies, wincing. Besides, everyone has their phobias. Not heroes. Kuda signs glumly. Izumi frowns at them. You want to know about the first time I met Present Mike? The voice hero. Kuda tilts his head as if he's thinking. Sure. Izumi grins a little at the memory. He was up on a kitchen counter, nearly pressed into a cabinet, trying to control his quirk. There was a little brown spider on the floor. Kuda's mouth drops open. But he's a hero. Heroes are brave. He can face villains but not ants? Izumi signs. It's his phobia, like it is for you. But he keeps working. Keeps fighting. And you helped Tokoyami, didn't you? Kuda nods slowly. Bravery isn't doing things because you're not scared. It's doing things despite it. Izumi signs to him. And you were plenty brave. Ashido shouts for help in horror as 13th's breath gradually slows, the other students busy fighting Kurogiri. A weak cough comes from the suit, and Izumi carefully places a hand on a pink shoulder. Ashido looks up in shock. Please help. I don't know how to. 13 is going to be fine. Izumi reassures her. People will get here in time. She reaches down, tapping the space hero's arm. Leave the fighting to All Might. 13 says, and Izumi knows this is a memory now. Wait till the pros arrive and get somewhere safe. Weiss, Sensei. Yaoyorozu stands frozen, Kanamari hanging limply before her and Jairu in a villain's hands. The man slowly walks forwards, free hands sparking threateningly. Stand still and die, and I spare this one. Or move and he dies. Your choice. The villain says, the dream contorting violently around it. Yaoyorozu's mind runs through plan after plan, discarding them just as quickly as the villain reaches them and holds a deadly hand out to Jairu as she shakes in fear. This time, Izumi takes the shot, finger gunning a hole right into the dream villain's bicep. When Yaoyorozu whips around as surprise, Izumi salutes to her, grinning goofily. Shinso tries to turn his dream from villains pulling him, Closer, whispering deals and offers to join them into his ears as he struggles against them uselessly. It's a dream, it's a dream, it's a dream, it's a dream dash, but it still feels real. Izumi says sadly, helping him. Hey Hitoshi. Doing okay? What? Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired. Izumi snorts. You always are. Hagakure is grabbed by the dragon, fiery breath burning invisible skin and flesh as she wriggles uselessly. When she falls to the ground, the boys rush past her, even her wounds invisible to them. Wait, help me back there. Izumi shouts, pushing the dream images back to where Hagakure lays immobile. Sorry about that, we were looking for you. You okay? Hagakure smiles, unseen. Yeah, I'm fine whoever you are. Ida runs back to the USJ with teachers in tow, only to open the door to dead classmates and BLDs splattering the floor. He was too late, he realizes as he slumps next to the bloodied bodies, streaks marking where each student was dragged from. Too slow. Izumi carefully rewinds the dream, pushing it back to what really happened. You got there in time, she whispers, and Ida's eyes flash in recognition before she's gone once more. A hand descends towards Tsuyu, obscuring her vision as it slowly places each finger on her skull. It is nothing like before. But this time, Aizawa isn't slammed into the ground, but lifted high into the air. It's the job of a hero, isn't it? Dream Shigaraki muses. To die for the innocent. Well, what they should do. Go on, Eraserhead. Die for the defenseless. Izumi pulls Aizawa away just before Nomu crushes him, setting him down carefully while shaking with fear. That almost happened. That almost happened. He's fine. Izumi says, reassuring herself just as much as Tsuyu. Too stubborn to die. Rikido groans and grumbles in annoyance as he gets dumber and punches more and more villains. Sleepy tired don't want to fight anymore. It's 13 gets chewed up by their own Quirk. Ida doesn't make it to the door, portals open beneath each student and they fall away. Rikido watches dumbly, his inner voice screaming at him to do something, and yet, but that isn't what happened, is it? Izumi reminds him. The students fight back. 13 still gets injured, but the students hold Kurogiri back long enough for Ida to escape. Izumi fights alongside them, taking immense joy in kicking at the tube of armor as Rikido punches it from the other side. Kirishima stands frozen, watching Bakugo blast away villain after villain. But Kirishima is as immobile as the rocks his Quirk takes a likeness to, even though he hasn't activated it at all. Like before. His mind whispers. Frozen. Coward. Not a real man. Izumi frowns at that last bit. Oh, that's why he's obsessed with that word. Well, he just needs a little push. She does, gently shoving him forwards. His eyes widen and his feet finally start moving, running to the fight just in time to deflect a blade aimed for Bakugo's back. Sorry dude. Kirishima shouts, turning to stand back to back with Bakugo. Froze for a second. Gyre moves her ear jack down, trying to reach her boot before it's over, trying to fight back. Stop that. The villain says sharply, hands sparking once more. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Gyru gulps and pulls her ear jack back up. You must not care about him. The villain muses, looking down at Kaminari. Shame I really didn't want to kill an electric type like me, electric type? Like the Pokemon. Izumi interrupts, sitting on a rock above them. I can deal with that. What the F dash, Pikapi? A horde of Pikachu scream, tumbling down from the rocks amidst Izumi's giggles and Gyru's confused noises. Izumi realizes that a few actually have Kaminari's short-circuited face on it, and laughs even harder. The villain is crushed adorably, and Gyru is left staring in confused hilarity at Kaminari and his army of short-circuited Pikachu. Uraraka's parents sit at a table, crying over a newspaper with several faces in it, crying over a girl they can't take a day off to mourn. Uraraka stands nearby, unheard, unseen, sobbing apologies to them. It's simple to change the subject, shifting the piece of paper to a check for hero work and the tears of pain to ones of joy and happiness. Uraraka stumbles forwards, only to be wrapped in a hug. Ochako, we knew hero work paid well but not this much. Uraraka's startled gaze falls on Izumi over her parents' shoulders as they hug her and whisper how proud they are. Izumi waves at her, smiling. Sweet dreams, Uraraka. Shiro groans and gasps on the ground, staring at his bloodied elbows, skin and bone cracked open to see a roll of tape inside among muscles and veins. That's kinda cool actually. Izumi whispers, looking over his shoulder. Not exactly useful though. Here you are. A quick tap later, his elbows are as normal as Shiro Hanta elbows will be. Ajura fights alone, unknowing where his classmates are or how many villains are here. They just keep coming, in endless waves, until he can barely tell them apart from the flames they seem to be born from. 10 turns to 30, which becomes 70, and soon hundreds are swarming around him, each face indivisible from the rest. They don't ever seem to end. Well, that's hardly fair. Izumi decides, then lands behind him and punches one in the face. And that does feel good. The unending stream trickles out under the combined onslaught of a martial arts emissary and a controller of this reality. Shuji looks up in pain, arms gone, cut away as if by a razor blade. He can barely stand, let alone fight, as his classmates are knocked down around him, bearing similarly gruesome injuries. That's messed up. Izumi winces. Shuji turns, obviously thinking she's another villain. She leans down and lays her hands above the bloody gash, healing it. Go. She tells him, stepping back as he nods respectfully and turns to punch a villain away. As long as he is able, he will fight back. Kaminari wanders around, vision fuzzy and distorted, and odd sounds coming from his mouth. He's short-circuited. There's a hand at the back of his neck, and even in his hazy state of mind he can tell that it's dangerous. He needs to get away. Get away. Get away. Izumi carefully lightens the fuzziness, then pulls him away from the villain. Be more careful next time. She reminds him quietly, then hops away. Todoroki curls beneath his ice, knowing it's a dream yet unable to stop it as flames rush past his vision. The source alternates between a roaring dragon and an angry endeavor, both raging against walls of ice. Izumi creates a fire extinguisher and blasts them with it just for fun. Ioma sits frozen, hands over his head as a building burns around him. His armor shines mockingly at him, frozen and shaking as he hears fighting outside. I'm too weak, Ioma whimpers. Lights are so easily snuffed out, Izumi settles before him, frowning sadly. You couldn't move, huh? Ioma blinks up at her, surprised. Everyone is afraid at first. But you can be so strong. Izumi tells him, thinking. Tough love, I guess a villain, completely made up, smashes through the wall, Ioma screeching in horror and activating his quirk on instinct. The villain is blasted away, blue sparkles smashing yet another hole into the wall. You are strong. You can fight. Izumi says proudly. Everyone freezes up sometime. Tokoyami's dream is pitch black. Screams come from the darkness, begging for the monster to stop. They sound eerily like the students of 1A. Another, deeper, echoing voice responds, cackling and howling like a hurricane come to life. I'm sorry. Tokoyami's voice shouts. I can't control him. Izumi holds out her hand, igniting a ball of light not unlike how mines look to her. Tokoyami's face stares back in shock, tears streaming through his feathers. Izumi gently throws the light to him, dark shadow screeching and falling away from it as it lands in tear-stained hands. Put a light in your hero costume that you can turn on if he gets too out of control. She advises. Keep fighting, but remember, he's someone too. Tokoyami blinks in shock. I an angel. Izumi makes a very ugly snort at that, slapping her hand over her mouth to cover her laughter. Oh my gosh, I'm not dash. Still laughing, she hops out of the dream. Okay, that's everyone except for Mineta and Kaken. Izumi freezes, staring at the little light that floats almost tauntingly in front of her. Kaken, he had told her, once, to not do her dream thing with him. But that was years ago, and she was told to do it, so Izumi shakes her head. I have to. Even Kaken would have been shaken up, and if he really hated the dragon that much, it's bound to bring up old memories. I have to. Steeling herself, she dives forwards and examines the light. He's asleep, for sure, and memory. Nightmare. A combination of both. 3, 2, 1 inch she falls into the dream. Kaken. Izumi blinks. That wasn't her, that was her gaze falls on a tiny green-haired 4-year-old. Kaken. Tiny Izumi giggles, running up to a slightly less tiny Bakugu. Kaken, you won't believe it? Izuken. You finally here. What is it? He asks, grinning up at her. Teenage Izumi smiles slightly. She remembers this. It was so long ago before she got the nickname Deku, before they had begun to fall apart. She almost can't believe that Bakugu remembers it too, especially this clearly. I got my quirk. Dream, Izumi exclaims, waving her little hands around happily. I was in a room with a little light and it was scary, but I flew and grabbed it, and then I was in Mama's dream. In Auntie's dream. Yeah. I can dream hop. That's awesome. Bakugu says, grinning. Not as cool as mine, duh. He punctuates this with a small explosion, but it's cool. Course, can't fight. Dream, Izumi frowns. I can still be a hero though. Are you dumb? You get crushed. But I'll be a hero, I'll protect your useless butt. Bakugu proclaims proudly. Izumi sighs. Never did change, did heat, then why couldn't you, Kaken? Izumi looks up in shock. That wasn't what she had said back then. The room of the daycare wavers, darkening as flames begin to lick at the walls. Bakugu steps back, growing taller, older, looking around in horror. Dream, Izumi is gone. Why couldn't you? Her disembodied voice whispers, as distorted as the rest of the dream. The daycare is gone as well, Bakugu running down a crowded road, shoving people aside. You were too slow. Izumi presses her hands over her mouth in terror. Too weak. Bakugu bursts out of the front of the crowd, staring up at a burning apartment as a police officer drags him back. Outside, a man with black tangled hair carries a limp form, but those eyes are wide open, seeming to stare into the soul of anyone watching. You promised you'd protect me. Dream, Izumi whispers. But you just stood there, too weak, too scared, too slow. Another blast of fire rushes through the dream, and suddenly the crowd is gone. Dream, Izumi is right up in his face, unending tears falling from her blank eyes. Behind her, a shadowy dragon has her arms pinned. Bakugu stumbles back, but there is fire behind him as well, burning up his legs and arms. Why couldn't you do anything? I didn't dash, you promised. Stop. The real Izumi screams, thrusting her hand out and pushing the fire away. Dream, Izumi and the dragon dissipate like a puff of smoke. Bakugu turns to her, gasping, tears trickling from his eyes as well. For the first time in 4 years, they truly look at each other, shaking and terrified. Kakaken, I never. Izumi gulps, stepping backwards. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Bakugu stares at her, shaking. Suddenly his dream turns angry. Get out. An explosion rips through his mind, anger, pain, and confusion curling around each other and practically slamming Izumi out of the dream. Izumi follows Yamada into the conference room, smiling slightly at midnight before hopping into a seat beside Mike. Aizawa, of course, was still in the hospital, much to his annoyance. He had kicked them out once he heard about the meeting, insisting they went. Hisashi for fake maturity and Izumi for actual helpful feedback. He had said. The detective in charge, Tsukachi Naomasa, smiles kindly to Izumi before beginning. Well, I'm glad you could all be here. Our investigators are doing the best they can to find out who this League of Villains are, but there's been setbacks. While we looked at civilian records for a man in their 20s to 30s with a disintegration quirk, nothing came up. Same with the warp gate. So they either aren't citizens, or they're using aliases. Neither easy to find. So what you're really saying is that we know nothing, BLD King interjects. Snipe grunts in annoyance. I shot him, but as soon as he heals up he'll likely try something like this again. Yagi frowns, deep in thought. Izumi looks up as she feels the gears turning. Tashinori. What is it? It's just the attack on the USJ was too bold. No sane adult would ever attempt it. He explains. The ringleader kept monologuing about the reasons they were there and he bragged about Nomu's power, but never his own. And when things didn't go his way, it was like he was going to throw a tantrum. Izumi finishes. Yagi sighs. Bragging was probably just a quick way to draw me into a fight? Nedzu smiles slightly. Very likely. But it was still a foolish move. A better strategy would have been to keep the quirks a secret. The detective nods thoughtfully. Shigaraki made wild, immature claims with a completely straight face. What's more, he talked about Nomu like he was some sort of pet. It was. The teachers all turn to looks at Izumi, who shudders at the memory. That thing wasn't it didn't have a mind of its own. It obeyed Shigaraki like some kind of attack dog. She explains. A gift from Sensei. Nedzu tilts his head. Yes, you mentioned that man before. It's almost amusing. Shigaraki is similar to our own students in a way. They both share so much potential. And, like our students, someone is guiding him, trying to nurture his malice and villainy. What concerns me now is how easily he was able to collect so many followers. Of course, with the rise of heroes, the backstreet thugs he did collect would have likely been anxious to follow a cause. And they all saw him as a true leader too. Despite him being a man-child, Midnight says derisively, not much we can do to stop it but keep fighting. Nedzu sighs. Well, I believe we're done here. Dad. Dad, no. Aizawa's bandages shift as he raises his eyebrows. Izumi, Dad, you cannot go teach. Izumi insists. You look like a mummy. What she said. Yamada says, going to stand next to her. Aizawa glares through his bandages. I won't do anything strenuous, I'm not an idiot. I can walk, I can talk, I can lecture. Besides, the kids won't be alright until they see I'm alright. Izumi, you did mention that several dreams focused on the injuries of others, and Tsuyu was me specifically. Izumi looks to the side, shifting uncomfortably. Well, and they need to focus on the upcoming sports festival. Both the class and the club. They won't be able to do that while worrying uselessly about me, and for a few, it's their last chance. We gotta make it count. But Aizawa sighs, leaning down to Izumi's level. Look, I know you're worried about me. You both are. But I'm perfectly fine. I promise I won't do anything dumb, and I'll take care of myself. But I need to take care of them too, okay? Izumi nods reluctantly, hugging him while carefully avoiding the bandages. Yamada sighs and joins in, wrapping long arms around both their shoulders. Just be careful, okay, kitten? I literally just promised that. I have made a mistake. Aizawa groans, slumping into his chair. I shouldn't have come in today. Midnight takes $5 from Snipe. Poor you. I swear, Bakugu would not stop glaring at me like he thought I betrayed him or something. Aizawa groans. I know he always looks pissed, but he was like thoughtfully pissed. God, I'm tired. Izumi mutters. Do you think he realized that you might know where I am? With what the dragon was yelling and stuff, and he isn't stupid. I mean, I told you about his dream, right? I'm actually surprised he hasn't blown stuff up yet. Oh, gosh, I must have really made him mad when I was in his mind. He always used to tell me not to go into his dreams. Maybe I overdid it, but I don't really know how to face him outside of mines because he's always been explosively emotional and I'm terrified, but at the same time I want to do it before I wait too long and is just an even bigger mess. Please, Aizu. I'm trying to save my brain power, not use it to decipher your muttering. Aizawa grumbles. Sorry, Dad. The only thing for it is for you to talk to him, I guess. Midnight muses. Izumi curls in on herself at the mere prospect. Maybe tomorrow. Right now it's nap time. Aizawa says, rolling over in his sleeping bag. We still have club too. Izumi reminds him, prompting another groan. Though I guess you could skip it. No. You're going to kill yourself? Izumi groans. Please, Dad. The bell rings, and Aizawa hoists himself back up. Time for club. I shouldn't have reminded you. Despite her misgivings, Izumi follows him through the hallways, where several stragglers look to the mummified Eraserhead in surprise before moving on. Hello, Aizawa says, walking out to the training fields. The kids who hadn't seen him yet blink in shock, Kata letting out a shriek. Oh my god, Sensei, are you alright? Aizawa sighs. Perfectly fine, thank you. He's healing. Izumi says tiredly. Of course, it would be better if he was resting. No time. Everyone here. They list off, still looking worried but obeying. Aizawa nods. Well, as I'm sure your teachers have told you, the sports festival is still on. He begins. For some of you, this will be your last chance. For others, this will be your first time. I won't lie to you, you're at a disadvantage. The members of the club look down at the truth of this statement. I know I've only had a little time with you. Barely 3 weeks before this, only 2 until then. But I know each of you is determined to do the best you can. Aizawa grins. So I hope you all know exactly how HRD on you I'm going to be. You're going to have to climb your way past all the odds stacked against you. We don't have time for coddling. Sensei. The club choruses, Kuda, Najru, and Mistukuru looking nervous. At least you don't have 2 sessions with him. Hitoshi whispers to Mitsukuru, who groans and rubs at her horns. I don't even want to think about that. Izumi skips over to them, grinning. I'm going to join you guys. I want to get better at physical combat too. Aizawa nods. Hand-to-hand and Quirk analytics. Dreamers helping with the second bit. Let's go. The club hops too, knowing this is their best chance. They need to do this. To be the best they can. Are you sure about this? Aizawa asks, looking like he would very much like to put his hand on her shoulder, but being unable to due to his casts. Beside him, Yamada looks similarly concerned. Izumi nods. I have too. I really should have told Kaken a while ago, I just freaked out. And I want to do it sooner than later. When she does, you are not using your quirk. Yamada reminds him, glaring at Aizawa pointedly. Aizawa sighs, still managing to look annoyed through his bandages. I'll go get him if you're really positive you want to do this. Stay here. Izumi nods, shifting on the chair as the door closes. She's about to talk to Bakugu. After 4 years. What will he do? Will he scream at her, or explode like he did in his dream? Call her Deku. Well, it's not like he called her anything else after she was 5. Izumi isn't even sure she'll be able to hold it together. Kaken's emotions, especially rage, are explosive for normal people. For her, they may be borderline overwhelming. It was enough to shove her out of his mind, which only happens a few times. You're muttering, little listener. Yamada says softly. Izumi jolts, blushing slightly. Sorry. It's fine. Just relax. We're gonna make sure you're okay. He tells her. You're gonna be okay. I'm still nervous. Izumi groans, rubbing at her arm. His dream. I didn't realize my disappearance affected him so much. I understand him a bit better now, why he did some of the things he did, but still. I'm scared. Yamada frowns. Well, at least you'll get it out of the way, right? Izumi nods, biting her lip. Yeah, I guess. There's a knock on the door, and Izumi gulps. Aizawa steps through, Bakuga following him and looking thoroughly annoyed about it. Oi, why am I here? Izumi coughs lightly, Bakugu lazily looking over at the noise. His eyes go wide. Hi. Izumi says, smiling awkwardly. Nice to see you again, Kaken. Bakugu stares at her, face completely blank. Izumi can feel his mind working slowly, shifting from emotion to emotion. She shifts uncomfortably and tries to block it out. Deku. Izumi nods. Yeah, it's me. Look, I'm sorry I didn't dash. Anger flares and Izumi yelps, hand going to her temple. What the F, where the F, how white? Bakugu shouts, stomping towards her angrily. Mike holds his hand out, a warning, and Bakugu stops, glaring. That was you in the dream, right? Watching me like AF creep. Well, aren't you proud of yourself and your mind? SHT now F what? You're alive. Didn't think you needed to tell anyone, but dash, I couldn't. Izumi interrupts, leaping to her feet, tears streaming down her face. Her barriers shudder, weak under strong emotions from both sides. Bakugu takes a step back, looking surprised. Izumi isn't sure why. She cries a lot. I couldn't. She repeats, stepping back and clutching at her head. You already know about that night. I overused my quirk. I went further than I should have, pushed myself into where I shouldn't have been. I shattered my mind, Kaken. My mind didn't have a guard against anything. I could feel and hear and see, and it was too much. For years, I ended up breaking down, screaming in pain. I still do sometimes, but I've gotten better at controlling it. Izumi looks to the side, uncomfortable. If we had done this even a year ago, I would have already been on the floor. It hurts right now, Kaken. And your emotions were strong. Enough to kick me out of your dream. So, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Izumi finishes. Please understand. Bakugo stands there, fists clenched. He looks like he's trying to glare a hole in the floor. Izumi gulps and sits back down, trying to get her mind back under control. Should have expected you'd have a weak but excuse. He grumbles. Aizawa and Yamada's minds flare with anger that almost rivals Bakugo's. But you're a hero, huh? Ever since the Endeavor scandal. Izumi affirms. This is what she had been nervous about. Will he be even angrier? Stop muttering, first of all. And second, don't expect to be the only one up there for long, you hear me? It doesn't matter what happened. I'm gonna be number one, because I'm stronger than anyone here, got it? So stop pitying me. Izumi looks into his eyes, ignoring the shocked and even more angry minds of her dads. They can't see the tears that Bakugo is trying to shove down, can't feel what she can. I expect nothing less, Kaken. She says simply, smiling instead. You haven't changed. He grunts at her, turning away. Is that it? I guess so. Bakugo turns away, headed to the door. I'm going to tell Mom. Izumi looks up in surprise. Auntie Mitsuki. She was really torn up when the dragon came out of nowhere. Bakugo groans. So, yeah, I'm telling her, got an issue? Oh, I was just surprised. I didn't even think. Izumi whispers. Whatever. He grumbles, the door slamming behind him. Well, that was fun. My comments. Izumi slumps to the floor, exhausted. I want to go home now, please. Little listener. Yamada shrieks, diving onto the couch. Izumi yelps as Ainiko hisses in surprise, scrabbling against her side as he tries to get away from the sudden noise and bouncing of the cushions. Erasure looks up from his half-asleep state, face full of catty disgust. Dad, you scared him? Izumi complains, pouting in annoyance. I was trying to draw him to, hey, really? Let me see. Yamada says, poking at the notebook while trying to dodge a similarly annoyed Erasure. As amazing as always, listener. He coos, seeing the unfinished drawing. I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Izumi asks, stroking Arashi's ruffled fur. Yamada grins at her, looking incredibly proud of himself. I got Nedzu to let all three of us, me, your dad, and you, all to cover the sports festival. Like announcers. Izumi stops petting Erasure, eyes wide. Wait, really? She squeals. Are you kidding? That's pretty much like the Olympics, it's one of the most watched competitions in anywhere. I'm just a kid. Yeah, but you're smart. Yamada announces, bouncing back to his feet and doing his wild hand gestures. You're real good at analyzing quirks and people, 'cause I mean, how many notebooks have you filled by now with completely arbitrary information? Quirk Notebook 26, Mind Notebook 57. Izumi mutters shyly, pulling at her bangs. But still I'm a little nervous. Come on. Don't want to spend the day yattering at hundreds of people with your dads. Yamada sighs, wobbling his bottom lip in a fake pout. Izumi giggles and rolls her eyes. Well, if I'm allowed to yeah. Yamada shouts, grabbing her in a hug and spinning her around. This is gonna be so much fun. Hi guys. Ready for the show? Izumi asks, hopping over to the club. It's their last practice before the sports festival, and all of them are looking incredibly nervous. Ready as we're gonna be. Najra groans. Still a bit better, thanks for the tips. Cudgerps. Powering someone's quirk to throw off their aim. I hadn't thought of that, only of support stuff. Plus the ideas for my possible hero costume. I got the first part from an anime. Izumi tells her shyly. But still, you're really good at this stuff. Aizawa snorts. You should see her room. It a hero fan and strategist goldmine of notebooks, posters, and sketches. Anyway, let's get started with hand-to-hand Kuda. It's adorable, but put the chipmunk back. Kuda sheepishly does, and the 6 members of the club drop into fighting stances. Aizawa and Izumi walk through, occasionally fixing forms or changing the matchups. We're out of time. Aizawa says finally. Dreamer, give them your last comments and meet me in the staff room. He walks away, limping still. Izumi turns back to the club. Well, I'm sure you'll all do great. Everyone has improved so much, so get a good rest and a meal before tomorrow. Kata, remember to work on the amount you leave behind. Mistook-her, remember what we told you about muscles. You can sense them straining, you can tell where they're going. And dash, she stops, blinking as she turns around. A few students stand there, looking over the club. She remembers them arriving a few minutes ago when she began sparring Nameki, but now there are a few walking over. A blonde kid with gray eyes looks over them spitefully, smirking. So, 2 1A students in this club. Even though they're supposed to be so much better than 1B. That just doesn't sound right, does it? He keeps going, laughing and smiling with such a crazed look in his eyes that Izumi carefully probes his mind for insanity. Around her, the club members shift uncomfortably. They know they're at a disadvantage, but this, well, it doesn't really matter. If you have 2 students in a remedial club, then 1B will easily crush you during the sports festival tomorrow. A girl with orange hair pulled up into a side ponytail marches forwards angrily. Monoma, stop being such an but dash, Monoma Nito, right? Izumi asks, stepping forwards. She knows that name, and she is not having him talking to her club like that. Class 1B Quirk copy. You can copy the quirk of anyone you touch and use it for a maximum of 5 minutes. Yes, Monoma says, looking down at her. Curse her height, the students of 1A and this club have been studying and working as strong as they can, hoping to achieve their dreams. During the USJ incident, they all fought back, despite the fact that they were up against villains twice their age. As a matter of fact, Shinso there kicked the ringleader away from a classmate. Izumi says, motioning to Hitoshi. They've taken every opportunity to better themselves to become the people they are today, and will continue to do so. Izumi announces, glaring. Likely why Shinso and Kuda even are in 1A. Unlike you, who if I remember correctly, was one of the many who turned down this club, for whatever reason. You aren't doing everything you can, and quite frankly, I refuse to let you speak that way about people who have already surpassed you. Everyone stares at her, completely shocked. Expose him, Kata whispers quietly, causing quite a few snickers from both the club and the small crowd that has formed. Who even are you? Monoma stutters, looking thrown. Izumi smiles sweetly. Pro Hero Dreamer, youngest ever to get a full hero license and founder of this club. She tells him, standing tall. Well, as tall as she can, my quirk is rather similar to theirs. I'm unable to use it well unless it's under a specific set of circumstances. Anyway, if you'll excuse us, she continues, ignoring the several shocked whispers and pale faces, we need to go home and rest. Big day tomorrow, right? The club walks around the other students, all of them looking in awe. Oh, Monoma, Izumi says, turning. If you or anyone else change your mind, the club is always open. At his mute nod, she turns back around, leading the club members into the halls if you yay, and promptly begins freaking out. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. That was so rude. Izumi shrieks quietly, wrapping her head in her arms. Oh, that just made me so mad. You've all tried so strong and he just, ugh. Dreamer-senpai. Nameki says, completely deadpan. Izumi looks up between her fingers. Marry me. The club bursts out laughing, very nearly drowning out Izumi's shocked noises. I object. Hitoshi shouts. I knew Izumi first. Pretty sure I'd take that title, Hitoshi. Oh hey Shoto, where'd you come from? Hitoshi asks, looking over to the heterochromic boy and supporting Izumi as she keeps making incomprehensible noises. Shoto shrugs. Saw people watching your club, figured I'd come as well. Wasn't expecting that much of a show. Anyway, what were you guys talking about? I only heard the last bit, and Izumi looks shell-shocked. Marriage. Nameki says simply. I'm going to marry Dreamer. I love her. She's amazing. She put that Monoma boy down and then smiled and offered sanctuary like an angel of the Lord. Nope. No marriage. Sensei? Kata exclaims. Wow, everyone's just kinda popping up out of nowhere. She was taking too long. We have stuff to go over, essays to grade, children to torture. I'd appreciate it if you didn't break the only grader that isn't dead inside. Now shoo. He takes the still blushing Izumi from a grinning Hitoshi, the rest of the students dispersing. Goodbye, my love. I look forward to the day when we may join hands in holy matrimony. Nameki calls, projecting floating hearts, doves, and flowers down the hall as she walks away. Aizawa erases her quirk. Hey! Finally, it's the day of the sports festival. There are food and hero merch stalls all across the grounds, people already walking among them, some pros in costume. Inside the school, students and teachers alike wait on the edge of their seats, waiting for the call. Psst, AlyaKtheDorkLord, Shochan. Hideken. Izumi calls, grinning at them from around a corner. Izumi-chan. What are you doing here? Uraraka asks, confused. And what's with the outfit? Izumi grins and spins a bit. Her blanket cape swooshes out a bit, showing a dark green tank top and leggings underneath. The clothes are soft, with white lines highlighting them. Do you like it? I was supposed to be in hero costume for the festival, but I didn't really have one, so it's pretty much just stylized pajamas. It looks good, Shudo says. Why do you need a costume? I'm going to be a commentator, Izumi announces. I'm doing it with my dad's too, so it should be fun. I came down to wish you guys good luck. I can't be biased in the booth, but well, I'm rooting for you all. We've been blessed, Uraraka whispers. Hitoshi rolls his eyes and smirks. Yeah, I'm not being biased either, Shudo says, looking over at Hitoshi. I'm not holding back. Hitoshi smirks. I wouldn't expect you to. Declaration of war. Uraraka whispers, bouncing her fists. Ida starts karate chopping the air. I must insist we get a move on. It wouldn't do for us to be late. I should probably get going too, Izumi says. Bye. Good luck again. You too. Hey, little listener. You ready? Yamada asks, swiveling around in his seat. Next to him, Aizawa is looking extremely dead inside. Yeah. Izumi exclaims, plopping down in between them. When does it start? As soon as we press that button and I get us rolling. Want to do the honors? Izumi grins at him. There too what? Heyo. Yamada shouts, grinning brightly at the camera. The crowd screams in response. Make some noise, sports fans. Swarm, mass media. This year we're bringing you some of the hottest performances guaranteed. I've only got one question for you. Are you ready? The crowd screams once more, Izumi blinking at the mind force behind it. Her dad really knows how to get people fired up. Let me hear you scream as our students make their way to the field. He shouts again. Here our students will be doing everything they can to achieve worldwide fame and celebrity. These first students are no strangers to the spotlight. You know them from the recent Villainous Attack. They're the dazzling students starting our line up with their sparkling skills. Welcome Class 1A. Students finally come out of their tunnels, looking around nervously. Now, they haven't had as much screen time, but they're still chock full of talent. Class 1B. Next up, General Studies Class C, D, and E, support classes F, G, and H. And finally the business classes I, J, and K. Good luck to all our first-year contestants. Izumi looks over at the crowd. All cheering for the hero course. Najuru and Nameki are the two General Ed Club members in this year. They both seem so nervous, yet determined. Silence, everyone. Midnight shouts. As the umpire for the first years, she's down on the field. And for the student pledge, we have Bakugo Katsuki. Izumi makes a small choking noise. Oh boy, she whispers, not being taken up by the microphones. Whose bright idea was this? The rest of Class 1A seems similarly nervous. Shudo and Hitoshi told her about the declaration of war that had happened earlier, so he really was making everyone hate their class. Bakugo marches up the short steps, hands in his pockets. He stops in front of the microphone. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Izumi slaps her hand to her face. Of course he would say something like that. Well, he used to laugh while saying stuff like that, but now he's really pushing himself. Challenging himself to go further. Of course, no one else knows that, if the annoyed shouts that rise from his fellow first years are any clue. Midnight shakes off her surprise and cracks her WP. Well, without further ado, let's get right to the first game. A screen pops up, showing a spinning dial of several different games. It stops, obstacle course. All 11 classes will participate in a treacherous contest. The course is 4 kilometers around the outside of the stadium. I don't want to restrain anyone, at least not in this game. Midnight says, smirking. As long as you don't leave the course, you're free to do whatever your heart desires. Now then, take your places, contestants. They gather around the gate, green lights slowly counting down. Begin. And we're off to a racing start? Mike shouts excitedly. How about some commentary, Mummy Man? Pajama Girl. Izumi giggles at the nicknames. Aizawa sighs. How did I let you talk me into this? Oh, come on. What should we be paying attention to in the early stages of the game? The door. Mummy Man says, deadpan. He's right. Izumi adds as the students begin to push and shove at each other. The doorway is so cramped, it's almost like it's the first obstacle. A wave of ice shoots from the entrance, freezing shoes to the ground and creeping up the walls. Shudo runs out in front, sparing one quick glance over his shoulder to see the havoc he's wrought. Some have managed to launch their way past, while others are slowly picking their way through the slippery ice. Izumi spots Hitoshi gather a small amount of victims and have them carry him across the ice field. Ooh, nice moves. Izumi murmurs. Mineta goes hopping directly after Shudo, using his ball for footholds as he bounces himself higher and higher. Izumi can't hear what he's saying, but he pulls another ball from his head and angles himself down towards Shudo's back. Wham! Izumi winces in sympathy as a robot arm slams the tiny boy away. She may be unsettled by his mind, but that has got to hurt. Oh, and enemies come from nowhere. Mike shouts, happy even though Mineta just got launched a good 20 feet. I bet we're in for a treat here. A test of strength and cunning. It's a robo-inferno. Those are the same ones from the entrance exam. Izumi comments happily. So some of them have already faced these robots? People are catching up now, only to stand in a crowd as they watch in shock. Shudo sighs and crouches low to the ground. Another wave of ice curves over the robots, frosting the green plating with clear layer of ice. He skates through, the robots collapsing behind him. That's Todoroki Shudo pulling ahead to an early lead with a devastating attack. Mike shouts, slamming his hands to the desk and standing up. Amazing! He's definitely one to watch. Any comments? Aizawa sighs. His attack was both defensive and offensive, stopping the bots from harming him while leaving the ice thin enough for them to break free and block those behind him. Izumi adds, that's gotta take good control. No wonder he got in on recommendations. Izumi grins, kicking her feet. I wonder how the others are going to get past. Or dash, she stops. Is someone dash? Kirishima punches his way through a hunk of metal, shouting angrily. Beside him, another boy from Class 1B does the same thing. Kirishima of Class 1A and Tetsu of Class 1B were underneath. That's crazy. Bakugu, no surprise, just blasts himself over the top. Siro and Tokoyami follow him, Tape and Dark Shadow launching each of them respectively. It's mostly 1A. Izumi mutters. That's to be expected. Aizawa comments as even more 1A students rush the robots. They don't spend time just standing around. Those who experienced firsthand the world above them through the incident at the USJ, those who had fear planted in their hearts, those who dealt with it and pulled through, they all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. Uraraka drops robots and they crash to the ground. Kanamari latches onto one and electrocutes it. Jairu hooks into one with her jacks. There's an explosion, not from Bakugo gasp, and several zero-pointers go down. Those that couldn't get by on their own rush past, their opening made. Yaoyorozu drops them that easy. Izumi muses. No wonder she got in on recommendation. First barrier is easy, my guess. But what about the second? If you fall, you're out. If you don't want to fall, then crawl. It's the fall. A bit on the nose. Izumi whispers. Hatsum and Tsi take the initiative on this one, launching themselves into the web of ropes and stone pillars. Ajui's frog Quirk makes her exceptional at climbing and leaping, and Hatsum's inventions make this one a piece of cake. Izumi says quickly, She's here to analyze the performances, not just watch. A lot of people are trying strong for their chance, aren't they, Eraserhead? My guess. Why are those idiots stopping? That's not good commentary, you gotta say something with more style. More positive. Todoroki makes it out ahead. Izumi says over their conversation. Mike, arguing isn't exactly good commentary either, right? The lead pack is a step ahead, but everyone behind is all clumped together. Of course, no one knows exactly how many will make it through this stage, so there's no time to relax. Push forwards. And on that note, the minefield. Don't worry, they're for the games, so they're not that powerful. But they're strong and flashy enough to make you pee your pants. He stands up, wrapping his arms around his head in mock horror. That depends on the person. Mike just needs to be dramatic. Izumi stage whispers to him. I guess we can't judge him for his weak bladder. Mike leans back in shock, hand over his heart. Betrayal. The mines are set up in a way that you can see where they are if you look carefully. You have to use both your eyes and your legs. The jumpers can't leap too far either. Izumi points out. They can't see the ground where they land, so they have to be careful. And the people in the front have to deal with all of the mines, while people behind have them thinned out a bit. Several people are blasted into the air by pink smoke. Izumi takes the small space between interesting things to find where the other people she knows are. Uraraka takes a few steps normally, then large, zero-gravity leaps. She stumbles a bit at the end of each, nausea obviously taking its toll. Ida can't go as fast as before, picking his way through at an average speed. Nadru is obviously looking ahead with one eye, finding the best places to take larger steps and closely investigating the ground. Nameki is projecting over the actual layout of the mines, smoothing over the dirt and causing everyone around her to step in just the wrong place. Shinso is doing something similar, sabotaging those around him as he rides high on brainwashed shoulders. You're muttering, pajama girl. Oops. Sorry, couldn't help it. There are a lot of people with interesting ways to avoid the mines, or cause others to not do so great. Izumi catches sight of something flying over the field. Like, well, if you're explosive yourself, Bakugu, flying over the ground, grins and aims his next explosion right at Shudo. Pretty soon, they're fighting, still careful over where they place their feet. And Bakugu Katsuki of Class 1A is duking it out with our leader, Todoroki Shudo. Izumi snorts at their fight. They can't really try, or they'll set off the mines, but they can't just ignore the other, oh god. It's like one of them came to life and started attacking Todoroki. Bakuga backs off just long enough to flip off the cameras. Good. Mike stage whispers. Ooh, another few blasted into the sky. Pro tip. Try to work out a path from up there. Smoke blocks the view. Izumi points out. True. Hey, some people are catching up to our two leaders. Bakugu and Shudo glance over their shoulders, spotting the people approaching. They step slightly faster, but still they're almost to the end though and neither have hit a mine. That's impressive. Izumi says. And they're out. Clear area all the way to the end. Right behind them is Shiozaki of Class 1B. Mike shouts, leaping out of his seat to glance between the monitor and the gateway. Who's gonna be first? Who's gonna be first? There's an explosion, a plume of smoke, and the two boys stumble into the arena. Oh come on, who was first? Izumi slows down the monitor, watching carefully. The smoke covers everything. She groans. We'll have to wait and see. Well, behind them comes Shiozaki, and now they're finishing one after the other. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Mike shouts, slumping back into his seat. That was exciting. So many people use their quirks in such fascinating ways. Oh, I have to write this down. Izumi exclaims happily. Move away from the mic before you start muttering, you'll scare the children. Aizawa says, and Izumi pushes her chair away, already in her own little world. The club members did great, and we still don't know if Shudo or Kaken was first. I'm glad it wasn't all 1A in the front though. Shiozaki is really good as well. A good 10 minutes of muttering and note-taking later, Midnight cracks her WHP. The first game of the first year sports festival is complete. So let's take a look at the results. Oh, and by the way, the first 42 made their way to the second round. Don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. Todoroki Shuto first. Bakugo Katsuki second. Oh wow, Bakugo's explosion pushed Todoroki forwards, Izumi says, watching the refined cameras. Well, the next game. The roulette wheel starts up again, rolling Cavalry Battle. You know how it works, but this time we'll be using headbands with points on them. 42nd is 5 points, 41st is 10, so on and so forth, except for first place. They're with 10 million points. The entire year turns to looks at Shuto, who only clenches his jaw. 15 minutes to make teams. Alright everyone, it's been 15 minutes to team up and talk strategy. Mike shouts. The crowd cheers back, excitedly for more of the games. All of our teams have been chosen, so let's see what we've got. Come on, wake up Eraser. Aizawa shifts, grumbling as he looks down at the field. There are some interesting teams out there, Izumi has to agree. Shuto had obviously gained a lot of attention, being first, but no one had wanted to team up with the prime target. Hatsum had approached him, as well as Ida and Yaoyorozu, and they ended up as a team. A much larger crowd had appeared around Bakugo, mostly made of 1A students who had seen his skill in battle. Eventually, he had taken Kirishima, Siro, and Ishido for his teammates. Hitoshi, meanwhile, had teamed up with Nameki and Kuda. They had also picked up Uraraka along the way. Najuru, apparently, didn't want to knock out the entire club in one go, and had teamed up with Tokoyami, Tetsu, and Shiozaki. Izumi can't help but snort at one of the three-person teams. Ajui and Mineta hold up in a tent made of Shuji's arms. It's kinda silly looking. Minoma, on the other hand, it looks like he gathered several of his classmates. No surprise, considering all of the challenges he made against the other classes, alright. Midnight shouts, cracking her WHP. Teams, get ready. Let's start the countdown. 3-inch 2. Immediately, everyone races after Todoroki and his headband. Shuto looks around at the approaching teams, then nods to Hatsum. She grins and fiddles with one of the gadgets strapped to their team, having disposed of the box and a few extra bits before the game began. A pillar of ice launches them forwards and over everyone's heads, one of Hatsum's babies guiding their descent. Ida guides them to the far side of the field, whipping them around. Going to the side with the fewest amount of teams, Izumi realizes. Good strategy. Shuto sweeps his arm around them, and an ice wall blocks them off from the rest of the field, trapping them in a globe of sparkling ice. Trying to keep the points for the whole game. That's not very smart. What if someone can get in, then they're trapped? You're muttering, dreamer. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Izumi exclaims. But still, oh well. It looks like more people are going after the other teams as they make their way over to try and break the ice. Mike snorts at her pun, foregoing his own commentary for a moment. Aizawa, on the other hand, is not as appreciative. I'm leaving. Hey no, I'm sorry, come back. Mike grins, looking over at the teams. Well, it looks like the teams have arrived, and they've started pounding on the ice. Whoa, there goes Bakugo. Is that allowed? Bakugo flies over the top of the ice dome, propelling himself with his explosions like he did during the obstacle race. He angrily strikes at the ice, not touching down. The ceiling gives under the force of the blasts, and ice falls inside and shoots outside. A pillar of ice smacks Bakugo right out of the air, plugging up the hole simultaneously. Izumi can hear his scream of rage over the noise of the crowd, continuing even as a roll of tape catches him and drags him into his team's waiting arms. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Midnight, was that within the rules? Bakugo did get separated from his teammates. Midnight ponders for a moment, then cracks her WHP. As his team caught him before he hit the ground and he did not set foot on the ice, it is fair game. And the snow globe remains intact. Bakugo lets out a scream of rage, his team rushing the base. Other teams are doing the same, though a few have given up and are instead nicking the headbands off other, smaller targets. Minoma snatches away Hagikure's, and Izumi spots a vine slinking in between Shuji's arms, returning with what she assumes to be Mineta's points. Well, we're almost halfway through, so let's take a look at the current scores. Mike exclaims, pulling it up on the screens that circle the stadium. He does a double take, probably noticing what Izumi has been watching for a while now. Air Class A isn't doing so good. Wait, Team Bakugo 0 points? Izumi blinks and whips her head back around, trying to find his team. Monoma stands across from them, twirling a headband around his finger and smirking. Oh. Izumi can't hear what they're saying. What she can hear and see and feel is the pure, unbridled rage emanating from Bakugo's mind as Monoma keeps talking. Izumi assumes it's something like he was saying to the club earlier, Class B superiority, and their plan to beat Class A. She's just confused as to why that idiot thinks saying that kind of stuff to Bakugo of all people is a good idea. He's dead. Izumi whispers quietly, pressing a hand to her head. Oh boy, that's a lot of anger. So Class B through the first round to have more mobility in the second? Aizawa muses. Interesting. Well, in this unexpected rise of Class 1B, who will wear the 10 million points in the end? Can anyone get into the glacier? Who will be second, third, and fourth? It's strong to say Todoroki seems to have taken account of how many people were able to dodge in the first round, and instead acted defensively. Well, only a few minutes left. Izumi smiles, then looks around at the points. Hitoshi and his team seem to have stayed away for the most part, waiting until they can snatch good points at the last second. Well, it's a good idea if they can pull it if Aizawa nudges her with his elbow. Check out the Bakugo and Monoma fight. You've met both, right? Izumi nods. Yeah. This is gonna be interesting. The fight is already underway. Monoma has 3 headbands, including Bakugo's, and is currently running away as the explosive teen gives chase. Once they get close enough, he leaps forwards again, Monoma's team acting fast to block him. Tsuburaba creates a shield, which Bakugo lands in and starts punching angrily. A wall of air. Izumi whispers. How does it not fall? What's keeping it in place? If it's holding Bakugo up like that, then Aizawa elbows her again, a bit harder this time. The solidified air shatters under Bakugo's rage, his arm thrusting through and seizing the white headbands around Monoma's neck before a roll of tape drags him back to his team. Bakugo steals 2 headbands to advance to third place. Mike announces, jumping up yet again. The ranking just keep changing in the final stages. They're still chasing them. Izumi giggles, watching as Bakugo starts pounding on Kirishima's head. Class B had a good, solid plan. They just made one huge mistake. She explains, watching as Bakugo makes Shiro and Ishido use their quirks, then propelling them forwards. They underestimated Bakugo. Aizawa agrees. There's a huge difference in their tenacity. He swore to be number 1, didn't he? Izumi finishes. He's going to do everything he can to keep that promise. With a final explosion, Bakugo rips the headband back. And Bakugo is merciless. Mike screams. He's gonna do it and do it all the way through. What a perfectionist. Only a minute left. Back to the silent ball of ice, I see. Izumi says, motioning. Bakugo stops at the wall, drawing back both his arms and slowly starting to smoke. Kirishima hardens, Ishido and Shiro bracing for what is undoubtedly going to be a huge explosion. When he strikes, ice goes flying everywhere. Izumi leans forwards. 45 seconds for 2 of the strongest people she knows to duke it out for the top spot, half and half BSRD. Bakugo shouts, his team rushing around chunks of ice into what is now half of a globe. Still, Shudo and his team are just standing there. They have to have a plan, right? She asks, on the edge of her seat. As if in response, Hatsum looks up, holding a remote and grinning maniacally. Suddenly, one of the ice chunks moves, uncurling, revealing the glint of metal, sheen of white-gray plastic, and red cloth that had gone unnoticed before. A robot. The robot, something that seems to be made of ice with only bits of metal, is short and stout, limbs made of large chunks of ice. It barely has any head, a lump of ice and a pair of goggles, the only thing that may pass for one. Where did that thing come from? Mike screeches. The robot strikes out at Shiro, who yelps and trips away. Bakugo is thrown off balance, nearly dumping him onto the ground as he screams in confusion and anger. Wahachu! Mike stutters. He's at a loss for what's happening. Izumi, in the other hand, gasps. Oh my god, that's amazing. She shrieks, hopping up to get a better look. That's gotta be some of the most creative quirk usage I've ever seen. Do you understand what's going on? Aizawa asks over Mike's confusion. Izumi nods, eyes wide in amazement. This team is both support course and hero course and arguably some of the smartest in the year. The robot seems to be almost entirely made of Todoroki's ice, but I can see quite a few of Hatsume's support items in there, allowing it to move, and also a lot of material they didn't have before Yaoyorozu's creation, I assume. They combined their abilities to create a makeshift guardian on the fly. Mike says, at a loss for words. That's extremely complicated, Izumi admits. But hey, it's working. Robo-Ice is keeping away Team Bakugo, and there's only 15 seconds left. And the rest of the team seem a bit occupied, Izumi mutters, looking over to where Shinso is picking off teams that still have points at the last minute. Well, start the countdown. Mike shouts, getting back into the swing of things. 10-9 Bakugo blasts away one of the robot's arms, ignoring Hatsume's scream of horror, my baby, as he knocks it off balance. 8-7 the teams get moving again, Shudo trying to avoid combat in the final moments. 6-5 Bakugo catches them anyway, launching himself forwards as his team rushes to catch up. For 3 the robot stutters back to its feet, clonking Zero on the back of the head and tumbling the team to the ground like dominoes. 2 Bakugo dives for the headbands, unknowing which one is which. Ida's engines begin to glow. 1 in the last second, Team Todoroki blasts away in a blur, pulled along by Ida. 0 times up. Bakugo falls flat on his face. Let's not waste any time now, shall we? The scores. Mike announces. In first place, Team Todoroki. Izumi snorts as she watches Hatsume leap up and snuggle into the ice robot. My baby. Second place, it's Team Bakugo. He immediately begins screaming in frustration, leaving Izumi blinking the spots out of her eyes. In third, Team Tetsu. Hey wait, Team Shinso. When did you guys come from behind? Mike says, confused. Hitoshi gives the announcer's booth a little wave. Well, fourth place, Team Tetsu. Now, we'll be taking an hour's break before the afternoon's festivities. He turns to Aizawa. Hey, Eraserhead, dreamer, let's go get lunch. I'm going to sleep, Aizawa says before doing just that. Sorry, I wanted to see my friends, Izumi admits. Abandoned. Well, have fun. Izumi grins, pulling off her blanket cape and changing into a waiting gym outfit. After what had happened with Ida, it's better to blend in. She rushes down a good 10 sets of stairs until she makes it outside. There are barriers around the area she's at, a path open for students to walk through. Izumi spots the robot, still following Hatsume. Hatsume! Izumi shouts, waving joyfully. The girl's eyes widen. Oh my god, hi. Where's your costume? Did you see our baby? Didn't he do so well? Hatsume coos, patting its to Izumi stops, panting. Wanted to blend in. As for your baby, he was amazing. Did you really make him so fast? Yep. I would love to have a creation quirk like that, girls. Hatsume gushes, practically drooling. Imagine what I could make. You'd be too strong. Izumi informs her. Give everyone else a chance, Hatsume. Otherwise you'll take over the world. Hatsume grins proudly. I'm already thinking of plans for him, I'd never break him down. Creation Girl said I could keep the stuff she had made for Icebot, so all that's left is to make him a freezer or something, and then he can help me with the heavy lifting. I'll need to remake some of the items I used for him though, always a chance for improvement. Izumi says, patting her on the back. I won't get in the way of your creative frenzy. But if you ever want another brainstorming session, just give me a call. Of course. Hatsume says, grinning. And if you ever need support items, you come right to me. I'd never dream of going to anyone else. Except maybe Power Loader, if yours keep blowing up. Izumi teases. Well, I'm gonna go see my other friends now. Bye, Hatsume. Bye, Icebot. Bye, Dreamer-san. Izumi waves and rushes away again, headed to the cafeteria. She searches for Shudo and Hitoshi's distinguishable hair, as she can't risk using her quirk, and slips through the crowds of students. Hi! Izumi exclaims, grinning brightly. They're sitting with almost all of Class A, split across 2 tables. Okogu obviously left. Kuda, it seems, has joined the smaller group of club members. Shinso looks up, grinning. Hey, Izumi. How'd we do? You kicked butt? Izumi tells him, laughing. Now move over. He does, much to the confusion of everyone at the table. I'm sorry, but who are you? Yaoyorozu asks politely. Izumi starts blushing. Oh, sorry, this probably looks really weird. I'm Shudo and Hitoshi's friend, Midoriya Izumi. It's nice to meet you, you all did amazing in the games. That robot was super cool. Yaoyorozu smiles. Thank you very much. It was quite fun to work with someone who went even faster than I do with engineering. I'm Yaoyorozu Momo. Forgive me, but do I know you from somewhere? Izumi pales. Except for the dream work she did, no, I don't think so. You look familiar to me too. Kirishima decides, looking closer. Ashido nods. Me 3. Hagakure announces. You guys are weird, I don't recognize her. Mineta says before his face turns lecherous. But I'd love to get to know you. We shouldn't be overwhelming her. Ida shouts, his hands doing their thing. Everyone, stop being rude. But we know her. Izumi grins nervously. Okay, fitting in was not the best idea she's ever had. Now nearly all of Class 1A is scrutinizing her, trying to figure out where they all know her from. And Hitoshi and Shudo are absolutely no help. Shudo is slurping his soba without a care in the world, and Hitoshi is very carefully not looking at anyone while he drinks a cup of water. Suddenly, Tokoyami nods. I remember now. You're the angel of my dreams. Hitoshi spits out his water and starts coughing violently. I'm sorry, what? Izumi blushes. I really don't know what you're talking about, Dash. I was lost in the endless night, the screams of the dying around me. Tokoyami insists. You came forwards and gave me a heavenly golden light to stave the darkness away. What's with that language? Izumi exclaims, not knowing how to respond. You were in my dream too. You healed my arms. Shuji remembers. Siro nods. Me too. You helped people find me. You healed 13. And saved Aizawa Sensei, Ribbit? Izumi looks around shyly as each person recounts their dream and how she fixed it. I really don't, Dash, oh yeah? Jiru says, pointing. You gave the Kaminari in my dream an army of Pikachu and they took out all the villains? The real Kaminari snorts. An army of Pikachu. They had your dunce face. Jiru informs him. Only a few had the face. Dash. Izumi slaps her hand over her mouth. Jiru smirks at her. And how would you know that? She asks, twirling her ear jack around her finger. After all, you weren't there. Class 1A gives her a collective smug smirk. I am. Shudo pats her shoulder. Accept the fact that you've been found out. Izumi pouts at him. Oh come on, you're no help at all. Shudo shrugs, going back to his lunch. What am I supposed to say? Yes, this is my friend. She definitely didn't hop into my mind and spray the dragon and my father in the face with a fire extinguisher. Holy SHT, really? Hitoshi very carefully does his best to not repeat the spit take. Izumi sighs, tugging on her twin braids in defeat. I was supposed to be discreet, Shochun slurp. Izumi groans. She's not getting out of this, is she? Okay, fine, you caught me. I can sense and hop into minds as well as alter dreams. Aizawa asked me to check up on you, because it was a traumatic experience and I'm pretty much an expert on stuff like that. For a lot of you, it was your first encounter with villains. That kind of thing leaves a lasting mark. She rubs her arms awkwardly. I went into everyone's dream well, except you, Mineta. You, weren't having a nightmare, but for everyone else, I was there. No one should have to go through that kind of stuff alone. Oh, but I'm sorry if I overstepped any boundaries. Izumi exclaims, looking up nervously. I only wanted to make sure you were all okay. If you don't want me to do it again, I promise I won't. There's a moment of silence, the students watching her silently. Oh, you are the cutest thing I've ever seen. Ashido squeaks, leaning over the table and smiling at her. I know, right? Hagakure squeals in return, making Izumi's blush come back full force. So you're not mad? It's perfectly okay. You were such a big help, Nightmare Zisuke. Ashido reassures her. You make us stars twinkle all the brighter, mademoiselle. Ioma announces, posing dramatically. Why didn't you come into my dream? Mineta whines. The USJ was scarring. Izumi very carefully avoids that question. Well, I'm glad you're all okay. And you all did so well. I've gotta admit, seeing Shuji all alone was pretty funny. Almost no one realized Azui and Mineta were in there. Komitsu ribbit? Azui states. We still aren't sure what happened to the points though. Izumi smiles sadly. Oh yeah. Shiozaki took it with one of her vines. Can we go back to when you said Aizawa sensei asked you to do it? Shrosis. Doesn't seem like something he'd do. I know he acts all tough, but he's actually really nice. He helped me out a lot. Izumi tells him, grinning brightly. He just doesn't want you all to know it. He made himself come in to teach sooner than he should have so you all wouldn't be worried. Ah really? Uraraka asks. He didn't have to, believe me. Izumi says, having flashbacks to the day-long argument. We tried to convince him of that too. Hitoshi pokes her, motioning to her tray. You still have your job, remember? Izumi rolls her eyes, accepting the food. Yeah. Not like I'm the one who's going to be beating up my classmates after this. The conversation trails off, a few people thanking her quickly before going back to their own food. Several of them have a really big afternoon, after all, proving themselves to pros who may take them on for internships. She does still get searching, amazed looks, but she tries to focus on her food, occasionally smacking a thieving hand or getting smacked herself. You three seem rather close. Yayarosa begins again. She has the same searching look on her face that she did before the I know you incident. Slightly apprehensive, Izumi nods. I mean, I've known both of them for a while. Shudo for 9 years, Hitoshi for 1. We met through dreams. Yayarosa's gaze sharpens. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember a hero named Dreamer being the one to deal with Todoroki-kun's father and with your Quirk and Shinso mentioning your job and Dreamer seems to be commentating. Plus I don't remember seeing you in the games. The table freezes once more. Kaminari lets a bit of his food fall out of his mouth. Izumi glares. I need you to stop exposing me, Yos. Holy is what? Izumi shrieks and slaps her hands over her ears. Not only did nearly 15 teenagers shout that, but the mere force of their surprise after everyone in the stadium is overwhelming enough for her to bury her head in Hitoshi's shoulder to get a hold of herself. Do you want help, Izumi? Hitoshi asks urgently. At her whispered, yes please, he makes her mind go blank. The confused shouting of Class 1A, as well as Shuto, Uraraka, Ida, and Hitoshi's efforts to calm them down, come to her muffled like she's underwater. After a few moments, Hitoshi releases her. Why'd you just brainwash her? Ojiro asks distrustfully. It's fine. Izumi says, waving it off. I told you I can sense minds, right? Sometimes I get overwhelmed by high emotions or thoughts. Hitoshi's quirk helps with that. So, any explanation for the whole I'm a pro-hero at 15th thing? Izumi shrugs, resigned to her fate at this point. I have a useful quirk. I used it to help people in a way other people couldn't, but it was technically illegal for me to affect civilians like that. When I came to you, Nedzu tutored me, and eventually I got a degree in psychology and a hero license so I was allowed to continue helping people. I'm still learning of course, but I was a special case. So cool. Hagakure whispers. Anything else you want to tell us? Oh, she's got another one. Hitoshi says, grinning at her betrayed look. Come on, Yarozu, you're on a roll. Stop encouraging her. Izumi says, waving her hands frantically. I guess it's okay for them to know because I'm not really well, there's no point to hiding anymore, because those people have already seen me but still. That's a bit too personal not only to me, but to them as well. Hitoshi shrugs. Sorry, but now I'm curious. Hagakure complains. You're so mysterious, Midori. Izumi finishes her food silently, eyebrows raised. Hagakure seems to pout at her before food starts disappearing from her plate again. Izumi gets up, stretching. Well, I wanted to go say hi to the other club members before we go back. She says, grinning to Class A, good luck you guys. Bye, Midoriya. How are your friends, little listener? Mike asks, passing her some stall vendor junk food. Izumi takes it, grinning. They're great. Mistukuru passed both rounds, Kata too. Apparently she made one kid drop about a mile through the ground and pop back up. They're really happy about it. Oh, I may have messed up with class though, Aizawa groans. What did those idiot kids do now? Well, it's more the fact that Yayorozu isn't one. An idiot, She recognized me, and the next thing I know the entire table was realizing I fixed their dreams, and then she figured out with how close I was to Shudo and my quirk she may or may not have figured out I'm dreamer. Aizawa blinks, then flops back onto the desk. Well, it can't be helped. Not much of an issue anymore, especially because we literally have you on live TV right now. That but knows you're here, in our protection, which is good. Izumi nods sheepishly. Yeah, but still. I'll be more careful. I wouldn't expect anything else. Well, on that note, Mike says, pushing a button. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some silly little recreational games before we start with the real fun. The 16 that made it to the final round will battle it out one-on-one in a battle tournament. The students and crowd burst into excited talk. Midnight holds up a yellow box. Now, we'll be drawing lots to decide the positioning. Then we'll do the recreational games, and then get started. The 16 finalists can decide whether or not they want to participate. I'm sure some of you want to rest and conserve energy. Now, first place gets first pick. The lots are drawn, and the pairings go up on the board. Kirishima Aijuru vs. Tetsutetsu Bakugu Katsuki vs. Uraraka Ochako Shinso Hitoshi vs. Shizuki Ibara Tokoyami Fumikage vs. Nameki Itako Ida Tenya vs. Hatsume Kuda Kuji vs. Ashido Mina Yairozu Momo vs. Nadru Kuroki Todoroki Shudo vs. Sirohanta, and now for a brief interlude. Mike shouts. Throughout the recreational games, Izumi pushes away from the mics so they don't pick up her muttering and looks at each of the matchups, trying to guess who will win. Of course, she doesn't know everything about all their quirks. But she knows a bit about everyone, pulling their files up to take more notes and fill up her notebooks. Shiozaki's got a binding type quirk, and I hardly ever see anyone break out vines, huh? Is it anything like Kawaii Wood's quirk? Aizawa lines up his spoon and launches something at her with his cast. Slow down the mutter fest. All right. Mike shouts finally. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Now remember, the rules are simple: immobilize your opponent, force them out of the ring, or get them to say, I give up. Izumi pulls herself over to the windows, looking down in the field. Our first matchup, is something gonna come out of those horns? Why is she so pink? Ashido Mina. Mike shouts. And on the other, our resident Disney princess. I promise that'll make sense in a bit, folks. Kuda Koji. Izumi winces as she spots Kuda. It looks like Kuda's gonna faint already. They'll be fine. Start. Ashido immediately starts skating forward, causing Kuda to shriek and start running. Izumi decides to try putting the attention on Ashido instead. Her quirk is acid, and she's using it to dissolve the ground below her a bit. She explains. That makes her skate. She used it before during the Cavalry Battle and the obstacle race as well. Kuda finally starts fighting back. They raise their voice a bit, and birds start circling down, swooping at Ashido and forcing her to dodge them as well. Unfortunately, she's good at dodging, and pretty soon she tackles Kuda. Sorry dude. She shouts and kicks him out of the ring. Kuda is out of bounds. Ashido advances to the second round. Izumi pretends not to notice the relieved sigh Kuda makes. Next up, from the middle of the pack, and Class Ida Tenya. He's up against someone completely loaded up with support items. Also known for that robot during the cavalry match, it's Hatsume. Hatsume fiddles with her things one last time, before nodding to Ida. Izumi frowns. Are those support items on Ida? Ida. Midnight shouts, cracking her WHP. Those who must use support items must petition beforehand. Ida's eyes widen comically. I apologize. I forgot. He exclaims and bows in apology. However, my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. She approached me before the match, and even though she is from the support course, she said she wanted an even match because she made it this far. One where we could fight fairly. So she gave me this equipment. He clenches his fist, standing tall. I felt I could not ignore her fighting spirit. Oh, you Midnight squeals, before going entirely straight-faced once more. I'll allow it. It's fine. Mike asks, still a bit confused. Both contestants agreed on it, so it's in the regulations. Aizawa tries to explain, but he's obviously as confused as Mike, I think. Izumi frowns. That doesn't seem like something Hatsum would say. Well, since permission's been granted, start. Ida takes off running, the little canisters on his support gear waving around. Hatsum grins. Isn't that acceleration amazing, Ida? She's wearing speakers. Mike says, even more confused. Do your legs feel lighter than usual? Hatsum continues. That's to be expected. Those leg parts are helping the wearer's movements along. Ida is right in front of her now. And Hatsum starts, her backpack shooing out a metal pole and sending her flying. Evade easily with my hydraulic attachments. Ida trips over them, yelping. He turns swiftly, but Hatsum dodges in the same way. Since I've got sensors in every direction, I can even deal with attacks from behind. Ida, stumbling from his second stumble, is pulled up by Hatsum's items. Hatsum spreads her arms wide. Ida changed course adeptly. It's thanks to the auto-balancer that I made. The leg parts detect the wearer's brainwaves to predict their movements, so there's no need to worry about time lag. What is this? Mike whispers, causing Izumi to give up holding back her giggling. Oh gosh, she's using him like a walking advertisement for her inventions, she gasps, still laughing. I kinda feel bad for Ida, but she breaks off into laughter. Hatsum continues on. The auto-balancer is equipped with a 32-axis Eurosensor. She explains as Ida very nearly falls over the line, spinning like a top when her items save him. It's sure to stop the wearer from falling unless they want to. Izumi's still giggling as she shows off her shoes and a net gun, explaining each in detail. Who developed all these items? Hatsum asks. Me, Hatsume. It's clear who the best choice is, big companies. Hatsume, Hatsume, Hatsume. H8SMEMEI. She's really gunning for it, Izumi says, grinning helplessly. Should I mention that most of the support companies seem rather concerned? I am rather concerned. Aizawa groans, muffled by the cast pressed to his face. And now for the next item. More. A good 10 minutes later, Hatsum calmly walks over the line. Well, I think I've shown off everything I wanted to. I've got nothing left. Midnight stares at her in utter confusion. Hatsum is out of bounds. Ida advances to the second round. Speakers or no, Ida's scream of frustration is heard by everyone. Well, after that round, Mike says, rubbing at his temples. She made it in on recommendations, and she's got a huge brain and a powerful quirk. Yayoro Zumomo. On the other side, from Class 1C, comes someone who I'm not entirely sure can see Najuru Kuroki. Mike snorts, getting back into the swing of things. That was a whole lot of rhyming. Stop. Aizawa groans. Please. Not right now. Right now it's start. Yayorozu reaches for her arm, and the two collide in combat. Najuru keeps attacking, not letting her get a chance to make anything. Smart. Yayorozu is too strong for him to let up. Izumi says, this isn't really a good fight at all. Najuru can't show off his quirk, so he's practically useless except for seeing things Yayorozu doesn't know he can. And Yayorozu can't really show off her creative genius when it comes to a simple fight. Yayorozu suddenly reaches for her jacket, something glowing beneath it. Izumi blinks. And he's out. A huge RBB-padded pole explodes from her stomach, launching Najuru across the field and out of bounds. Ooh, that looks like it hurt when he landed, Mike says, wincing. Better luck next time, I suppose. Next up, he's good, but's what with that plainness he can't get rid of. It's Zero Hanta. And for his opponent, he took first, and then first again in the prelims. You're way too strong, kid. Todoroki Shudo. Second match. Izumi leans to the edge of her seat. Something seems wrong. Shudo's stance is all off. From here and with how high her barriers are, she can barely feel him, but his mind is shivering, almost. Cold. Angry. Izumi shakes her head. She can just talk to him later. Right now, she's got to commentate this match. Shudo is really strong. But maybe Siro has something up his sleeve. Up his sleeve. Cause elbows. I'll stop now. The clock counts down, Siro stretching his wrists and arms carefully. At 0, he moves instantly, using his previous motion to disguise it and trapping Shudo in 2 bands of tape. He pulls him to the side, obviously hoping to throw him out. A quick attack. Mike shrieks. Izumi nods approvingly. Pretty much his only option, with how strong to-do dash, rage and pain explode from the battlefield, forcing Izumi to stop talking and slam her hands over her ears. Eyes closed, she curls up into a whimpering little ball. Aizawa reaches out with a cast to touch her arm. "Why you okay?" he whispers. Izumi nods, pulling her blanket over her shoulders. It got really cold all of a sudden. She opens her eyes to see there's a glacier over half the stadium. "Oh," she squeaks. Mike has his face pressed to the window, and Aizawa's eyes are so wide she can see the irritated BLD vessels in them. At the base of the glacier, she can see Siro, completely engulfed in ice. "So can you move?" Midnight asks from inside her own ice. "What do you think?" He groans. Was all this really necessary? Todoroki Shudo wins please unfreeze me. Shudo walks up to first Siro, then Midnight, using his right hand to melt his own ice. Izumi looks down at him, frowning. That feeling what happened? It used to happen in dreams, when he would talk about his father, but Dad. Izumi whispers quietly, turning off her mic, "Is Endeavor here?" Aizawa's eyes widen in understanding. "I'm not sure. He could be. Is that why?" "No idea. But he was really sad and annoyed," Izumi says. "Should I go talk to him?" Bored, Mike launches himself over both their laps. "No, you need to commentate with an E. I'm all alone, turn your Mii's back on." Aizawa looks at him weird. "Mii's? Microphones." Mike explains, grinning. Aizawa elbows him very strong in the face. "I hate you." "No you don't," Mike says, sitting back up. "But after the cleanup, which took a very long time may I add, it's time for our 5th match. Don't feel bad if you can't create your own giant glaciers. As a matter of fact, please don't. Pretty sure that dude in the 18th row is down a couple hairs." Laughter from the audience. From Class 1A, a raven comes, signaling bad luck for his opponents. It's Tokoyami Fumikage. And from our other side, from 1C, this girl's ready to project her way to victory. Nameki Itako. Izumi clenches her fast. Nameki can't do much besides illusion. Tokoyami has a literal shadow creature inside him. It's a perfect show of exactly how much of a disadvantage people with quirks like Nameki are. "Good point, dreamer." Izumi squeaks, not knowing she was muttering. Of course Nameki has been training a lot. She's part of a club new this year, where student with useful quirks that didn't quite manage to get into a hero course train, so they also have a chance. But the odds are really stacked badly here. Do your best, both of you. Mike nods. And with that note begin. Dark shadow whirls out of Tokoyami's body, striking out at Nameki. The girl ducks beneath it, rolling to the side and running towards Tokoyami. A quick start. Nameki gets put quickly on the defensive. The general studies student looks over her shoulder, and Izumi catches sight of a small grin. Nameki, you look really smug, what are you planning?" Nameki pivots on her feet, ducking once more. Dark shadow slams into the area where she just was. "That was really close." Izumi squeaks. Dark shadow strikes once more, but this time the girl doesn't dodge. Nameki has managed to avoid him and race nearly all the way to Tokoyami's side of the field. She stares the living shadow down, and activates her quirk. A literal beam of light explodes from her projector eye, hitting Dark Shadow square on. The bird shrieks, retracting back to Tokoyami's side. "What just happened?" Mike shouts, leaning closer. "I'm not sure, did she get its eyes? Like a laser pointer. That hurts, but it doesn't explain." Izumi freezes, staring at where Dark Shadow has hidden as the two students fall to hand combat. Oh, of course. Mike turns to her, still confused. Okay, Miss Analyzer. What wisdom do you have for us now? Dark shadow. Shut up. Of course a quirk made of shadows is weak to light. I mean, look at it. It's hiding in Tokoyami's shade. Geez, I thought this was a terrible matchup for Nameki. Looks like it's the other way around. It's the middle of the day, there are spotlights, and Tokoyami's opponent has a quirk that creates light. Nameki grins evilly, kicking at Tokoyami again. Sorry, Birdman. But I noticed during the cavalry battle. Tokoyami grimaces, faltering under her pressure. Nameki has been training almost exclusively in hand-to-hand, while Tokoyami strengthened his quirk. But under her relentless pressure of both focused light and physical strikes, he's done. Tokoyami stumbles over the line. And that's our win. Mike screams. Nameki Itako of Class 1C. The viewing box for the General Studies classes nearly explodes with cheers for their classmate. Nameki grins at them, raising her face to the sky and making little fireworks pop over her head. Izumi smiles. Next to her, she can see Aizawa's bandages shift as he does the same. She got lucky. Very lucky. But at the same time, good job. Nameki gives the crowd a thumbs up before she turns and walks off the stage, bouncing happily. Next up, we've got these guys. Mike shouts. Our first contestant from Class A, and our Cavalry Battle's dark horse, it's Shinso Hitoshi. And on the other side of the ring, one BS. Pretty things have thorns, you know. Shiozaki Ibra. We're sure to have a really cool battle here too, so excuse me. Mike freezes, looking down at Shiozaki. Pardon the interruption, but what do you mean by assassin? She asks, looking extremely concerned. I only want to find victory, not end my opponent's life. I'm, sorry? Mike asks, still confused. Shiozaki spreads her arms, smiling softly. Izumi personally thinks she looks like a plant opening itself to the sun, with all the holy light around her. I wish to enter you, not for wicked reasons, but for the salvation of others. To extend the hand of God through my own, if I must. I said I'm sorry. Shiozaki smiles happily. Thank you so much for understanding. She and Tokoyami should have a chat. I wonder what sort of dramatic things will happen. Poems and stuff. Izumi whispers to Aizawa. Thank you for the warning. Not what I intended. Well, anyway, start. Shiozaki digs her vines into the ground, a few whipping towards Shinso. He seems to mull something over before taking a deep breath. Yeah, Jesus Christ F sucks. Shiozaki's mouth drops open, as well as about half the crowd, looking completely scandalized. Her vines freeze. I understand if you are atheist, but you mustn't talk about someone's deity like that. It's she freezes, mouth still open mid-word. I think he got her to answer. Izumi says, still in shock as Shiozaki walks out of the ring. Wait, is that from a vine? Oh my god, please tell me it's from a vine. What? Like her hair? Oh, that type of vine. Wow, I feel old. Mike says, rubbing at his temples. Shiozaki is out of bounds. Shinso advances to the next round. Midnight announces. Through the cheering, Shinso walks over, bowing to Shiozaki and seeming to apologize. The girl frowns at him, but eventually waves it off. Well, that was something. Mike nods. And next up is a fight of redundant quirks. Manly and passionate steel. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. And for his opponent, manly and passionate hardening. Kirishima Iger. You could have at least tried to mix them up. Izumi complains. Yeah, well, start. The fight begins, both boys hardening and punching each other. To no effect. Over. And over. And over again. Izumi falls asleep about 5 minutes in. Dreamer. Wake up. Mike says, poking at her shoulder. Geez, you're out cold. Eraser. There's a brief flash of a quirk, and Izumi shoots straight up. I'm awake. What happened? Draw. Aizawa says shortly. Izumi looks down, to see both Kirishima and Tetsu be carted off by little medical bots. Oh, Mike grins. Well, they'll get their chance after they recover, and after this match. Explosive personality and quirk, with a bad attitude to match, Bakugo Katsuki. And on the other side, she's the one I'm rooting for, Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka gulps and stares down the explosive blonde, who glares right on back. Start. Immediately, Uraraka starts running forwards, body low to the ground. Trying to get Bakugo into the air, Izumi supposes, but she needs to touch him first. Bakugo blasts her away, creating a blur of smoke. Izumi bites her lip, looking down nervously. Uraraka is darting through the cover, seeming to go around Bakugo. But he strikes in the opposite direction. After the second blast clears, Izumi sees it. Uraraka made her jacket float to create a distraction. Good idea. Taking advantage, Uraraka reaches for Bakugo's back, but she gets blasted away over and over again. She can't seem to get close at all. Uraraka is attacking relentlessly, but Mike sighs watching the fight. Some people in the crowd start booing, minds filling with disgust. If your power is so different, then stop toying with the poor girl. Izumi winces. On one hand, she kinda agrees, but he's not playing with her. He's not acting like he used to on the playground when he would push her and the others around with his quirk. Shut up, Aizawa says. You call yourself pros and you're saying he's playing. Look closer, you dolts. If there's a pro saying that, there's no longer any point to you watching. Go home and consider changing careers. He's being careful because he's acknowledged the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. You said it yourself, Mike, he's here to win. He won't let his guard down. Frankly, you're being insulting to Uraraka too. Izumi adds. I mean, she's fighting with everything she's got. And you're calling her weak. At least Bakugo is being respectful. And also, Uraraka isn't done yet. I'm surprised no one has noticed. Another reason they should consider changing careers. Aizawa grumbles. Honestly, even you, Mike. Uraraka brings her hands together, scowling. From above the stadium, the rocks she's been gathering for the entire fight, scooping them away from Bakugo's explosions, begins to fall. A meteor shower. Mike screeches, shocked. You should have noticed. Debris starts raining. Uraraka runs forwards, using her quirk to make herself lighter. One touch is all she needs to gain an advantage. Bakugo lifts his arm up to the sky, bracing himself. And the equivalent of a nuclear bomb explodes. Izumi's glad there's a window. As it is, some people in the crowd below have to guard their heads, and loud thunks come from the roof where larger chunks have landed. Bakugo blew it all away, Mike says in shock. Uraraka stares in horror, before stumbling forwards. But she can't make it. She falls, her body giving up. Uraraka passed her limits a long time ago, Izumi says sadly. But she kept pushing herself forwards. And I can respect that. Uraraka is unable to move. Midnight judges. Bakugo moves on to the next round. She didn't even get to land a hit. Mike groans. He's completely unscathed. Do I have to do this again? Izumi asks, squinting at him. Look at his arm. He's trembling. Imagine the kind of recoil that explosion puts his body through. Uraraka may not have landed a blow, but Bakugo is hurt. She just forced him to pass his own limits as well. Everyone is doing their best. Pushing themselves to and past the limits. Not just one or two. All of them. Izumi finishes. Plus ultra, isn't it? Izumi pokes her head into the waiting rooms, spotting Ida, Uraraka, Nameki, and Hitoshi. Hey Hitoshi. What a lame reference. It was rather rude. Ida says, frowning. No matter if it was from a vine. You shouldn't have shouted a curse word during a highly broadcasted event. Bakugo's a few doors down. Shinso leans back in his chair, tilting his head towards his room. Ida sighs. I've mostly given up on him. That's fair. Izumi admits. Anyway, Hitoshi. I'll get Dad to call you Memelord for your next intro. Hell yeah. Someone make me a paper crown or something. Hitoshi cheers before dropping his arms. I'll knock it off your head. Nameki threatens. I'm your opponent in the next round. Hitoshi grins. Step the F up, Kyle. God damn it. Nameki groans. Actually, wait, whoever wins faces Bakugo. They look at each other, faces pale, before saying, you can win dude, in unison. Izumi laughs at them all. All of your matches were impressive. Uraraka, I've never seen Kaken so into a fight. Nameki, that was so smart, figuring out his weakness. Izumi gushes. And Ida Hatsume's great, really, just a little overzealous? Hitoshi frowns. Speaking of the matches, actually, have you seen Shudo since his fight? Izumi shakes her head, face falling. I thought he'd be with you. I haven't seen him. Uraraka admits, Nameki nodding with her. Said he wanted to be alone and think for a minute, before you three showed up. Hitoshi says. I didn't want to bother him. I mean, we are friends, but I've only known him for a short time. I guess I can understand that. Izumi admits, still unsure. We shouldn't be overbearing. Ida shouts. I have been informed my actions at the beginning of the year were rather rude, and I would like to prevent myself from making such a mistake once more. Izumi frowns. Hitoshi. I'm gonna listen around, help me if I break down. His eyes widen, reaching out for her. Hey, wait, don't dash. Izumi closes her eyes and drops her barriers, letting her awareness wash over the minds in the stadium. Hundreds of pros and civilians, watching, hearing, excited, happy. Sidekick general studies hero course bad luck good luck attitude poor girl Shudo. Flame anger pain Izumi slams her barriers back down, gasping. But hey, breathe in breathe out. Are you insane? Hitoshi yelps, shaking her slightly. I really think you might be. Nameki agrees, Ida and Uraraka are rushing over with her nervously. I'm fine. Izumi says, then stumbles. Hitoshi catches her, managing to look both concerned and annoyed. Honestly, he mutters, pushing her into a chair. Was there any point to that? At all? I know where he is, I know how he feels, I know who made him feel like that, and I know exactly where that person is. Izumi grumbles, trying to stand up. Hitoshi doesn't let her, pushing down on her shoulders insistently. And now I've got to go. Whoa whoa whoa, hold on dash, Endeavor is here. Izumi says grimly, glaring at the table. Ida makes a horrified gasp and starts going over laws of restraining orders, waving his arms the entire time. Shinso blinks, then sits back. You know what? Let's go find Shudo. Should we? Uraraka asks, looking conflicted. We don't really know him too well. But I want to make sure he's okay. We'll make sure he's fine. Izumi assures her. Endeavor here. Nameki muses. I want to go make a giant hand flipping him off. If we see Endeavor, I'll flip off him for you. Shinso promises. Sounds good. Now go find your friend. Nameki tells him. I think I'll wander the hallways for no particular reason. Be back in a bit. Izumi and Hitoshi leave, headed to where Izumi has felt Shudo's mind. So, how in the hell is Flaming Trashbag in here? I thought there was a restraining order. Shinso asks. Izumi nods, fists clenching. Yeah. But he's still got a lot of fans. The Hero Commission backed him up, and there was a lot of backlash saying that we were just trying to get a good story or make a name for me. And he may not be number 2 anymore, but he's still an extremely popular hero. Not many people are going to tell him he can't go into an event used mainly for heroes to find interns and sidekicks, and I doubt the man asked for permission. They walk on in silence, finally reaching where Izumi had heard Shudo. She pokes her head around the hallway corner, spotting him leaning against the wall, staring at his hands. Hey! Shudo starts, looking up at them. Hitoshi! Izumi! What are you doing here? Izumi walks over to stand by him. Are you okay? Perfectly fine. And yes, I realize I went overboard, so can you just dash? He groans, putting his hand over his scar and sliding to the ground. I felt your father's mind. Izumi says carefully, dropping down beside him. Shudo snorts. Oh yeah, he's here. Acting like nothing changed. He says. I'm still his after all. I've got a duty to pass all might, I'm a perfect creation, I'm being weak, you're nobody's possession. Hitoshi says, sitting next to them both. Does Izumi belong to her Flaming Trashbag SPRM donor? Then neither do you. Shudo looks incredulously at Hitoshi. A what? Hitoshi says, throwing his arms up. They're both great big flaming bags of pages. There's a few moments of silence before Izumi starts giggling, and soon all three of them are laughing on the floor. They'll stop, then meet each other's eyes and see their red faces and they're gone again, until they've forgotten why they're laughing in the first place, but they can't help but to keep going even though their sides hurt and there are tears in their eyes. Of course, nothing lasts forever, no matter how strong the giggle fit. Fire crackles above them. Shuto. As soon as it started, they freeze, turning to look up at the fiery man that stands above them. Endeavor. Izumi gulps as she stares at him. He's glaring, and there's so much fire it looks like he's about to drag the three of them outside and murder them, and she wants to run very far away. But at the same time Shuto draws into himself, his mask slipping back on. They had just gotten him to start laughing. And then this man shows up and ruins all of it. Endeavor looks at Hitoshi and Izumi in disdain, before dismissing them and turning back to Shuto. I want to speak to you, boy. Your display with the ice was impressive, but you're still being weak. Holding back. Izumi stands up, fists clenched. The nerve of this man, excuse me, but I don't think you're supposed to be here. He curls his lip in obvious disgust. And I don't think a little girl like you knows anywhere near what she thinks she does. Hitoshi jumps up and stands behind her, further blocking Endeavor from Shuto. You motherfucker! Izumi puts a hand in his shoulder, still glaring at Endeavor. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out her hero license. I know more than you think, Todoroki NG. She says simply, holding it up for him to see. I was the one to get your children a restraining order, after all. The man's eyes widen as he stares at the little rectangle of plastic, the name Dreamerts printed boldly. You're not allowed to be in the same area, and forgive me if this looks rather a lot like the same area. She hisses. I got you arrested once, I'll do it again. This time it will be easier. I'll give you 10 minutes to vacate the premises, and I'll be able to tell if you did. Turning her back on him, she drags Shuto to his feet and pulls both of the boys down the hall. Hitoshi lets go of her hand to flip off Endeavor. Beach. Guess who flipped off Endeavor? Hitoshi shouts, kicking back into the waiting room. Uraraka and Nameki start cheering as the three settle into the seats around the room. He's actually here. Ida shouts. How could he break the restraining order? I hope you're reporting him. Izumi wraps Shuto in a hug. I'm sorry that happened. Shuto shakes his head, returning the hug. Thank you for being there. Leaving me out. How rude. Hitoshi sighs, draping himself dramatically over the two of them. Though I gotta say, watching Izumi chew out a man 3 times her size. Highlight of my day. And that's a day that includes me using a vine to win a match. It was terrifying, Izumi admits, shifting so he isn't crushing her. But I'm really glad I did. I want the details. Uraraka yelps. Was he mad? What did his face look like? Did he turn red? Did he back down from Deku-chan because that would be awesome? Yes, I can't do that monstrosity justice. Yes and yes. Also, it was so awesome. Hitoshi lists off before grinning at a blushing Izumi. Shaking off the conversation and pushing off Hitoshi, Izumi sits up. Well, after all that excitement, I'm pretty sure the first match of the second round is starting. Ida, you're up against Ishido, right? Indeed. He shouts, doing his arm thing again. I hope she will be an honest opponent, rather than the fiasco that was my first match. Pretty sure no one can one-up Hatsum when it comes to fiascos. Izumi assures him. Do not underestimate my sleep schedule. Hitoshi warns, staring off into the distance dramatically. Our next opponent is each other, right? Nameki says, grinning. Hey Shinso. Our little argument after the Monoma incident. Whoever wins this, Hitoshi grins back. Oh, you are so going down now. Izumi frowns, trying to figure out the Monoma incident. What do you? Her face turns bright red. Guys. The room bursts into laughter, Izumi with her arms wrapped around her red face. Through them, she can see Shuto, and she smiles slightly. He's laughing again. Thank you for waiting, ladies and gents and everyone in between. Mike shouts, causing the crowd to cheer once more. After the deciding of our draw Kirishima won, in case you were late, he raises his eyebrows at Izumi. I have an excuse. She states, unashamed. They were trash-talking fire dads and making everyone laugh, And hell if she was going to miss that for a screaming arm wrestling match between metapods. And then she had to check if Endeavor had stuck around, creating yet another storm of fussing. It was a fair excuse. We've got the first match of the second round. On one side, Ida Tenya. Let's hope he gets to actually fight this time. Ida's head drops in shame. And our bubblegum girl, Ashido Mina. Geez, what with the pink-haired girls and this poor boy? Izumi giggles, but she's pretty sure this match will have a different outcome. They both do their best, Ashido quickly melting Ida's glasses when he goes to grab her and push her out of the ring. He stumbles for a bit, confused, before seeming to get his bearings despite his vision being impaired. He pushes Ashido over the line after a quick shoving match. Todoroki and Yayarose's fight is less evenly matched. While she puts up a good fight, trying to stay on his left side and throwing salt, oil, and creating a flamethrower for all sorts of ice-melting shenanigans, she can't keep up with his onslaught. She's caught in a glacier, albeit one much smaller than what Zero ended up getting trapped in. For our next matchup, she got a lucky match where she dominated. Can she back it up? Nameiki Itako. Her opponent, vine cutter Shinso Hitoshi. The two club members enter, Hitoshi looking incredibly proud of his introduction and Nameiki waving to the crowd. And start. Their fight is quick and brutal. Those two and the rest of the club have trained against each other for weeks. They know each other's moves. Nameiki keeps projecting herself just a bit off, but Hitoshi knows better than to trust his eyes, waiting until he's positive where she is before striking out. But, well, one hell session with Aizawa versus two hell sessions with Aizawa, and Shinso throws Nameiki out of the ring. He advances to the third round. Nameiki groans, but accepts Hitoshi's hand as he pulls her up. Midnight squeals about youth and sportsmanship are heard throughout the stadium. Our final match of the second round. Blasting his way forwards, Bakugo Katsuki. And the winner of our draw, Kirishima Iger. Kirishima manages to get some good hits in. His hardening makes it difficult for Bakugo to affect him with his explosions, but everyone's got their limits. It affected him this time. Mike shouts, excited by the new development. Izumi nods as Bakugo begins creating explosion after explosion. Keeping that quirk up and moving quickly at the same time are likely really difficult. A final explosion sends Kirishima reeling backwards, slumping unconscious to the ground. Kirishima's been knocked out. Our top four have been decided. Mike announces. Todoroki Shuto, Ida Tenya, Shinso Hitoshi, and Bakugo Katsuki. A quick break for them to catch their breath and we'll get right back to it. He leans back from the microphone, grinning at Izumi. Any ideas? Bets? Come on, give us something. Izumi sighs, thinking. Well, Shinso and Ida are both great fighters. But against the kind of overwhelming power Bakugo and Todoroki have, Bakugo is extremely reactive, but as and Shinso are in the same class, he likely knows how to avoid his quirk. Ida will probably get caught in Todoroki's ice. It's a good bet that Bakugo and Todoroki will be our final matchup. And what an explosive fight that will be, Mike tells the crowd. Be sure to stay tuned. We aren't on your radio show, Mike. Aizawa groans. Aesthetic? Your aesthetic sucks? Yamada turns off the microphones to loudly whine. Babe, Aizawa smacks him with his cast. The matches proceed nearly exactly as Izumi thought they would. Bakugo is quite obviously having difficulty not cursing Hitoshi out, instead pausing his explosions to give him the middle finger as often as humanly possible while Hitoshi dances around him, ducking and weaving, throwing insults, and returning most of the middle fingers. Quite a few times he opens his mouth, but ends up biting down on his tongue. Hitoshi is doing his best, actually landing a good sucker punch before being blown away. In the end though, he's knocked over the line. Ida and Shuto's fight goes less rudely. Ida is fast enough to avoid most of Shuto's ice, but not quite fast enough to get in close from the right. The left though, Ida nearly lands a hit. Oh, but Todoroki swivels and blocks him. Mike yelps. Izumi frowns. His left his fire side. Shuto isn't fighting with it at all, despite how close Ida is getting time and time again. Come to think of it, she hasn't seen him use his fire for anything except for melting ice and keeping himself from getting frostbitten from his own power. Not in the race, the cavalry battle, or during the snippets of his father's training she had seen. What was it Endeavor had said? Your display with the ice was impressive, but you're still being weak. Holding back. Izumi presses a hand over her mouth. Oh no. What is it? Mike asks, looking over at her. Izumi shakes her head, motioning to the broadcasting equipment. It's nothing. Todoroki managed to take out one of Ida's engines by freezing it. She says quickly. Honestly, she's supposed to be observant. It's her thing. How had she not seen? But at the same time, she's not really surprised. It's not like she has the best memories of fire after her own father. Ida flies out of the ring. Izumi has got some talking to do. Izumi pokes her head into the waiting room, spotting Uraraka, Ida, and Hitoshi next to Shudo. Yaoyorozu is there as well, looking a bit awkward but having fun. You alright? She asks Hitoshi, who has a bandage wrapped up his arm. Geez, Izumi, not everyone can sense when someone walks into a room. He complains. And yeah, I'm fine. Recovery girl fixed me right up. That's good. Izumi says. And now for her job. Actually, Shudo, can I talk to you real quick? It's about the match. He blinks at her, confused. Sure. Alone. There's a brief moment of silence before Ida coughs, then goes to drag everyone else out of the waiting room. Shudo frowns as the room is emptied. What is it? Izumi takes a deep breath, before diving right in. You're not using your fire? Shudo flinches, looking away from her. What of it? Izumi sits next to him, concerned. Shudo, what? Everyone else is giving it there. Uraraka, Hitoshi, even Kaken. It's not like you, she says. He looks down at his hand, glaring at it. His left. He regards it in silence, mind churning as he tries to figure out what to say. How to explain. It's his power, he says finally, closing his hand into a fist. I made a promise. I refuse to use it in the way he wants me to. I'll rise to the top, and I'll do it with only my mother's ice. It doesn't matter what he says, I refuse to be his tool. I'll spite him by throwing every last part of him away. He declares, hand dropping to the table. Besides, he whispers, looking over at her. Fire has hurt too many people. You, my siblings, my mother. I haven't even seen her in years. All I can remember is her crying. I don't want to hurt her anymore. Shudo admits. Izumi blinks at him. Not that she hadn't expected this, but she smacks him on the back of the head. Shudo looks up at her, surprised. Izumi, you're an idiot, she tells him. Yeah, fire has hurt people. Yes, your father was cruel. I can understand not wanting to be his tool. God knows I feel the same way about my own, and I will do whatever I need to in order to stop you from being that. But calling it his power? Shudo, that's wrong. On so many levels. Izumi reaches out for his hand, his left, forcing him to turn towards her. Shudo, your father's quirk is fire. Your mother's quirk is ice. Your quirk is half hot, half cold. It's your power, she says directly to his face. His mismatched eyes are wide in shock. Your power, to use however you want. To be a hero, to help people. Because you'd never hurt anyone, Shudo. Izumi lifts his hand, watching him flinch the closer it gets to her. I'll admit it. I don't like fire. She whispers, staring at his palm. I collapse at the thought of my father's. I was trembling in front of Endeavor. But your fire. Izumi presses the hand to her cheek, smiling up at him. It's warm, but not as warm as it should be for someone with a fire quirk. He's held it back so much, I could never be afraid of your fire. She tells him, squeezing his hand. It's the same thing that you and Hitoshi said when you found out about my quirk problems. I could never be afraid of or hate you. Your fire, your quirk, your power. It's a part of who you are, just as much as your ice, and I can't just sit back and let you stunt yourself like this. Shudo's hand trembles against her cheek, his mind roiling with memories and emotions. Izumi bites her lip and bares it, catching glimpses of a white-haired woman and a flash of a TV screen. He lets out a breath, eyes shining with unshed tears as he gives up and falls into her arms. He pulls his left hand away to wrap around her. Izumi smiles sadly and returns the hug, not caring as he trembles and a few tears drop onto her shoulder. When he stops shaking, Izumi adds, "Hey, you're all warm and cozy to snuggle with. That's a plus." Shudo elbows her. "Stop. You are." Izumi grins at him. He shoves off her, rolling his eyes. The door creaks open, a purple head popping through. You two done or, yeah, sorry. Just had to say something before the match." Izumi explains. The 4 teens who had been kicked out walk back in, Yaoyorozu looking between her and Shudo suspiciously. "What were you talking about?" "I was telling Shudo he's warm and cuddly," Izumi says simply. He groans. "I thought it was strategies to beat Bakugo up in the final match. He needs to win because I lost," Hitoshi says. "But yeah, he's pretty warm. I'm not allowed to share strategies, Haida can," Izumi reprimands. "Besides, Sho-chan is strong enough to win on his own." Shudo bursts into flames. "Holy V!" Hitoshi yelps, missing his chair and tumbling to the floor. Uraraka starts shrieking, Ida starts yelling, and Yaoyorozu is actually helpful, creating a fire extinguisher and blasting Shudo with it. The flames die down quickly, Shudo staring at his side in shock. "That used to happen when I was a kid, but, are you blushing?" Izumi asks, giggling. You're so cute." His face grows redder, strangely uneven due to the scar. He starts smoking again, making Yaoyorozu raise the nozzle in preparation. "I'm not hearing this from you of all people." "Agreed. Guys, you are pretty cute," Uraraka says, grinning to Izumi. Now they're both blushing. Hitoshi laughs. "And I'm over here, crying on the inside because both my friends are gods." "It's not like you're half bad, Hitoshi," Izumi points out, blushing even harder. "Why, you 3 are so cute. And I am here for this," Uraraka says, sparing Hitoshi the need to answer. "Look at all this love. Oh my gosh, Ida, you're awesome too. Yaoyorozu, you're gorgeous. And both of you are so smart. You too de cookin'," she announces happily. Pretty soon, everyone in the room is a stuttering mess, Uraraka having defeated her opponents before they could even fight back. She stands above them all, chanting, "Good vibes, good vibes, good vibes." Outside, Bakugo does a prompt 180. Right, everybody. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. The crowning achievement of this festival, the peak, the CLMX, the final battle. Mike announces, bouncing in his seat like a little kid. I'm sure you all know these two by now. From the hero course, Todoroki Shudo. Verse. Also from the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki. The 2 opponents glare at each other, and Izumi leans to the edge of her seat. These 2 fighting for the top spot again start. Shudo immediately slams his palm against the ground, a glacier enveloping half of the fighting field. Bakugo is swallowed, try as he might to blast away teeth of ice. Todoroki wastes no time. Has the match been decided already? My guess. Izumi shakes her head slowly. Nope. Bakugo's still in there, only more determined by the strength of his opponent. It's muffled, but it's there, slowly getting louder and closer. The ice starts cracking. Todoroki leaps away from flying chunks of his own ice, Bakugo panting inside. He tunneled his way out using explosions. Izumi says, impressed. A final explosion, and Bakugo flies forwards. Shudo tried to grab him with his right hand, but Bakugo is too quick, using his quirk to dodge and grab at Shudo's left side. Come on, Izumi whispers. Bakugo throws Shudo as strong as he can towards the line. He only stops himself from loosing right then and there by creating an ice wall, and begins skating around until his back is to Bakugo's tunnel. The 2 stop then, glaring at each other. Suddenly, there's a wave of horror and despair from the crowd, and Izumi yelps and slams down on her barriers. What was that? It felt like she shakes her head and turns back to the fight, and Aizawa, who is talking. The way he grabbed Todoroki's left side on purpose and timed his explosions, Aizawa begins, watching closely. It's obvious he's been doing his research. This kid's abilities shine through every time he fights. Todoroki is also moving well, but he seems a bit off. Izumi frowns, putting the wave to the back of her mind. Come on, use your power. You're never going to win or move on if you don't. She whispers under her breath. Bakugo starts moving again, running forwards, his hands crackling. Shudo just stands there, frozen, both arms pulled back in hesitation. You've got the power, now use it. Izumi looks to the crowd in surprise. Hitoshi, how does he know about that? You're the last barrier before an explosive donkeys but becomes our year's number one. He yells. There's a voice from the crowd. Izumi says quickly. She can't be biased, but she can at least draw attention to someone who is, just a bit. Bakugo leaps into the air, using his explosions to turn himself into a literal tornado of fire and smoke. Shudo's left side lights up. When the impact hits, several people in the first seats are blown back with the force of the explosion. Mike recovers fast, seeing as he has a window between him and the fight. He added rotation and speed to the huge blast he showed us during his match with Uraraka. And I think I saw flames from Todoroki. Does that account for that blast? All the cold air was immediately heated and it expanded. Izumi adds, leaning closer and lowering her barriers a smidge. Were they? Is the match decided? The smoke clears. The glacier has been blown to bits, and there's a crater in the cement of the field. Shudo is slumped over a pile of ice, half of his jacket burned away. Bakugo is on the other side, face down in the dirt. Both are in the boundary, but they aren't moving. Are they both down for the count? Mike shouts, spinning in his seat. Is it a draw? Can they stand? They aren't unconscious. I think they're stunned. It was a big blast after all, Izumi says, feeling their minds. Todoroki groans and pushes himself up, Bakugo doing the same. They're alive, awake, and moving folks. Can they fight though, is the real question. Shudo stomps on the ground, a wave of ice forming again. Bakugo just barely dodges, blasting himself up from a prone position. Both are still fighting but they're stumbling and disoriented. Aizawa says, they won't last very long. It looks like Bakugo is a bit better off though, they really aren't. Bakugo tries to guide himself in the air, but ends up toppling to the floor and tripping over a chunk of cement. Shudo is very carefully not moving, keeping Bakugo back with his ice. With all the debris and ice, though, it's difficult to tell where the line is. Bakugo stumbles right over it, before charging right back in. Bakugo, you went out of bounds. He freezes, staring over his shoulder. Todoroki is the winner. He looks up, confused, before slumping against his ice. The crowd erupts with cheers, confetti and firework exploding into the sky. Izumi gives up on holding back, cheering right along with Mike, who is talking at 1,000 miles an hour. Down on the field, something else explodes. Bakugo screams and rages, grabbing the front of Shudo's jacket. He doesn't react. Oh my god! Izumi shrieks. Amongst the screaming, Midnight pulls away part of her costume, watching as Bakugo slumps at Todoroki's feet. Top of the first years is Todoroki Shudo. Congratulations. Or congratulations when he wakes up. Someone tell him congratulations when he wakes up. But what a conclusion, listeners. What happened in those last seconds? Todoroki knew he was stunned, so her stayed down and kept Bakugo away. Bakugo thought he could deal with it and ran forwards, but in all the confusion lost track of where the line was and was less careful than he should have been. Aizawa explains. I'm pretty sure Bakugo was less confused than Todoroki. He was walking relatively straight, Todoroki could barely stand. It was when he tried to use his explosions that he messed up. Izumi adds on. I hope they're both alright, Recovery Girl will fix them right up. Mike assures her. Course, you can go check on him, see how long we've got. They're gonna regain their energy, and then we'll get to the awards. Okay. Izumi pokes her head into Recovery Girl's room, spotting the small woman looking over Bakugo. They all right? The old hero looks up, smiling. A few burns and bruises, and I'm willing to bet the both of them have concussions. Maybe some ear damage. I know Bakugo has a bit already, so I'll need to check that. And Todoroki has a sprained wrist. Of course, it's nothing I can't fix, dearie. Don't you worry. Honestly, don't know how we expect anything different. Powers like these. Izumi lays her hand on Shudo's head, closing her eyes. Vibrations are a bit off. He's going to have a headache, and I'm pretty sure you're right about that concussion. And Kaken same thing. A bit less serious because he's used to the recoil. Thank you, sweetheart. Recover Girl says, patting her hand. Now then, let's see what we can do real quick. Pass me that. Izumi hands over a roll of bandages, helping the elderly hero to patch up the contestants. Bakugo wakes up first. Izumi doesn't even have to tell Recovery Girl he's awake, because the screaming announces his return to consciousness pretty well. That might have. He just sat there. I'm gonna kill that icy hot BA. Izumi squeaks and falls out of her chair, looking up to see Bakugo marching over with an absolutely murderous look on his face. His mind is radiating BLD red rage. Sit down, you're going to hurt yourself. Recovery Girl scolds. I'm perfectly fine. It was just the Quirk, get out of my way. If he's still out then I should have one. I want a rematch. Kaken, please shut the F up Deku. Why you even here? Get out of my way, I'll wake the BSTRD up. BLD King walks through the door, placing a hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Kid another scream of rage, and soon there's an all-out brawl, 2 more teachers needing to come in to pull Bakugo away. Eventually, Midnight needs to knock him out again. Geez. This kid has way too much energy. Midnight groans. The heroes drag the unconscious boy to heal up further away from other injured people. Speaking of other injured people, Izumi turns at the noise, gasping when she sees Todoroki sitting up. Shochan. You're awake. Do you feel okay? I'll be fine, he says, looking up at her. What happened? I just remember the explosion and trying to keep Bakugo away, and then I passed out. He looks down at his sprained wrist. I guess I lost. Nope. Frowning, her tilts his head. But I went unconscious. Izumi grins sheepishly. I assume Kaken's shouting woke you up? At his nod, she continues. He accidentally stepped over the line. He's angry because he would have won if it wasn't blurred and he could tell where it was. Then I won the whole tournament. Izumi nods, grinning. Congratulations, Shochan. Congratulations later. Recovery Girl interrupts. Now, young man, I've got everything I could see bandaged up, but I need to check you for hearing loss and concussions. Drink this, it will help replenish your energy. Oh, and Dreamer, go tell your fathers and his friends that he's awake. Yes, ma'am. Izumi responds. Feel better soon, Shudo? I got really worried for a minute. He nods, only to be immediately scolded by Recovery Girl. Well, the first year sports festival is complete. Now we'll proceed right to the award ceremony. Midnight calls to the crowd. Behind her, smoke and confetti burst from the ground, and a podium rises from the ground. Izumi winces. In third place, Shinso, looking incredibly tired and concerned for second place. And honestly has all right to be, seeing as Bakugo is chained to a cement block, shaking and rattling his restraints and screaming through his muzzle. Todoroki stands on top, in first, deadpan as always. Ida is also in third place, but he had to leave early for family matters. Thank you for understanding. Midnight coos to the reporters. Now to present the medals. Our very own I am here. All Might. There's a moment of silence. I talked over you, Midnight realizes. Izumi sighs. I can already tell this is going to be a mess. The number 1 hero marches forward, laying the bronze medal around Hitoshi's neck and hugging him. You have powerful Quirk. Be sure to keep making your body stronger alongside it. At Hitoshi's nod, he moves on. Ah, that's no good, he says, pulling off Bakugo's muzzle. Bakugo immediately starts shouting. This is bullshit. He was unconscious. I want a rematch. I'll grind his dumb double face into the dirt and give him a scar to even out his lopsidedness. Well, it's good that you seem to still be full of fighting spirit. Of course, sometimes situations like these just happen. I'm sorry for your bad luck. Now here. I don't want that silver SHT. I want a rematch. Bakugo shouts, pushing his head backwards so All Might can't get it around his neck. In the end, it becomes his new GG. Izumi rubs at her eyes. Yep. A mess. And now for our winner. Here you are, young man. Why didn't you show us that power before? All Might asks. Shudo rubs the back of his head. Let's just say someone very important to me knocked some sense into me. Izumi blushes. Important to him. Mike starts humming, Can You Feel the Love Tonight from The Lion King. Aizawa smacks him over the head. Oh. I refuse. Well, they helped you get here. I'm sure you'll get better with that power, maybe even give Bakugo that rematch he seems to want so badly. He turns to the crowd, smiling brightly. Now, they were the winners this time. But everyone here could have been on that podium. That's what this is all about after all. Competing. Improving each other. And climbing ever further. The next generation of heroes sprouts here. And so, I have one thing left to say. He raises his fist to the sky, grinning as wide as he can. Say it with me now. Plus Ultra. Thank you for your strong work. Izumi drops her head on the desk as boos and complaints fill the crowd. Such a mess. Okay, so that was really weird, but All Might's armpit smells like freedom and justice? Well, that's a weird thing to hear as she catches up to them. Shochan. Hideken. They turn back to see her, Hitoshi grinning and waving. Uraraka joins in, arms a blur. Your commentary was so good to cookin'. Thanks. Izumi says. Well, congratulations you two. First and third shared third. Hitoshi corrects, pulling out his medal. Ida had to leave, so Izumi thinks back to the wave of pain and panic she had felt. It's still impressive. I'm pretty sure no one is happy with their medals. Shudo adds, pulling his out and staring at it. I also don't feel like I earned this, with how little I actually. He falls silent, looking at everyone else. Izumi pokes his side. No one gets better just like that, Shochan. It's a work in progress, all you can do is keep improving. Yeah, on not burning your clothes. Pretty sure you turned Kanamari gay. Hitoshi. What? He's hot. Literally now. He says. Come on. Admit it. Shudo sighs, then holds the gold medal out to Izumi, sparing the stuttering girl the need to answer. She looks at it, confused. Shochan. Take it? I wouldn't have gotten it without you. You helped me with a lot of things and I really don't feel like I deserve it. He explains, stepping closer and placing it around her neck. Besides, you never really got a chance to compete in one of these, right? I have 2 more years. I'll earn one then. With everything I have. Izumi is frozen, staring at the medal glinting against her sitsi. He wants her to have it. But she just talked to him, it's not that impressive. Please, just take it. Shudo says, looking incredibly uncomfortable. She looks like a tomato. Hitoshi whispers quietly. Uraraka punches him in the shoulder. They were having a sweet moment. And you just interrupted. Sorry. You two keep being cute, I guess. I'm not blinded at all. Izumi presses her hands to her face. How is she supposed to respond to this? Thank you, Shochan. She squeaks, voice about an octave higher than before. It really means a lot to me that you think so highly of me. He nods, patting frantically at another spot of fire in his side. It's nothing really. I'm going to see my mother this weekend. Izumi gasps. You are? He nods. I always thought if she saw me it would put pressure on her, but I need to do this. Izumi nods, forcing down her blush. You've got this, Shochan, she says, smiling brightly up at him. This time, they need another fire extinguisher to put out his fire. He really needs to get that under control.